Courting the Cowboy, Christian Contemporary Romance, Grapeseed Falls Romance Book 4, written by Liz Isaacson, performed by Caroline McLaughlin. Knowing this, that the trying of your faith worketh patience, but let patience have her perfect work, that you may be perfect and entire, wanting nothing. James, chapter 1, verses 3 through 4. Chapter 1. May Sotheby escaped the truck and hurried up the front steps with barely a wave over her shoulder at the cowboy that had taken her to dinner. Barbecue. Again. Stale conversation. Again. Wandering hands. Again. She yanked open the door and stepped inside, closing the door behind her and locking it before breathing properly. She pressed her back into the wood inside. Tipping her chin toward the ceiling, she asked, "Is this all Texas has to offer?" This time she'd expanded outside the Grapeseed Falls Cowboys. A big mistake. Apparently the cowboys at the ranch 40 minutes away were just as unsavory as all the ones she'd dated here. A keen sense of disappointment cut through her as her dog's nails clicked against the high-end tile in her entryway. Exhausted with all things relationship-related, May bent down and patted the miniature poodle's head. "At least you're here, Charlie." She stepped past the dog who always kept her company on Friday nights, who always came running when May came home from the restaurant in the middle of the night, who curled up beside her on the bed and listened to her cry about her failed attempts at finding a husband. "Let's go lie in bed, shall we?" May shed her black heels and expensive jacket, one she'd bought as a birthday present for herself over the summer when she turned 38. 38. Her age sounded ancient. She remembered when her mother had been close to 40, and May thought her positively geriatric. Now she found herself in the same situation. She'd taken several steps toward her bedroom, Charlie trotting ahead of her, when her phone rang out a calendar reminder. Adrenaline spiked, and she checked her device and saw, "Family meeting, 10 minutes." She sighed, her tiredness unbearable now when she'd thought it been heavy before. She'd forgotten she'd agreed to meet her parents at the restaurant they owned after her date. Her father had been asking her for a family meeting for months. But there was the fall festival they catered, then all the Thanksgiving orders she had to fill as a pastry chef for Sotheby's, and she just endured Christmas, with its dozens and dozens of rolls. And then came 5 wedding banquets. 5 wedding banquets that weren't hers. She hadn't had to work Heather's, as they'd been friends for several years now. May had commiserated with Heather many times after their broken relationships and awful dates. Problem was, Heather actually liked cowboys, which was great as Hill Country was full of ranches, farms, and cowboys. But May was done with them. Elfin the end. She had a fleeting thought about canceling on her father, but she decided against it. With Valentine's Day coming up, the restaurant wouldn't be any less busy, and she'd already started her chocolate strawberry orders, and half of her available spots were already taken. If they did meet tonight, it would be a few more months before they could. Truth was, the restaurant business left little time for relaxation, sleeping, or building a relationship. Wasn't that exactly what her only serious boyfriend in the past decade had said? "I don't want to be second to Sotheby's." May could still hear Luke's voice in her head, even 6 years later. And she hadn't even been able to tell him that she often felt second to Sotheby's, too. Back then, she hadn't. But as more and more time passed, all she had was her career, and she realized she'd spent her energy in the wrong places a decade ago. But she couldn't go back and change what she'd done, just like she couldn't postpone this family meeting. So instead of continuing down the hall and changing into her stretchy pants, she turned around and slipped back into her heels. "Come on, Charlie. You can come for the ride." The mini poodle could wait in the booth if May fed her a bit of dried liver from her purse. As she drove into town from her sprawling estate on the western outskirts of Grapeseed Falls, she realized her life had been reduced to carrying dog treats in her purse. Other women her age had extra diapers and wipes in their purses, binkies, $20 bills for their children's lunch money. May's mood worsened with every mile she put between her and her pajamas, and when she pulled into the back lot of the restaurant, the only car that remained was her parents' sleek black luxury sedan. "Come on, Char." She scooped the little dog into her arms. The apricot-colored dog weighed 16 pounds, and May could tuck her into her purse if she needed to, another item most women her age didn't even think about putting in their bags. The back door to the restaurant was unlocked, and May cast a glance left and right before entering and flipping the deadbolt behind her. The kitchen gleamed with polished silver, and the chefs had already cleaned up for the night. The front of the restaurant was silent except for her parents' voices. They sat in the corner booth that had windows on both sides, the exact spot where they'd met 44 years ago. They'd held family meetings there every 6 months as May grew up, as her 2 younger sisters had matured, gotten married, and moved away. Well, Kate had at least. Beth lived in town and her husband Juan Carlos was their head chef. They'd met right here in the restaurant too. So maybe May had thought she'd be able to meet her soulmate while at work too, but no one had presented themselves, and May had grown to separate her work activities with her personal life. Hey. She slid into the booth and took in the nearly empty plate sitting in the middle of the table. A few bites of mashed potato remained, and her mother smiled and scooped up a spoonful of the meal her parents had shared. May? Her father lifted his water glass to his lips and sipped, and for the first time, May noticed how old he looked. He would be 71 in March, but she never categorized him as old. But his hair was totally white now, and the skin on his hands was more wrinkled than she remembered. Hello, dear. Her mother leaned over and gave her a kiss on her cheek. How was your date? I don't want to talk about it. Oh, no, not again. Again, Mom. He actually talked about his ex-girlfriend before we even ordered. She wished she had her own glass of wine, but she lived a lot farther out from the restaurant than her parents. Her dad waited while they chit-chatted about nothing important, and May finally looked at him. All right, Dad, let's do this. I'm on pastry in the morning. And though Sotheby's wasn't open for breakfast, in order to make sure they had their delicious dessert options ready for lunch and dinner, she had to be in at 6 o'clock. Her mom put her hand on May's, and that was May's first clue that this meeting wasn't going to go well. She exchanged a glance with her mom, who had always been her biggest champion, and focused on her father. With dark hair and coal-colored eyes, May looked a lot like her parents when they were younger. Her hair hung almost to her waist, though, and her mother had been cutting hers into a bob for years. May, I've been working this restaurant since I was 12 years old. May pressed her lips into a smile, but she'd heard this story 1,000 times. 58 years in the restaurant business is hard, he said. You seem to like working here, yes? Of course. She did. Her first love had been standing at her father's side, learning how to temper egg yolks so they wouldn't scramble when added to hot milk and sugar to make custard. She loved her years in high school as a waitress. She'd enjoyed her time at pastry school, and that she got to come home to her beloved hometown and use her acquired skills to present perfect desserts for the people of Grapeseed Falls. I'm ready to pass the torch, he said. Her mother's fingers tightened almost painfully. I'm ready, Daddy. May leaned forward. I love Sotheby's. I love this booth. Beth and Kate don't want the restaurant. Her father looked at her mother, and they both wore a look of anxiety as well as sadness. May's heart started knocking against her ribcage. Mom? We want to leave the restaurant and the entire Sotheby's empire to you, she said. But we have some concerns. Concerns? May's voice came out too high. She cleared her throat and pressed her free hand over her pulse, hoping to quiet it. What concerns? We want the restaurant to stay in the family. Her father looked remorseful, but he spoke with absolute authority. May fell back against the booth, his words simply sounding like bullets in her head. And I don't have a family. We know you've been trying to find someone, her mother said. I have, May insisted. It's a small town, Daddy. I've been trying to date men from other towns. Maybe you're... I'm not being too picky, Daddy. I went out with Victor Valance. Victor Valance, Daddy. He nodded and looked out the window as a pair of headlights passed by. That does sound like you're trying. I am. She looked at her mother. Mom? Daddy's retiring this summer, her mother said, her voice sympathetic and her eyes filling with tears. We'd like to have the paperwork in by the end of the year. If you've got a serious prospect for a husband by then, we'll have no problem giving the restaurant to you." May's throat scratched, it was so dry. Still, she managed to say, "And if I don't?" "Juan Carlos has been with us for 11 years, her dad said. "We're considering him to buy into the restaurant and become the eventual owner. Then Sotheby's will still be in the family through Beth." Out of the 3 Sotheby girls, Beth was the least inclined to run the restaurant, and injustice pulled through May. But she was well acquainted with her father, and though he seemed sorry about what he'd said, she knew he'd meant it. "All right." She scooted to the edge of the booth. "I'll up my game." She didn't say goodbye or ask if the meeting was over. It was, and she needed a new game plan stat. An hour later, she changed into her stretchy pants and climbed into bed with her computer. She texted Heather and asked her about the dating website that had been mentioned in passing a couple of times when she'd come in to plan things for the wedding banquet. "TexasFaithful.com," she muttered as she typed the letters into a laptop. The dating website came up, and May didn't read the About section the way she normally would have. She couldn't relocate. She didn't have time to waste. Surely there would be men on this Christian dating app that didn't wear cowboy hats and cowboy boots, though they were limited to Texas. Though the time inched toward midnight, and the very thought of getting up in 5 short hours had her yawning and a headache forming behind her eyes, she continued setting up her profile, complete with just her first name, her location, and an old picture from her pastry school. After all, she didn't want to scare men away with a current picture of herself, which would be a bad selfie or a quick snapshot of herself in the dead of night. She didn't need to scream, desperate from the get-go. She activated the account by putting in her credit card information and sat back, finally done. With the app activated on her phone, her profile picture came up and she began scrolling through the mail options. Is it really as easy as tapping that heart? She wondered aloud. Char lifted her head but otherwise didn't answer. She flopped her head back to the bed. She scrolled back to the top and started narrowing her search to location and occupation. The first man that came up was 10 years younger than her, with a missionary haircut and straight white teeth and a smile. Her thumb hovered over the heart, wondering if he'd get notified. And then what? They'd start chatting, and then? She tapped the heart, and a message popped up on her phone. "Congratulations, you've made your first love connection. Give Brian 24 hours to respond." So it is that easy. Feeling accomplished, she closed the laptop and put it on her nightstand. As she stretched over to plug in her phone, it zinged a sound she'd never heard it make. A heart icon sat in the notification strip across the top, and she swiped down to open the alert. "You've got a connection," TexasFaithful.com said, and she tapped on the heart. The man looking back at her wore a warm smile. She was immediately attracted to his salted black hair, which screamed he wasn't in his 20s. Kurt also wasn't wearing a cowboy hat, and he had a degree in human resources. "And he lives here in Grapeseed Falls." May scrolled back up and looked at his face. She didn't recognize him, though she certainly didn't know everyone in town. He couldn't have grown up here, at least. Feeling brave and bold, and maybe a bit desperate, she hit the heart below his name. Within seconds, a chat box appeared on her screen, with Kurt saying, "Hey, are you online right now?" May looked up, her nerves coiling and constricting. She didn't really have time to chat right now, but she didn't have time to waste either. She had no idea how to date online, but she felt freer than she ever had. She could literally say anything. "Are you a chef?" His next message read. "Yes," she typed, dictating out loud as she did. "And I have to be at work really early in the morning. Can we have a rain check on this conversation?" "Sure. Talk tomorrow." She reached over and stroked Char, needing some of the dog's comfort. "He seems nice," she said to the poodle, "though he doesn't know how to use a punctuation mark." But Char didn't respond to the man's grammar or his niceness, so May looked back at Kurt's handsome face, a smile pulling at her lips. With any luck, and a whole lot of prayer, Maybe May could have a bona fide beau by the end of the year. Chapter 2. Ever since Kurt had installed that dating app on his phone, every buzz and bell sent his blood zinging. Whether it was a good zing or a bad zing, he still hadn't decided. He chatted with several women over the past 5 months, and he'd had one relationship he considered serious. Too bad he was the only one who'd thought so. But he picked himself up, dusted himself off, turned another year older, and got back to tapping hearts. And a pretty brunette had just joined, and he'd been the first one to make a love connection with her. So maybe insomnia had some benefits after all. 5:30 on Saturday morning, he didn't think so, but Kurt heaved himself out of bed and into the shower. He could bathe in his sleep, as he often showered 2 or 3 times a day. He'd perfected the art of washing his hair and getting his teeth brushed at the same time. 20 minutes later, he sat on his front porch, sipping hot coffee with Patches, his border collie, at his feet, both of them watching the night lighten into day. He much preferred this ritual in the summer, when he could see the golden light paint the ranch landscape before he had to get to work. In January, though, he started his chores in grayness. He always left his coffee mug on the small table next to the chair he sat in, always took it back into the cabin when he returned for lunch, always started in the largest horse barn so he could see his Pinto Mini. He just bought another Pinto a few months ago, and he named her Old Susanna. So he petted both horses and cooed at them about the woman he'd chatted last night. "Her name is May," he told Minnie, the best listener of the 2 horses. Old Susanna seemed overly preoccupied with hay cubes, and she usually wandered away before Kurt was even done with the setup for his stories. "She lives here in Grapeseed Falls. I feel like I should know her, but I don't." At least her picture hadn't looked familiar. Kurt could tell it was an old picture, though, so he wondered what she really looked like now, and what she was trying to hide. "I shouldn't think like that, should I?" He stroked Minnie's neck, though he hadn't told her what he was thinking. But Brogan had been hiding a lot behind her ancient photograph and her pretty smile. Kurt was determined not to make that same mistake again. "There you are." Dwayne appeared in the horse barn as if he hadn't known Kurt would be with his horses. "Here I am." Dwayne leaned next to the stall where Kurt stood. "We're headed out to the north end zone to check on the cattle there. You in?" "Riding for most of the day. Stopping to eat in the shade?" "All in," Kurt said. "We'll be back for church tomorrow, right?" "Oh, yeah. This is only a day ride. Felicity is briefing everyone over in the Cowboy Commons. I told her I'd come find you." Marriage agreed with Dwayne, and Kurt's heart squeezed with want for what his best friend had. "All right, well, let's go." Kurt followed Dwayne outside, and he took in a deep breath of the beautiful morning. His phone buzzed, and his adrenaline spiked again. "Oh, it's May." He wasn't aware that he'd spoken out loud until Dwayne asked, "Who's May?" "This woman I hearted last night," he said, already distracted by his phone. At least Dwayne was used to Kurt's dating app lingo. "Where's she from?" Kurt smiled at his phone, at the message May had sent. "It's nice to meet you. Is now a better time to chat?" "Right here in Grapeseed Falls." Kurt glanced up. "Maybe you know her." "What's her last name?" "It's not on her profile," Kurt said, which wasn't all that uncommon, especially for women. They wanted to protect their privacy, reveal one part of themselves at a time. "Yeah, now's okay. I'm leaving in a few minutes, though, and might not have cell service." The service was spotty the further from the ranch he went, and he didn't want to leave her in the lurch. "What's your last name?" He typed and sent, hoping he wasn't too forward. "I'm here with my boss, and he grew up here in Grapeseed Falls." "You didn't?" "No, ma'am. I'm from San Antonio." She sent a smiley face but didn't answer his question. He and Dwayne arrived back at the Cowboy Commons, where Felicity stood next to the flagpole, already talking. He hovered behind Dwayne, so he could continue his virtual conversation with the elusive May with no last name. "Tell me something your profile doesn't." He learned not to ask where women worked, how many siblings they had, or anything else too telling. They joined the online dating website for a bit more anonymity, to decide if they liked a man before they went out with him, not the other way around. After a few stumbles, Kurt had learned the art of chatting about nonsensical things. I love making macaroni and cheese, she messaged. It's one of my favorite things to create. What's your favorite type of cheese? He asked, having some experience with various macaroni and cheese recipes himself. Anyone in the South probably was. And Kurt wasn't sure he wanted to perpetuate the conversation if she chose a mild cheese, like white cheddar. Depends on who I'm cooking for and how much I want to spend, but I love brie and mac and cheese. Brie, huh? Dwayne elbowed him, and Kurt realized he'd spoken out loud without meaning to. Felicity cut them a sharp look, and Kurt stuck his phone in his back pocket. But honestly, he'd gone out to the North End Zone tons of times. He knew what to watch for on the way. He knew how to fix a fence if he came across one that had been trampled down. He knew how to stay with a partner so he didn't get lost out in the expansive wilderness on the ranch. Buzzing from his pocket was annoying, but he ignored it. He'd have at least a half an hour to pack a lunch and get his horse saddled, tasks he could do in 10 minutes or less. So he had time to chat again while Felicity wasn't talking. He might as well pay her the attention she deserved. A few minutes later, she finished with, "Let's meet back here in 45 minutes, all right?" The cowboys started back toward their cabins to get their lunches together, and Kurt almost bolted. But the look Felicity gave him and the way Dwayne moved behind him spoke volumes. "He hearted a new woman," Dwayne said as his wife approached. "Go easy on him." "I heard you," Kurt added. "Believe it or not, this isn't my first cattle check in the North End Zone." "Well, it's mine," Felicity said, still advancing. "I just want it to go well." "And it will," Dwayne and Kurt said at the same time. They exchanged a glance and grinned at each other. "Want me to make you a lunch?" Kurt asked. "I have some of that bacon-wrapped chicken breast left over from Tuesday night." Her eyes lit up and she licked her lips. Kurt knew he had her, and he grinned. "I'll slice it thin and make a sandwich out of it." "I want one," Dwayne said, "and some of that macaroni salad with the cubed cheddar." "That's all gone." "All gone?" Wayne folded his arms. "You made a vat of it. And I ate it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 3 straight days." He chuckled and stepped away as his hip buzzed again. "Don't worry, guys. I'll bring you something you like." He escaped as quickly as he could without running, now having added 5 more minutes to his tasks before he could chat May again. Sunday morning, Kurt whistled all the way to church. He always drove himself because he wasn't interested in staying after and mingling the way Shane and Chadwell did. He didn't blame them. None of them got off the ranch very much, and the only woman out there was already married to the boss. So the boys liked to stay, check out the ladies in the congregation, and make some real-life love connections of their own. None of them had been as keen as Kurt about TexasFaithful.com, but he'd really enjoyed himself these past few months. He didn't have to worry about who would talk to who first. He didn't have to have wandering eyes when he should be listening to Pastor Gifford. His life had actually calmed since joining the online dating website, and for that, he was grateful. He sat on the bench next to Dwayne and Felicity, who sat next to Dwayne's parents. Kurt fit right in with the older generation, a fact he didn't quite like so much. At 46, he certainly wasn't interested in anyone younger than 35, and single women like that were hard to come by in Grapeseed Falls. Pastor Gifford stood up and started making announcements. Kurt perked up when he started speaking about the Spring Jubilee and the cooking competition. Kurt had been chosen to represent this little gray and white brick church on Alberta Street, and he'd just barely lost last year to Katia from the red brick church on Freestone Avenue. He was not going to lose this year. He'd been working on his winning dessert for months, and he leaned forward as the pastor spoke. "We have a slight snag in the Spring Jubilee charitable cooking contest." His eyes roamed the crowd, and even the fussy baby seemed to settle down. "The town has just informed us that the theme this year is 2 peas in a pod." Kurt squinted, trying to figure out what that meant. "Which means Kurt Pemberton needs a partner from our congregation to be represented at this year's competition." "A partner?" A slow hiss leaked from his mouth, and Dwayne looked at him. "That's not good," he whispered. Not good at all. Because Kurt liked to work alone in the kitchen, liked experimenting with his own recipes, didn't collaborate on flavor or texture or any of it, and he liked his idea of a donut tower, thank you very much. "Not only that," Pastor Gifford said, avoiding Kurt's eyes now, "but they want a 3-course meal, Appetizer, main course, and dessert. We previously thought it was simply our best dessert. So, Kurt felt like storming out, and the sermon hadn't even begun. I'll be taking applications for who would like to work with Kurt, and I'll be speaking with him and we'll make the decision together. Well, that's something, Dwayne whispered, and Kurt finally looked at him. He wore a hopeful, anxious look on his face, and Kurt shrugged one shoulder. It's something, but not something he wanted to do. Pastor Gifford started his sermon, speaking about how the Savior was the ultimate example of forgiveness, and whenever we feel like we can't forgive, we can look to him for guidance. Kurt barely listened as his mind raced around who could possibly be his partner, and how they could possibly get a 3-course meal put together in only 4 months. Like a bolt of lightning from heaven, Kurt thought of May. May the chef, she would be perfect. With her training, he'd trust her opinions on flavors, and he could probably learn something about technique from working with her in a kitchen. He pulled out his phone to chat with her before he remembered he'd never met her before, and if she was part of this congregation, he felt sure he would have by now. After all, he'd been attending church here for 15 years, ever since he'd come to Great Cedar Falls. And he didn't know how to ask her either. All he knew was she was a chef, and she liked using brie and mac and cheese. His fingers twitched through the rest of church, and he could barely enjoy the choir when they stood to sing the last song. He normally left right after church, but today he hung back. Pastor Gifford would take at least 20 minutes to speak with the parishioners as they exited, and Kurt went down the hall to the pastor's office to wait. When the pastor finally came toward him, Kurt stood. Pastor? Kurt, I'm so sorry about the Spring Jubilee. He exhaled and unlocked his office before ushering Kurt inside. They shook hands and took seats. Well, what are we going to do? Pastor Gifford leaned his elbows on his desk, his green eyes earnest. Do you know anyone you'd like to work with? He did, but he didn't at the same time. I can work on it, he found himself saying. Let me know, and I'll keep you updated if someone volunteers. Without much else to do, Kurt nodded and left the church. In the safety of his truck, he decided to be brave and bite the bullet. He sent a chat to May. So, I know this is random, but I was doing this cooking contest in the Spring Jubilee, and I just found out this year's theme is 2 peas in a pod. I need a partner. Wondered if you wanted to meet and see if we can cook together. He blew out his breath and looked up out the windshield. Please help this not sound like a pickup line, or some euphemism I don't intend. He read over the message again, and it seemed fine to him, so he sent it, his heart hammering in his eardrums. Chapter 3. May refused to let herself look at her phone during church. If there was ever a time she needed divine intervention, now was that time. She'd been praying since she woke that morning that God would lead her to someone she could love and be happy with for the rest of her life. No big deal, Lord, she thought. You do it for other people. I don't want to let my father down. And she really wanted to keep Sotheby's in the family. No, she wanted Sotheby's, as she'd poured her heart and soul into the restaurant. The meeting finally ended, and May jumped up from her spot next to Beth and her 2 nephews. You coming to Mom's for lunch? Her sister asked. Not today. May had some serious tapping and chatting to do. Sotheby's was only open for dinner on Sundays, and May was on management duties tonight. She didn't allow her employees to keep their devices at work, so she'd be phone-free too. As she hurried toward the back of the chapel to leave, someone called her name. She kept going, hoping to ignore them. But then the microphone crackled to life again, and Pastor Clark said, May Sotheby, as if he were the voice of God. I need to talk to you. Oh, you're in trouble, Benji, her nephew, said with a grin. Go on, you. May smiled at him and tousled his dark hair as he passed. She swung her hair over her shoulder and turned back toward the front of the chapel. Pastor Clark, though probably a decade younger than May, looked weary and worried. She made her way back the way she'd come, every step feeling heavier than the last. I'm so sorry, he said. I know you need to get to work. False, but she didn't say anything. Sticking around after church was not something she normally enjoyed. What's wrong, Pasta? I just found out that the cooking competition this year is a partners-only event. Horror struck May right behind her breastbone. What? For the Spring Jubilee. Remember, you are going to enter to represent our church. Yes, of course I remember. But I need a partner. Yes, the committee just informed us that the theme requires a duo to compete. You need a partner. Great. Desperation surged up her throat. It seemed she couldn't do a single blasted thing these days without a partner. Couldn't take over her father's restaurant. Couldn't get married. Couldn't even cook in a small-town Texas festival. And she had a culinary arts degree in pastry. All right. She turned away, utterly dejected, and wondering what else life was going to throw at her this year. Do you know someone you could partner up with? Pastor Clark asked. If she did, she'd probably date them, not spend time perfecting a pound cake recipe with them. I don't know. She started to walk away, hoping one of the reasons her phone was blinking red and blue lights at her was because Kurt had chatted. She'd really enjoyed messaging him for most of the day yesterday, and even a little bit this morning. Sure enough, he'd chatted, and her heart raced and then stopped when she read his chat. He was going to compete for his church in the Spring Jubilee, so she'd have met him in a few months anyway, and it'd been his stiffest competition, she was sure. He'd never mentioned that he was a chef, and she tapped out, "Are you a chef?" To which he immediately replied, "No, self-taught cook who just loves being in the kitchen." Well, that certainly wasn't a negative quality in May's book. Not that she had a book anymore. She couldn't afford to. She spun back toward the dais, but the pastor had left, so she waited in the line of people shaking hands with him at the door, and when it was her turn, she asked, "Does my partner have to be a member of this congregation?" Pastor Clark frowned. "I don't think so, but you know our church gets the prize if we win." "But what if we partnered with another church?" His eyes narrowed. "Which other church?" May didn't know, so she admitted as much. "But I have a friend who is doing the competition for his church, and he thought we might be able to partner. Maybe we could split the prize if we win. We have a title to defend." As if May didn't know. Katya had won last year, and she was a home cook, too. She cocked her hip and appraised the pastor. "I'm going to bring that title back to Freestone. Don't you worry." His eyebrows lifted and he chuckled. "All right, May. Do what you need to." By nightfall, May paced from one side of the kitchen to the other, back and forth and back, her hands wrapped around each other, and she counted out the clicks of her heels against the tile. "May," Juan Carlos finally said, "you're killing me." "Sorry." She gave him an apologetic look. "I'm meeting someone in a few minutes, and I'm really nervous about it." "Who is it?" Juan Carlos sat a steak on the flat top with a sudden hiss. "His name is Kurt." She didn't know his last name, and she didn't want to admit such a thing out loud. "May." Allie stuck her head into the kitchen. "There's someone here for you." She sucked in a deep breath. "Seat him in booth 37, please." She almost called Allie back, but the waitress disappeared as quickly as she'd come. "Come on, May," she whispered to herself. If Kurt was the man of her dreams, she wanted to meet him face to face in the same booth where her parents had first met. But if he wasn't, and how much pressure was that on a man she hadn't even met yet? She breathed again, pushed the air all the way out of her lungs, and turned toward the big black plastic door separating her from the man she'd enjoyed speaking with for the past couple of days. After leaving the kitchen, her eyes immediately went to the appointed booth. She froze, her blood turning to ice instantly. The man sitting in booth 37 wore a huge white cowboy hat. "Strike 1, 2, and 3, she thought, and 4, 5, and 6. He couldn't be a cowboy, and May felt like crying. She spun away from him, though that hint of his salt and pepper hair she'd seen in his profile picture showed along his neck and down his sideburns. Her heart stampeded through her chest, and she simply couldn't force herself to move forward or go back. "Go on," Allie whispered as she neared May. "He's gorgeous, and he seems as nervous as you do." "Really?" "Yes, go on. If you don't get over there, I'm going to go introduce myself properly." Allie giggled and pushed into the kitchen with her load of dirty dishes. The hubbub of the Sunday dinner crowd gave May the confidence she needed. She smiled at the guests as she walked toward Kurt. It felt like a 50-mile trek, though she'd arrived in only a few seconds. "You must be Kurt," she said, employing her managerial voice, the one she used when customers were upset about their meal. He choked, set his water glass down clumsily, and slid out of the booth. He sized her up as he did, and the heated edge in his blazing blue eyes said he at least liked what he saw. "I am, and you must be May." He spoke with a definitely Texas twang, and May didn't hate it. She'd always found Texan men sexy, even if she could do without the cowboy hat. Her eyes dropped down his jean-clad legs to his feet, and she could definitely do without the cowboy boots. "So I didn't realize you managed this place," he said, glancing around. "I've only been here for Heather's wedding banquet." He gestured toward the other side of the booth. "Should we sit?" Yes, we should sit. At least she could make her body do that. Once settled, she said, "You were at Levi and Heather's wedding banquet." "Yes, ma'am." She wished he wasn't quite so charming with the ma'am, but a flush rose through her neck and into her face. "So was I. Heather and I have been friends for several years now." And Heather had never mentioned the Silver Fox. Ever. A fact which May would be texting her about later. "Dwayne's my boss and best friend." Kurt smiled at her and then Allie as she arrived tableside. May cataloged that his boss was the owner of Grapeseed Ranch, which meant Kurt likely lived and worked out there. A cowboy through and through. "What can I get you two?" Kurt and May's eyes locked, and an arc of electricity coursed between them. He raised his eyebrows, a clear indication for her to order first. Such a gentleman. "You know what I want," May said, glancing back at Kurt. "And I need a raspberry lemonade, Allie. I'll bring you a water, too. For you, sir?" "I'll take the triple play appetizer plate," he said without consulting the menu in front of him. "I want the Southwest egg rolls, the Angus sliders, and the Gruyere bacon mac and cheese, please." "2 triple play appetizer plates," Allie said, meeting May's eyes for half a second before walking away. May flitted her gaze around the restaurant before eventually settling it on Kurt. He didn't seem to have to look away from her at all, and he gazed at her evenly now, too. A sure sign of his maturity, which also went into May's positive column, if she had a pro and con column, which she totally didn't. He adjusted his hat and asked, "What 3 items did you get?" She cleared her throat. "Corn and bacon chowder." She leaned her elbows on the table, something she hadn't dreamed of doing during a dinner date. This wasn't a dinner date. This was a business meeting about the Spring Jubilee cooking contest, a melding of talents of sorts. "You should try the chowder. It's amazing." She hoped her attempt at flirting was working. Kurt's brilliant blue eyes sparkled like sapphires. "Did you make it?" Allie arrived with her water and the lemonade, which came in a thin glass almost 8 inches tall. It was frosted with a ring of sugar around the rim, and May threw her notions into the wind. This was a dinner date, with a man she'd been chatting with for 2 days. A cowboy she'd been chatting with for 2 days, she corrected herself. "Would you like something to drink besides water?" Allie asked Kurt. He sized up her drink. "Do those come in peach?" "Yes, sir." "I'll take one of those." He flashed a winning smile at Allie, who left them alone again. May slid her drink closer and stirred the straw around, waiting for him to ask something else. He was obviously well-versed with dating, because he'd asked open-ended things all weekend, all without getting too personal or asking something she didn't want to reveal, except for her last name. "So do you manage the restaurant or do you cook?" he asked. "I do both," she said. "I'm the head pastry chef here, but we have 2 others who work part-time. So sometimes I run the restaurant, too." He took a long draw of his water, his eyes never leaving hers. He had a powerful gaze, and he seemed to be able to see right through her. "Okay, so my family owns the restaurant." "Ah, there it is." He leaned back in the booth. "So you're May Sotheby?" "Yes. Did you know?" "No." "What's your last name?"
"Pemberton."
"How long have you been in Grapeseed Falls?"
15 years.
"What do you do at the ranch?"
I'm the foreman.
May almost groaned out loud. Foreman meant career cowboy, not something he'd give up lightly. As she slid her tongue along the rim of her glass and gathered the sugar with the sour lemonade, she wondered if it mattered if he was a cowboy or not. He was light years different from the other cowboys she dated, and they'd only been sitting there for 7 minutes. "How old are you?" she asked.
You must not have read my profile very well.
"I read it." Allie arrived with Kurt's peach lemonade as well as the 2 triple play appetizer plates. The only difference between them and her corn chowder and his Southwest egg rolls. Allie said, "Enjoy," and walked away. May tilted her plate half an inch and said, "So our tastes are obviously similar."
I can see that.
He picked up a slider and ate half of it in one bite. She stirred her macaroni and cheese, unable to put anything in her mouth quite yet. "So, I go to the church on Freestone Avenue," she said. "I spoke with my pastor, and he said he didn't see a problem with us teaming up if our congregations agreed to split the prize." Kurt chewed and swallowed, wiping his mouth with his napkin.
You think you can cook with me? You don't even know what I can do.
"Your pastor chose you to represent his congregation, didn't he?" May switched to stirring her soup. Kurt seemed to watch her every move.
Yeah, I guess. I still think we should do a trial cooking session together. I might not be able to work with you.
The corner of his mouth twitched upward and he picked up his second slider.
Are you gonna eat? I feel like an idiot stuffing my face over here.
He held his food in front of him, waiting. She lifted a spoonful of soup to her mouth, the sweetness of the corn pairing perfectly with the saltiness of the bacon. This is so good. You should try it." She pushed the bowl toward him. "Can I have one of your egg rolls?"
Help yourself.
He picked up a spoon and dipped it in the soup. After eating it, he nodded.
That is fantastic. You never answered if you made this or not.
"I don't cook," she said. "I'm the pastry chef." He lowered his spoon.
But you can cook, right?
She giggled. "That's my recipe, so yes, I can cook."
Good.
He sighed with relief.
Because we have to put up an appetizer, a main dish, and a dessert.
She ate half of one of his egg rolls and a few more spoonfuls of her soup while he polished off his sliders and his mac and cheese.
This is seriously the best mac and cheese I've ever had.
"That's my recipe, too." She pushed the soup toward him. "You can finish this if you want." She picked up her slider. He drank his lemonade, and being with him felt comfortable and easy. She hadn't been on a date like this in months, maybe longer. He picked up his soup and said,
"What are you doing tomorrow night?"
"Let's see." She tapped on her phone and opened her calendar. "I'm on pastries in the morning, so I'm free after about 4:30.
How about you come out to my place and we see if we can make something together?"
His face, though tan and covered in a sexy 5 o'clock shadow, colored as he waited for her to answer. "Is that a pickup line?" she teased. He chuckled and ducked his head in an adorable show of his awkwardness and nerves.
Not a pickup line. Just wondering if you really want to do this partnership.
Oh, she did. And the dating thing, too. She couldn't believe she was willing to look past the cowboy hat and the rugged cowboy boots. But Kurt possessed more charm and charisma in his little pinky than any of the men she'd been out with lately. "Only if you tell me how old you are." He shook his head, a delightful laugh filling the space between them.
46.
May finished her mac and cheese and grinned at him. "So what should I bring to your place?"
You're the pastry chef. You should be in charge of dessert. Is that all right?
She liked the way he stretched out all right. "Sure."
And let's both plan an appetizer, and I'll pick up ingredients for a main dish.
He finished his peach drink.
How does that sound?
"Sounds like a plan." And May thought it was a mighty fine plan. Or maybe that was the man sitting across from her, reaching for the bill even though she owned the restaurant and never paid to eat here. Chapter 4. Kurt drove down the dark country lane toward the ranch, his mind whirring with the great conversation he'd had with May. He'd never met a woman so soon after starting to chat with her, but it had been natural, casual, everything Kurt wanted with a woman. So he'd given her his number and she'd texted him before he'd even left the parking lot. So she must have enjoyed herself too.
Right?
He asked the empty truck.
Right.
He wasn't going to second-guess how he felt. The fireworks between him and May had been palpable, even for the girl serving them. Heck, The whole restaurant had probably noticed. He started mentally constructing the menu he'd try with May the following evening, and he'd have to talk to Dwayne about leaving early to get to the grocery store. That, or he'd have to get up earlier than he already did and head to town for what he needed to make his sweet and sour meatballs, his Texas mashed potatoes, and his lemon and almond green beans. And with a main dish like that, maybe it was too heavy. Maybe he should do something lighter like his white bean chicken chili, or salmon with herbed crust and rice pilaf. What would the appetizer be? Soup, he muttered to himself. But who wanted a soup with meat and potatoes? No one he knew. Well, actually, a lot of people he knew. Cowboys loved their meat and potatoes, and bread, and soup, and pie. So, salad. But Kurt found salad appetizers boring. He wanted something amazing. They'd need it if they wanted to win the contest at the Spring Jubilee. He'd prefer a savory tartlet, or a crostini, or cheese. He didn't think anything could go wrong when cheese was consumed. Maybe May would have a better idea. No matter what, they'd need to make sure their dishes flowed seamlessly together, that each flavor from beginning to end belonged. He got home and searched May's profile for her age and found it absent. His was there, buried in his bio near the bottom. She obviously hadn't read it, but his age had obviously been important to her. Probably wanted to make sure he hadn't gone prematurely gray. She couldn't be older than 35, and Kurt wondered if a decade of difference would matter to her. Hey, he texted as he climbed his steps to the front porch. So, is it rude if I ask you how old you are? He wondered if May disliked his lack of punctuation and capitalization, the way Kathy had. 38, came back from May, and Kurt's face split into a smile. I really liked meeting you. He typed the message into his phone and stared at it. Was it too forward? Did he care? No, he didn't. He tapped send and hoped May found him strong and capable, and not coming on too strong. I had a great time, too. Kurt bent down and patted Patches, who wouldn't stop smelling his jeans. Yeah, I know. I ate meat. Go on now. He playfully pushed the dog away and sat on his couch, his focus already back on his phone. So I was thinking of doing fish tomorrow night. Thoughts? It's always risky to have fish in the middle of Texas. He chuckled, his thumbs flying over the virtual keyboard. You have fish on your menu. Only when we can get it fresh that morning. They continued to chat for a few minutes, and Kurt kept yawning. He finally signed off with a, Gotta go, sweetheart. Talk tomorrow. He'd learned through the months he'd been using TexasFaithful.com that he needed to power off his phone, or he'd keep coming back to it. So he did, the 7-note chime it made as it went dark almost a relief. Patches woke him with a high-pitched whine, and Kurt knew immediately that it wasn't time to get up yet. Still, lingering images of Scotch eggs and onion rings floated in his head as he tried to figure out what was going on. His first thought was coyotes, as they sometimes encroached on the western edge of the ranch. But the Cowboy Commons were located in the middle of the ranch, east of the homestead, and he found it hard to believe that Dwayne hadn't called him yet if there were coyotes. Then he smelled the smoke. Scrambling now in the dark, Kurt lunged for his phone. He waited the precious seconds while it powered on before he called 911. Then he'd called Dwayne, because though it was January, a fire meant major trouble. 911, state your emergency. Kurt Pemberton out at Grapeseed Ranch, he said, shoving his feet into his boots while he held his cell between his shoulder and his cheek. I smell smoke, so there's fire somewhere. Can you see the fire? No, ma'am. I'm about to head out now. His steps were rushed but not frantic as he left the bedroom and pulled open the front door. As foreman, his cabin sat right in front of the flagpole, with the ranch buildings to the west. None of the cabins were on fire. The stables and the barns and the sheds and the coops looked fine, too. But the scent of ash and the acrid smell of fire definitely filled the air. I can't tell where it's coming from, he said, moving down the stairs as his phone started buzzing with another call. He checked it and found Dwayne's face on the screen. My boss is calling me. Help me find the fire first, sir, the operator said, and Kurt gritted his teeth as he turned toward the backyard. He noted that Patches had not come with him, so there was definitely something wrong. It's to the east, he said, his eyes drinking in the orange glow that bled up from the ground and into the black sky. Ma'am, southeast, between the ranch and the town. I've alerted the authorities. Can I go now? Yes, sir. Kurt hung up and immediately called Dwayne back. "Fire," he said by way of hello.
"I'm heading down my back steps. Where is it?"
he asked.
"Southeast of the cabins."
Kurt paused at the corner of his house.
"I already called it in to emergency services. I'm on my back porch. Should I get the ATV?" "I'll grab it and come pick you up." "Roger that."
To his left, Shane emerged from the back door of his cabin.
"Fire?" "Not sure if it's on the ranch or not,"
Kurt said, his gut roiling like the flames were meters from consuming his cabin.
"Dwayne's coming with the ATV. We'll check it out."
Shane sat on the top step, joined by his brother Austin only a minute later. Dwayne arrived and he barked,
"Keep your phones on and nearby. We'll let you know what's going on,"
while Kurt climbed on the ATV behind him. Flying through the darkness, that eerie orange glow increasing the closer they got, and Kurt murmured,
"It's kinda beautiful."
Dwayne grunted and brought the vehicle to a stop.
"We go on foot from here."
The temperature had definitely increased, and the chill that had kissed Kurt's skin when he'd first burst into the night was completely gone. A dull roar met his ears, along with the distant barking of a dog.
"It's not on the ranch, boss,"
he whispered. They met the fence lines and went over it.
"It's old man Hansen's barn,"
Dwayne said with definite horror in his tone. Kurt pulled out his phone and called the operator again.
"It's Leroy Hansen's barn, ma'am. Send the fire trucks there."
A faint cry reached Kurt's ears, raising all the hair on his arms, shoulders, and neck.
"Someone's in there."
He hadn't meant for his words to come out so hushed, but they did. He met Dwayne's eyes, and he knew they were thinking the same thing.
"We have to help him."
Leroy Hansen had been a good neighbor to the ranch, and he owned the bar and grill where Kurt liked to get the onion rings he'd been dreaming about. He decorated the restaurant for every holiday, and it had become a landmark in Grapeseed Falls. Right now, he had light-up snowmen in all the windows and garlands of snowflakes along his awning. Kurt shook the decorations from his mind.
"Send an ambulance, too,"
he said before hanging up and shoving his phone in his back pocket.
"All right, Dwayne."
They both stepped forward and to the right, the ground beneath their feet already collecting ashes as they gave the burning barn a large berth. It seemed like only moments later that they'd bypassed the barn to find baby flames licking the back deck. Leroy yelled, "Help!" just before appearing in the doorway with a bucket of water. He slopped most of it over the sides as he rushed forward to douse the biggest flame on the steps closest to the barn.
"Leroy,"
Kurt called.
"Where's the hose?"
His panicked eyes searched in the darkness, finally finding Dwayne and Kurt.
"I'm going round front,"
Dwayne said.
"I'll get something hooked up to the sink."
Kurt acknowledged him and edged closer to the house, where he found a cracked green hose coiled up in the winter-dried foliage.
"Get inside,"
he said to Leroy. The wind picked up, sending smoke in their direction, and Leroy ducked and scrambled back toward the door, slamming it closed behind him as bits of flame and ash landed on the deck. Kurt inhaled, a big mistake, as he started coughing. Still, he managed to get the hose twisted onto the spigot, and he turned the faucet, hoping and praying with everything he had that there would be water. Relief roared through him at the first inklings of wetness, and he sprayed the deck closest to the house. After turning the knob as far as it would go, he painted the house with water, boosting himself onto the deck just as Dwayne opened the back door, another hose in his hand. Together, they extinguished the few flames that had started burning the deck.
"How's Leroy?"
Kurt's breath came in quick pants, and he didn't know how to make it stop.
"Shook up,"
Dwayne said. Sirens filled the night air. Dwayne and Kurt advanced on the barn, but it was a lost cause. He'd hoped there hadn't been any animals inside. The flames hissed and spat as they focused on the doorway and extended the spray down toward the ground. Red lights painted the sky, and the real firefighters arrived with a much bigger hose and better equipment. Kurt fell back, his chest rumbling with another cough. He turned off his hose and turned to face a paramedic.
"Seat down,"
the man said. At least it wasn't a woman.
"Oh, come on, Luis,"
Kurt protested, knowing the woman he didn't want to see was around here somewhere if Luis was.
"I heard you coughing when I came around the house."
The stout Hispanic man pointed to the edge of the deck.
"Sit. Let me listen."
Kurt did as he was told, water seeping through his pajama pants and another cough racking his body as Luis listened to him breathe.
"You're coming to the hospital."
Luis coiled a stethoscope around his neck.
"I'm honestly fine,"
Kurt said, though his throat scratched. He'd only been in the smoke for a few minutes. At the corner of the deck, another paramedic was listening to Dwayne's lungs. He needs to go too. The woman's voice conjured up all kinds of feelings and memories in Kurt's heart and mind. He didn't want to see Alicia, the last woman he'd met in person through the dating app they both used. "Let's get loaded up," Louise said. And yet there she stood, her blonde hair cascading from its customary ponytail. "Kurt?" she asked as she drew closer. "Hey, Leash." He wished he'd grabbed his cowboy hat before exiting his cabin. Then he'd at least have something to hide behind. "I'm fine, seriously." "Get in the bus, Kurt." She turned back to Dwayne. "You too." "We can drive ourselves in," Dwayne said. "How about that?" "I don't think we'll come," Louise said. "We've got to take the ATV back," Dwayne said. "Update our men and my wife. Then we'll come, I swear." His words rumbled, and he choked out the last couple before coughing. Alicia and Louise exchanged a glance, and Alicia rounded on Kurt. "If you're not in the ER in 30 minutes, I'm coming back out to get you myself." Kurt nodded and let Dwayne do all the talking. They finally escaped, and they hadn't taken more than 4 steps past the burnt-out barn before Dwayne said, "She broke up with you?" "Sure did." And only a week before they were supposed to go to San Antonio to visit his family for Thanksgiving. "I gotta say, she still seems interested." "Well, I'm not." Kurt increased his pace to put an end to the conversation, but that caused his breath to come quicker, and that made him cough. That night, Kurt felt like he'd been run over by a truck. But one bonus of being tied up in the emergency room for a couple of hours was that once he and Dwayne finally got released, Kurt had been able to stop by the grocery store. The doctor had ordered him and Dwayne to stay down for the day, and Kurt had happily agreed. In fact, he'd only been awake for 40 minutes when knocking sounded on his door. He wiped his hands on his black and white striped apron and hurried across the cabin to let May in. She stood haloed in the white light from his porch, and he found her absolutely angelic. "Hey." He leaned into the doorframe and grinned at her. "Hey, yourself." She nudged him back with one hand. "I have a lot of bags in the car. Maybe you can use some of your superpowers to help me bring them in." He loved the way her pink lips curved up, was mesmerized by the sparkle in her dark eyes. She wore her hair down tonight, and it was much longer than he'd anticipated, reaching halfway down her back, though she'd secured it in a high ponytail. His fingers itched to touch it, but he balled them tight. "Superpowers," he echoed as he followed her down the stairs toward where she'd parked the car in front of his cabin. "Oh, please, don't tell me you haven't heard that you and Dwayne are the heroes of Grapeseed Falls." "I haven't heard that, actually." He didn't want to admit that he'd slept most of the afternoon away, and had then started obsessing over the menu for tonight. He'd almost gone back into town to fetch different ingredients. Nothing heroic about any of that. "Well, Leroy's been telling everyone who comes into the grill. Everyone in town is buzzing about how you and Dwayne saved his house from the fire." "I sprayed a hose," Kurt said as he loaded plastic bags onto his lower arms. "The firemen were 2 minutes out." He looked at the bags he carried, with more in the car. "What are we making tonight, anyway? It's 3 courses, May." "I didn't know what to make," she said, her playful tone taking on some hints of anxiety. "I thought this was an experiment." "Yeah, to see if we can cook together," he said, pausing to peer down at her. But one look at her, and he knew they could do a lot more than cook together. He swallowed, his throat thick, his lungs feeling like he'd just inhaled another wave of smoke. "We weren't deciding the menu tonight," he said, his words barely ghosting between them. She stepped into his personal space, and his muscle seized. "You look different without your cowboy hat." She reached up and traced her fingers along his hairline, the touch so personal and intimate that Kurt's heart started ricocheting around his chest. "Handsome," she murmured. All at once, she seemed to realize what she was doing and what she'd said. She bolted backward a few steps and dropped her hand, blinking all the while. Kurt grinned at her and started toward his cabin. "Well, I think you're downright beautiful yourself, Miss May." He chuckled as her more delicate footfalls came with him up the stairs. "I wish I wasn't carrying in 50 pounds of groceries, but I'm sure glad you came." He beamed at her, ducked through the front door, and headed for the kitchen. Chapter 5. May paused on the front step of Kurt's cabin, wondering what in tarnation she was doing here. She'd been questioning herself since she got off work 2 hours ago. Because she'd showered again, not that unusual after a busy day sweating in the restaurant's kitchen, but putting on lipstick, pants with a real waistband, and sandals, that was all new. So was the grocery shopping. May almost always ate at the restaurant before going home. If she cooked in her own kitchen, it was scrambled eggs or grilled cheese sandwiches, something she could throw together in a few minutes while she fed Char and thought about which romantic comedy she wanted to watch that night. "You coming?" He called from inside the cabin, and May took a deep breath. She liked Kurt. He'd been easy to talk to, and she found him easy to look at. Now she just needed to see if he was easy to cook with. "So I see Noodles here," he said, unpacking her bags. She noticed he found his black hat and put it on. "Brie, cream, butter." He glanced up at her and their eyes locked. "You want to make macaroni and cheese for the cook-off?" She lifted one shoulder into a shrug, not wanting to commit to anything, especially because he'd spoken in such an incredulous voice. "I was thinking maybe something like fried mac and cheese balls for the appetizers." New appreciation filled his eyes. "That's not a bad idea." He returned to the task of spreading out the groceries, muttering what each thing was as he set them out on the island separating his kitchen from his living room. Brisket, flank steak, peppers, onions. May realized that she bought a lot of food, and a swirl of foolishness raced through her. "I don't know what you were thinking of doing for the cook-off," she said. "You said we didn't have to solidify the menu tonight." "No, of course not." She reached into her purse and pulled out her apron. "All right, well, let's just cook." She stepped over to a stove where he already had onions and garlic sautéing in a pan, with a couple of browned chicken breasts on a plate nearby. "What did you start without me?" "Tortilla soup." He joined her, and a thrill shot through her at his proximity. The masculine smell of his cologne or aftershave made her eyes drift closed, and May had to squeeze a tight grip around her emotions. After all, this man wore a huge black cowboy hat and boots that had definitely seen better days. Why she was even out here on the ranch was still a mystery to her. "So I was thinking we'd do a menu that was decidedly Texan," he said. "I've noticed that's what the judges like best." He stirred his vegetables and turned back to the island to measure the chicken stock. "Katia won with a fried okra donut last year, right?" He acted like he didn't know, but surely he did. She searched her memory for his face at last year's competition, which May had watched from the sidelines. She couldn't find him there, which surprised her. "Yes. It was a frying competition, though." "Right. And this is a 3-course meal." He dumped the chicken stock in the pan with a flourish of steam. "So I like the look of that flank steak. Very fajita, very Texan." "What did you get?" she asked. "I was thinking tortilla soup, since I'm fairly decent with soups and stews." He picked up his wooden spoon and paid the soup base the attention it needed. "But I think chili is too rudimentary." He pulled open his fridge. "I made some over the holidays, though. I pulled this out of the freezer when I got home from the hospital." He handed her a plastic container of chili, and he seemed a little nervous to her. "What did the doctor say?" She opened his microwave and put the chili inside. "Oh, you know doctors. Did a chest x-ray and took my blood. Asked me what hurt." He mixed a cup of masa harina with water, using a whisk like it was a third hand. May was impressed by his skills with kitchen utensils, even if she didn't want to be. "What did hurt?" She turned back to the counter and pulled the package of flank steak toward her. She had gotten it to make fajitas, and she could whip up a marinade from memory while he worked on his soup. "My head, mostly," he said. "I experienced some shortness of breath, but the doc put me on oxygen for about an hour, and that helped." They moved seamlessly in the kitchen together, and with May mixing cumin and chili powder with lime and pineapple juice, and Kurt humming as he added enchilada sauce and cheese to his soup, May felt a sense of calm she hadn't in a long, long time. "Can I borrow you cumin and chili powder?" He stepped next to her, already reaching for her spices. "They look more gourmet than mine." She started to sweep her hand toward them, too, and his fingers landed on top of hers. Everything stilled. The only sound in the kitchen came from the clicking of Kurt's electric stove and the incessant beep from the microwave as it alerted her that she'd never taken the chili out. His face colored as he curled his fingers around hers, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He captured her fingers and lifted them to his lips.
Is that a yes?
Yes, she croaked out, trying to figure out when her blood had turned into a race car roaring through her veins. He released her fingers and collected her spices, turning back to the stove with,
"This seems like a good pairing,"
he said.
"Same spices in the appetizer and the main dish. Are you going to make the tortillas from scratch?"
He acted like he hadn't even touched her, but May stared at her fingers, wondering why they weren't coated in red paint from the warmth in his mouth. "Yeah," she startled. Yes, I'm gonna make the tortillas from scratch." She took the flank steak out of the freezer where she'd stored it while she'd mixed together the marinade. It sliced up nice and thin, and she dunked it in the garlic and Worcestershire sauce, the spices, the citrus juices. With it covered with plastic wrap, she set it in his fridge and reached for the microwave as it beeped again. He handed her a spoon from the end drawer in the island, and she stirred his chili before lifting a bite to her lips. Kurt abandoned his soup to watch her, his eyes earnest and sparking with blue fire. She could get lost in eyes like those, and she looked away so she didn't drown. The heat of his chili burned against the back of her tongue in all the right ways. "This is fantastic," she said. "Are you sure we can't make this as the main?" He grinned and ducked his head, hiding his pleasure behind that hat.
"Too ordinary," he said. "Fajitas will be better. We can really showcase the knife skills and some great technique with the tortillas."
"And the grill," she said. "Do you have a grill pan?"
"Do I have a grill pan?"
He shook his head, a laugh spilling from his mouth. He bent to retrieve the requested item from a cupboard in the island.
"Here you go, ma'am."
May had never appreciated being called ma'am, especially as she got older. But coming from him, he was almost the same as him calling her Miss May, or like he'd done last night before signing off the chat, sweetheart. She'd lain awake for an hour wondering if he called every woman sweetheart or not. If he did, she certainly didn't like that. And if he didn't, did she like it for her or not? She had no idea. It had been a while since she'd been serious enough with a man to even be considered someone's sweetheart. The clicking of claws drew her attention from the chop she was performing on the onions, bell peppers, and poblano. "Oh, you have a dog." She set her knife down and wiped her hands across the bluebonnets on her apron.
"Border collie," he confirmed. "Sit down, Patches. Let the lady pet you."
The beautiful black and white dog complied. "He's perfect," she said, crouching to scratch the dog's ears. "He's got the markings of a show dog." She glanced at Kurt, who was watching her as Patches licked her neck. "Did he show?"
"No, he's a ranch dog. He's the one who alerted me to the fire last night."
He returned to his pot of soup, his teeth tight. May wasn't sure what had upset him. Maybe he wasn't feeling as well as he claimed to be. She scrubbed down Patches for another few moments, then stood and moved to the corner to wash her hands. "I have a miniature poodle," she said. "Her name is Charlie, but I call her Char."
"Any other pets?"
he asked. "Nope. You?"
"Yeah, I've got 2 horses, Minnie and old Susanna. They're both pintos."
He adjusted the dial on his electric fryer, and May felt almost completely charmed by him. A flash of insecurity lit up her whole body. What did she have to offer him? A 16-pound dog and the longest work hours on the planet? She turned away from him and tried to shut off her thoughts, but they dripped like a leaky faucet as she kneaded together the flour, salt, and lard. Kurt wasn't overly chatty in the kitchen, something May appreciated. 20 minutes later, she had her vegetables and steak properly charred, her tortillas wonderfully golden brown, and a homemade guacamole chilling in the fridge. She whizzed together a salsa using his food processor and announced, "Done." He'd been sitting at the bar for 5 minutes, his soup sitting on the burner to keep warm, and little glass prep bowls filled with shredded cheese, fried tortilla strips, and pico de gallo he'd made in a matter of minutes.
"Good thing,"
he said, a heavy twang of teasing in his voice.
"I'm starving."
She pulled out a bag of tortilla chips and ripped them open before taking the guacamole from the fridge. He dished up 2 bowls of soup and she pulled off cilantro leaves to sprinkle over the fajita mixture.
"Should we pray?"
he asked, his voice low and husky. May turned to find him only inches from her,
and she could only get her head to nod. "I'll say it." He folded his arms and bowed his head, and May saw so much strength in him in such a simple gesture. "Thank you," she thought, hoping the words would reach the Lord this far out in the country. "Thank you for letting me meet him and cook with him." She wasn't sure if their relationship would go anywhere, but she wanted to find out, and she wanted to be grateful for this evening, no matter what. Chapter 6. Kurt forced himself to eat slowly. He'd made his mother's tortilla soup dozens of times, but this was a particularly good batch, thankfully. He mentally thanked God it had turned out. As soon as May had arrived, Kurt's attention had divided. He couldn't help watching her, sliding closer to her, drawing in a deep draw of her decidedly peachy, perfumey scent. "This is so great," she said, sprinkling a few more tortilla strips over her bowl. "You don't like them soggy?" He tipped the brim of his hat toward her food. "No," she grinned. "I have sort of a thing against soggy bread." "So no bread pudding for you." She made a face that elicited a laugh from Kurt. "No, thank you. I mean, I'll make it. Our raspberry bread pudding won an award in the Texas Hill Country magazine a few years ago." She shook her head and took another bite of soup. "But I don't like to eat it." "This is about the only way I'll eat vegetables," he said, lifting his fajita. "Your tortillas killer light and airy, May." He took a bite, the snap on the veggies just right, and that marinade simply one of the best things he'd ever put in his mouth. As he ate, he couldn't help glancing around his cabin. Everything seemed to have changed with May's presence. His walls didn't feel so close. The air didn't feel so stuffy. He didn't even care about the huge mess in the kitchen. He was just so glad she was here. "So I was thinking of doing a sweet peach iced tea," he said. "It's not technically part of the requirements, but every good Texas meal should have sweet tea." "Truth." She smiled at him, her dark eyes blazing with happiness. She'd eaten 2 fajitas and all of her soup, and now she leaned her elbows on his table. The casual gesture didn't seem to fit her designer sweater or her air of sophistication, but at the same time, it did. No matter what, Kurt was wondering how in the world he'd gotten someone as refined and educated as her to come out to his simple cowboy cabin and cook Texan dishes with him. Luck, probably. "So, peach sweet tea," she said. "I live by a peach orchard. I could get those fresh, I bet." "My friend Levi owns one, too." "Levi Rhodes?" "Yes, ma'am." He watched her carefully, hoping she wasn't one of Levi's exes. She didn't seem to be. "He's a member of my congregation. He'd probably donate them." "So you think we can do this?" Feeling brave and bold and a billion other things he really wasn't, Kurt reached across the table and took both her hands in his. "May, I think we can do this together. I had a lot of fun cooking with you tonight." She didn't want to sit and talk his ear off, and he liked that. She had good recipes and quick hands. Though he'd known she worked in the kitchen at Sotheby's, he wasn't sure if her pastry skills would translate to main dishes, but they had. She squeezed his fingers, her face turning a delicious shade of pink. "Tortilla soup." She surveyed their dishes. "Fajitas with homemade tortillas, salsa, and guacamole." She lifted her gaze to his. "Is that big enough for a main dish?" "What else would we serve?" "I don't know. A pot of pinto beans." "Not a bad idea." He cocked his head as he thought. "We'll have to practice with the timing, because we only have 2 hours to present the meal, and we haven't even done dessert yet." "We should do pecan tarts for the dessert," she said. "My grandmother's recipe is beautiful, and it's totally Texan." Kurt pulled his hands back and smiled. "Great idea." He pushed away from the table and stood. "Want to walk around the ranch a little?" Hesitation crossed her face, and he caught her glancing at her phone to check the time. But she said, "Sure." And he swept his hand under his hat to flatten his hair, and then inhaled. He choked a little, his headache surging from the action. This time, when he opened the front door and stood on his porch, May slipped her hand into his, and everything in Kurt's vision turned white for one glorious second. So she liked him, too. The following morning found him on his porch as usual, his coffee steaming in the cold air, patches at his feet. He normally thought about the sunrise and how grateful he was to be able to experience another one. But today his thoughts seemed stuck on May Sotheby. She'd stayed until almost 9:30, and Kurt had held her hand for a good hour as they visited his horses and walked all the way down the dirt lane to the paved road she'd take back to town. He'd kept his phone off after she'd gone, unwilling to ruin the perfection that had been cooking with her with a chat. Sure, he'd liked the dating app. It had changed everything about how he met and interacted with women, but he found himself craving more traditional methods of getting to know a woman, especially with May. She broadcast so much in her expressions that he found himself dissatisfied with just a text from her. He wanted to see her gorgeous face, look into those glorious eyes, fantasize about touching more than her hand. He pulled on the reins of his stampeding thoughts, left his coffee mug on the table and stood up. Better get to work, bud. He scratched patches and together they set out for the horse barn. Kurt got to work feeding the animals and cleaning out their stalls. He took care of the chickens and headed over to the hay storage to get the transfer done before lunch. He found Shane and Gabe there, and they shut up quick when they saw him. "What are y'all talking about?" he asked, not one to beat around the bush. "Nothing," Shane said. "Right." Kurt shook his head. "My birthday isn't until August." Shane rolled his eyes. "You're so nosy." "I'm the foreman. It's my job to be nosy." He glanced around at what Shane and Gabe had been doing. Their gloves sat on a discarded bale of hay several feet away. "Besides, you're not getting anything done by talking about nothing." "Just talking." Shane moved to pick up his gloves. "How are you feeling?" A diversionary tactic, but Kurt let it slide. "Hey, you guys want to come for lunch at my place? May and I made fajitas last night, and there are tons left over." "I do," Dwayne said, coming up from behind them. "Gabe, can I talk to you for a sec?" The other cowboy exchanged a glance with his brother before stepping past Kurt and going with Dwayne. Kurt watched them and then looked back at Shane. "Seriously, what's going on?" "Oh, Gabe's got himself a girl." Shane grinned. "And he missed work yesterday since Dwayne was gone too, and well, the boss didn't look happy, did he?" Kurt hadn't really had time to look at Dwayne, so he shrugged. "He doesn't like it when you miss work. Especially since the two of you were gone." Shane heaved a hay bale off the conveyor. "So let's get this done so we can go eat fajitas." The week passed quickly, with more work on the ranch than man-hours to get it all done. Kurt went back to texting May, because he couldn't drag himself off the ranch in the evenings, and she had to work early mornings most days. Sometimes she went in at 6 o'clock in the morning, went home for a few hours, and went back at night. He marveled at her tenacity, her work ethic. He liked their early morning chats and their late night chats, even when they woke him up. So on Friday, after she'd closed the restaurant, when his phone chimed like high-pitched bubbles, he swiped it off the nightstand to see her face inside the Texas faithful heart. "Still awake?" "I am now." 15 minutes. "Starting now." May started typing, and Kurt let the phone fall to his chest. He really would cut her off after 15 minutes and power down his phone. They talked about it on Monday night while they walked under the peaceful ranch sky, hand in hand. She didn't seem to have a problem with it. His phone vibrated and he lifted it to look at it. "Want to get together tomorrow or Sunday? I have Sunday off, and it might be fun to go for a drive. Or you could come to my place and meet Char. We could try making the pecan pie." Kurt very much wanted to do all of that. There was only one thing that settled him more than driving under the huge Texas sky, and that was prayer. He'd been saying plenty of those this week, too, and he felt really good about his relationship with May. "Give me a sec." He opened his calendar app and checked what he'd been scheduled to do on Sunday. He scheduled everyone, but he didn't remember it as he did it 2 weeks out. He'd given himself the evening chores, probably hoping for one morning to sleep in. Like that would happen. Even when he tried, Kurt couldn't stay in bed past 5:30. He'd assigned the morning chores to Gabe, and he quickly texted the other cowboy to find out if they could switch. "Yeah, sure," Gabe replied. "Dwayne's got me on ranch arrest anyway." "Thanks," Kurt sent. "Who'd you sneak off to see?" He switched back to the other chat box and typed, "I'm free, Sunday after church." "Great." May sent a heart icon, and Kurt's real heart thumped wildly against the front and back of his rib cage. "Maybe we could go to church together, too." He stared at the words, sure he hadn't read them right. His mama had taught him that he didn't take a woman to church until things were way serious, like diamond serious, and he'd met May a week ago. Of course, his mama would probably roll her eyes and lift her rolling pin as she enunciated her words while she lectured him about the dangers of online dating, too. He hadn't exactly told her where he'd met Alicia. He hadn't needed to. As his mother neared 80, Kurt knew she just wanted him to be happy. Still, she'd have plenty to say about his methods of finding a wife, though. A second wife, he thought out of nowhere. He hadn't thought about his first wife in a long, long time, and he wondered why she was making a mental appearance now. "Kurt?" May's message blipped on his screen. "You still there?" "Still here." "Church on Sunday. Past o'clock is great." "Yeah, I can come to church with you." Kurt had always gone to the comfy church on Alberta Street because that was where Dwayne went. But if he had to pick who he wanted to sit next to at church, Kurt would choose May over Dwayne any day of the week. "It's the red brick building on Freestone Avenue," May texted. "We start at 10:30. "I'll meet you there." "Or you can come pick me up." Kurt pecked out an all right and hit send. Picking her up for church made it into a date, at least in Kurt's traditional book. But May was pearls and cardigans and heels, and if Kurt wanted to spend time with her, he'd pick her up. He rolled over, typed out, "Gotta go, sweetheart. Talk tomorrow," and powered down his phone without checking to see who Gabe had gotten in trouble for sneaking off the ranch to meet. Chapter 7. "Okay, so no barking when the cowboy comes over." May picked up Char and touched her nose to the poodles. "I know. I said I wasn't going to date any more cowboys, but this one's actually nice." So she was a little frustrated with not being able to see Kurt very often. They both had busy, demanding jobs that they couldn't just walk away from when they wanted to. And though he denied it more than once over the course of the past week, he did seem like inhaling all that smoke had taken something out of him. May didn't know what, because she'd barely known him before the fire, but she could still tell. Women's intuition, or something. She set the little dog down and paused in front of the mirror hanging over the sideboard in the dining room. Her matte pink lipstick looked great, and she'd taken extra time to make her lashes dark and thick. She wore a little black dress with thick shoulder straps, and she swiped the leather jacket off the back of the couch and shrugged into it. "Sleek," she said to her reflection. "Classic. Sophisticated." Those were May's favorite looks, and she always tried to appear cool, professional, calm, and polite whenever she went out in public. After all, as a Sotheby, she had a reputation to uphold. She cocked her head and imagined Kurt at her side. He stood at least 6 inches taller than her, and he wasn't more interested in his phone than he was in having a conversation. "You've got it bad for him already," she muttered to herself. Char yipped, and May's heart pumped into overdrive. She'd been nervous before dates, sure, mostly because she wasn't sure what she was going to get, and the unexpected was always a little nerve-wracking. But when she opened the door this time, she knew what she'd find on the other side. Tall, dark, and handsome Kurt Pemberton. She still couldn't believe she'd touched his hair and called him handsome right to his face. He'd taken it well, and there hadn't been any weirdness between them. But May had been holding her emotions tight to the vest ever since. Not seeing him helped. She imagined his penetrating blue eyes, the delicious black cowboy hat, his large, warm hands. She wondered if he owned a pair of slacks and would wear them to the church, or if he was the blue jeans with a tie type of man. She honestly didn't know which to hope for, and then the doorbell rang and she was out of time to fantasize about him. Her heels clicked as she crossed the tile, and she inhaled deeply to try to clear her nerves. The extra oxygen didn't really work, but she opened the door anyway, her smile pinned in place until she saw him. Then it curved naturally, because he was just so darn attractive. He wore the cowboy hat, yes, a white shirt that was so bright, May wondered if he'd just bought it. A pale blue tie with delicate yellow and white paisleys stitched in made his darker blue eyes feel like the depth of the ocean. And slacks. He wore black slacks and a pair of shiny loafers, no cowboy boots in sight. She realized she was staring, her mouth open even, when he whistled. "Well, look who looks amazing in leather." He eased into her like they hugged every time they saw one another and drew his arm around her waist. "Wow, I missed you. He swept his lips across her temple and stepped back, every movement so natural that May wondered if she'd missed part of their relationship. "Y'all look nice," she said, her eyes sliding from his cowboy hat to his shoes and back one final time. She picked up the clutch from its spot on the side table and tucked it under her arm. "I'm ready." She nudged Char back with her toe. "Go on now, Char." "Good, because you live about as far out as the ranch." "I do not," she said. "It's a mile tops." He offered her his arm, and she gladly took it. "You like living out here?" he asked. "Yeah," she said. "It's quiet. I like it." "What if you get in trouble?" "I have a phone," she said, "and a dog." "That little thing?" He laughed as she pulled the door closed behind them. "I think that poodle's more afraid of her shadow than anything else." May liked the sound of his laugh, like the strength in his arm, like that she'd be walking into church with him this morning. "Char's definitely not a guard dog." "It's a nice house," he said. "Thank you." It was entirely too big for one woman, but May loved every inch of it. "I'll give you a tour after church." "Oh, I brought some peaches," he said, "for the sweet tea." He dropped her arm and hurried toward his truck. "Can I leave him in your house?" "Sure, of course." He pulled a bushel of peaches from the bed of his truck and approached her. "It's not locked, is it?" "No, sir." He cocked one eyebrow at her as he passed, causing her to giggle. He didn't go all the way inside, but just opened the door and put the peaches on the floor inside. "Char won't eat them, will she?" "Char likes a lot of people food," May said, "but she's kind of like you. I have to force her to eat her fruits and vegetables." "I've never been compared to a dog before," he said as he joined her, and they moved toward his truck together. "She's a cute dog." "And a girl dog who can't weigh more than 15 pounds.
"She's 16 pounds, actually."
Kurt rolled his eyes as they arrived at the passenger door. "Still not a great comparison."
"I'll work on a different one," May teased as he opened the door and waited for her to climb in. She looked up at him, and everything in her world collided, and then slowed until all the pieces were floating. How had she missed this man in Grapeseed Falls for the past 15 years? Okay, she hadn't been in town for some of that as she finished pastry school, but still, she'd been back for just over a decade and never once dreamed that someone like him could exist in the town she'd grown up in. He reached out and brushed his finger along her cheek, catching her hair between his last two fingers.
"Miss May,"
he said, his voice barely more than air. She let her eyes drift close. "Hmm?" He didn't speak, and with her eyes closed, May felt like the whole world was swaying. The breeze rustled in the trees that lined her property. Kurt drew in a breath, and then his lips touched hers. May's eyes flew open, the intimate touch unexpected and absolutely wonderful.
"Sorry,"
he murmured, backpedaling as fast as he could.
Sorry."
He spun and stuffed his hat back on his head before walking around the front of the truck. May mourned the loss of him beside her, desired nothing more than to wrap her arms around his neck and hold on to him while he kissed her. That had been hardly a kiss, a whisper of what could be, a taste of the magic she would experience when he kissed her like he meant it. She turned robotically and got in the truck where he already sat. He started the engine but didn't put the truck in gear.
"I'm real sorry, Miss May. I have no idea what came over me."
"I'm not sorry," she said, employing her confidence as much as possible. She turned her head to look at him. "Well, I am a little bit." His eyebrows went up, but he said nothing. "I'm sorry I didn't get to kiss you back." Her stomach stormed while she waited for him to say something, do something, anything. When he didn't, May slid across the seat, quite the feat in her little black dress, and slipped her hand up to cradle his face. He couldn't seem to look away from her, and she didn't want him to. She felt drawn to him, like he was magnetic and she metal. With her other hand, she reached up and took off the cowboy hat, having had to navigate such obstacles before. "I'm going to kiss you back, Kurt." She lifted her face toward his, a rush of adrenaline pounding through her. Her mouth met his, and an explosion went off in her brain. At some point, she dropped his cowboy hat so she could curl her fingers around the back of his neck, and he ran his fingers through her hair, pulling back slightly. "May." He breathed into her mouth, but she didn't have any words to answer him with, so she just kissed him again. Though the wind blew and the sky held gray clouds, May wanted to shed her jacket and let the cool air take away some of the heat still infecting her bloodstream. The 10-minute drive to the church on Freestone Avenue had been made in silence, both of her hands wrapped around his right one, their breathing done in near tandem. She hadn't known what to say after kissing him, and she was glad she didn't have to know. So maybe things were moving a little fast, but it wasn't like May had time to waste. "You should tell him about your father's deal," she told herself. He deserved to know that she wouldn't just be a manager or a pastry chef at the restaurant for much longer, and owning and operating a business as large as Sotheby's was even more time-consuming than making tiramisu and chocolate cheesecakes. He pulled into the parking lot at the same time her phone buzzed. He glanced down at it as she did, and he chuckled. "You can turn off your availability," he said. Her mouth turned down as she looked at the message from TexasFaithful.com. When Kurt had messaged last week for the first time, her heart had done cartwheels, but she got 6 or 7 more hearts every day. "What?" she asked, swiping away the notification. She felt bad she didn't message the men back who had hearted her, but she tried that first couple of days, and the messages she got back weren't favorable. "You can set your status to in a relationship," he said, cutting the engine. "Then you won't get other men messaging you all the time." She looked away from her phone and right into his eyes. "We're in a relationship?" "Aren't we?" He looked at her thigh flush against his. "You're riding right next to me in the truck. Girlfriends do that. You kissed me back there. Felt like a girlfriend kiss." He ducked his head. "But it's up to you, Miss May. Maybe you go around kissing everyone." He opened his door and got out, while May tried to decide if his words had carried hurt and anger or not. She scooted over and dropped to the ground, too. "I don't go around kissing everyone," she said to his back. He twisted to look at her, something she couldn't identify storming across his face. "All right." He extended his hand toward her and she took it. "I'll figure out how to turn off my availability." She'd honestly never thought of it. Every heart was another opportunity to have a real chance at a wedding by the end of the year. Although, if the tender passion she'd just felt in Kurt's kiss was any indication, he wasn't a man who dragged his feet when he wanted something. So the real question was whether he was looking to get married or not. He definitely wasn't a player, but she was once again reminded of how little she knew about him. "So," she said as they made their way toward the double doors, "I've told you about my sisters. You've mentioned a sister in passing, I think." "2 sisters, same as you," he said. "I'm the oldest, same as you." So maybe they did have some things in common. May had been stewing over their differences more than she should. All she'd been able to come up with was their shared love of dogs, and the appetizer platter, and cooking. But his horses scared her. There was something about their eyes she didn't like. Horses felt unpredictable to her, like they could freak out and stampede her at any time. And they both liked to cook. Other than that, their lives couldn't be more different. In the end, she told herself not to worry so much. She and Kurt seemed to get along just fine. "May." She startled out of her inner musings and blinked, the image of her mother coming into ultra-sharp focus. "Mom." Kurt's fingers on hers tightened, and May glanced up at him. When she looked back at her mother, she was positively staring at the tall cowboy with the wide cowboy hat. "Mom," May said, stepping forward and putting her free hand on her mother's back. She released Kurt's hand and stood beside her mother. "This is my new boyfriend, Kurt Pemberton." She smiled at him, urging him to relax that jaw and be the gentleman he was. "Ma'am." He took her hand and lifted it to his lips. "So nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you." Not entirely true, though May had told a story or two about her mother while they chatted. "Oh?" She locked eyes with May. "I haven't heard about you at all." "It's brand new, Mom.
May silently pleaded with her not to say anything. Thankfully, she was a proper Southern woman, and she shook her hair over her shoulders as she straightened them. "But it's so lovely to meet you. Coming to the church with May already." May sighed. She wasn't sure what she'd been thinking, inviting him to church with her so soon. All at once, the answer was there. "Pastor Clark wanted to meet him," May said, throwing a frantic glance at Kurt. She hadn't told him this either, and she prayed a double blindside wouldn't drive him away. "We're cooking together in the Spring Jubilee." He seemed to get her mental message. "Yep," he said. "I'm from Pastor Gifford's congregation on Alberta Street. We're partnering for the cooking competition." He made their relationship sound so clinical, and May pressed her lips together as they all moved into the chapel. "Well, come sit by me and Daddy," her mother said. "Oh, we can't, Mom." May stepped in front of her. "Maybe another time." She reached for Kurt's hand and drew him away from her. "Sorry about that," she hissed out of the side of her mouth. She caught the glances of several people as she led him to the bench in the middle of the chapel. Her sister's eyes widened, and May had barely had time to smooth her skirt before Beth plopped herself down next to her. "Who is he?" she whispered. "Can I text you later?" "I'm Kurt Pemberton," he said, his voice much too loud, though he hadn't spoken right out loud. But with only the organ playing, everyone in the vicinity had definitely heard him. "You must be May's sister." He met her eye for a single breath. "Beth, I think. Kate lives in Nashville," May supplied, impressed he'd remembered her sister's names. She'd mentioned them once in one of their 15-minute chats before the sun rose. Beth grinned like it was Christmas morning and extended her hand across May for Kurt to shake. "I'm Beth. Nice to meet you, Kurt." "And you." Once her sister had left, Kurt put his arm around May's shoulder and kneaded her close. She wanted to melt into his embrace, but schooled herself because she was at church. They could curl up and cuddle on her couch later. "Any other surprises?" he whispered in her ear, his mouth so dangerously close to touching her skin that shivers exploded down her back. "Almost certainly," she whispered back. He chuckled, the sound minimal, but the vibration and warmth from him almost overwhelming to May's senses. "Sorry," she muttered. "I don't know what I was thinking. My father will want to meet you, and a few of my girlfriends. The pastor, so I'm not a liar." As if on cue, Pastor Clark stood up. Kurt brushed his lips across her temple and said, "Happy to do it, sweetheart," before he straightened and focused on the dais up front. May basked in the warmth of his husky whisper, "Sweetheart." He'd only called her that during their chats, and hearing the word in his voice was so much better than she'd imagined. As her free hand finally unballed and her fingers relaxed, May let go of the preconceived notions she had about cowboys, too. She liked this cowboy, and that was that. She didn't need to be embarrassed about it or wish he was someone different. Pastor Clark started speaking about showing everyone kindness, whether they believed the same way they did or not, and an ember started in May's core. The warmth and light grew and grew until she felt full of God's love. Sighing, she rested her head against Kurt's chest and drank in the good words from her pastor, content for now and excited about the prospect of a whole afternoon alone with Kurt. Chapter 8. Kurt couldn't shake the way May's father had sized him up. There was a story there, and it wasn't that the man didn't think Kurt was good enough for May. Kurt already knew he wasn't good enough for May, and he'd watched both of his sisters get married to great men, and his dad hadn't thought either of them were good enough for his daughters. He wanted to ask May about her parents. They both seemed overly interested in Kurt and May's relationship, but he didn't want her to think he didn't like them. There was plenty of time for conversing, especially over the app, especially when she said, "So I have to work next weekend, but I was thinking we could get together on Tuesday." "Like 2 days, Tuesday." He sat in her expansive kitchen, trying not to be blinded by the shiny silvery surfaces of her refrigerator, double ovens, and dishwasher. She must have hated cooking in his tiny cabin kitchen. Compared to hers, where he prepared coffee felt like a closet. She cut cold butter into flour. "No, like next Tuesday. I'm working a lot this week." Her gaze skittered around the kitchen, never truly landing on him. So 9 days from now.
Yes. She clipped the word out, and Kurt squinted at her.
You okay?
She paused in her pastry-making. I work a lot, okay? He felt like he needed to hold his hands up and surrender.
Okay.
He blinked at her.
Did I say anything about it?
She pushed her breath out in an exaggerated sigh. No, but it clearly meant something to her.
Why don't you tell me why you're upset?
I'm not upset.
I have eyes, May. 2 of them, and they work great.
She cocked her hip, some of her tension melting away. You're almost 50 years old, and I was told by my optometrist that the 40s aren't kind to eyes. Kurt put one hand over his heart and feigned hurt.
Almost 50.
Though 46 was closer to 50 than 40, Kurt had never thought of himself as old, and he couldn't fire back about her age. He knew better than that. She giggled, plucked one pea-sized bit of floured salted butter from her pie dough, and tossed it at him.
Oh, now you've done it.
He stood from the bar stool with a scrap of wood against tile and bolted around the island. She shrieked and danced away from him, finding herself too slow. She backed into the corner, the fridge to her right, and a row of cabinets that held the sink and dishwasher to her left. Stop it, she said, laughing. He took one predatory step toward her, every nerve in him firing, every desire he'd kept at bay about May surging forward.
Stop what?
He asked, pausing long enough to stick his fingers in the flour mixture. All it needed was a few tablespoons of ice water, and it would make a nice dough. Kurt, she warned, her tone becoming more serious as her gaze dropped to his fingers. This is a really expensive dress.
I'll buy you another one.
He licked his lips and rubbed his fingers together. She lunged for the sink, which had a faucet that came loose so she could spray out the porcelain. He blocked her, swiping his messy fingers down the side of her face with a loud laugh. Hey! She struggled against him, still trying to get to the water, but he captured her completely in his arms. He held her close and tight, looking down at her with fire burning in his belly. Her giggles quieted and she gazed up at him. They moved simultaneously toward each other, this kiss twice as passionate as the one they'd shared in his truck. She kissed him back like he was the air she needed to survive, and Kurt wondered when he let himself fall so hard for her. He cleared his mind and backed up. They were both too old to be acting like hormonal teenagers. The silence in the kitchen before hadn't bothered him, but the energy in the air now felt sizzling hot. Okay, she said. So I'll get this dough in the oven and you can start cracking eggs. His phone chimed and he didn't tell her it was a useless text message and that if he was with her, there was only one person who'd be texting, Dwayne. He said, I need to take this, and hightailed it out of her kitchen, through the living room that was big enough to fit his whole cabin into, and out onto her front porch. Only then did he breathe and check his phone. It wasn't Dwayne, but Alicia. Kurt frowned, his mind working overtime to try to figure out what his ex-girlfriend could want. How are you feeling? Should he answer? Why did she care? As a paramedic, she could find out from anyone at the small hospital on the south side of Grapeseed Falls what his diagnosis was and how he was doing. So why was she really texting? Not wanting to be rude, Grapeseed Falls was a small town after all. He sent back, Fine. I'm glad. I've been thinking about you. About us. Oh, no. Kurt looked up from his phone, but the words were burned onto his eyeballs. Even May's meticulously landscaped front yard couldn't distract him. Hey, May poked her head out. I need you in here. He held up his phone. My ex-girlfriend is texting me. He just blurted out the words, a sense of panic threatening to overtake him. May stepped onto the porch, the curiosity thick on her face. Oh, yeah? Who is it? He handed her the phone and watched her as she read the texts. Well, at least you're no more loquacious with her than you are with me. She bumped him with her hip and looked up at him. Alicia, as in Alicia Fielding.
The one and the same.
How long did you guys date?
A few months last fall,
he said, the truth boiling to the surface.
It was serious, I suppose. I took my availability off Texas Faithful and we
what? May put a few steps of distance between them,
and Kurt was able to think a bit better. We were supposed to go to my parents' house for Thanksgiving. She broke up with me only a few days before that trip.
Oh. May wrapped her arms around herself, and she was so thin she couldn't have been adding any warmth with a self-hug. And now this.
Yeah, well. He shrugged and breathed in. She was one of the paramedics on the scene at the fire last Monday.
Ah, so her old flame has been rekindled. May nodded, and though her words carried a hint of irony, he couldn't find any playfulness in her expression. What are you going to tell her?
That I'm with you, of course.
He reached for his phone and May relinquished it to him. He started tapping on the screen while May moved to the porch railing. He hit send and said,
"Done."
He joined her and gazed down at the lane that led to the road.
"I have something else to tell you."
He didn't want to, but he felt strong things for May he hadn't felt for anyone, not even Alicia, in a while. Okay, but let's make the pie while we talk. I have a feeling we're going to need the extra sugar to make it through the afternoon. She turned and started for the house without waiting for him, and Kurt sent a silent prayer heavenward.
Please help her understand,
before joining her. It really wasn't all that hard to make a pecan pie, and she stirred in the corn syrup, half light and half dark, with the sugar while he whisked eggs together. He wasn't quite sure how to start, other than blurting out his past in one long sentence.
"Okay, so Alicia's not my only ex,"
he said, glad the words had somehow come to him. Oh, so it's the ex-girlfriend talk. She flashed him a smile, and he wished he could relax because of it.
More like ex-wife.
He held very still, staring down into the bowl of eggs. May's movement stuttered, but she regained the smooth round and round motion of whisking after a moment. Oh, I see. She lifted one shoulder into a shrug, and with her half-bare shoulders, Kurt had to force himself to look away. Well, you're 46. I suppose it makes sense you've been married before.
Have you?
He asked. No. Sadness touched the single-syllable word, and Kurt wanted to share all of his pain with her too so she wouldn't feel alone.
So, Kara, my first wife, she...
He exhaled and turned away from the eggs and went back to his perch on the bar stool.
She didn't want to be intimate with me, he said in a rush. We were only married for about 10 months, and then she left me.
Though it had been 16 years, there were pieces of Kurt that were still floating around somewhere. Pieces he'd given her and hadn't been able to find or get back yet. May kept whisking. Why'd she leave? That usually wasn't the first question people asked, but the reason was easy to give.
I found out later that she wasn't interested in men.
May turned from the stove, her whisk dripping clear sugar syrup, her eyes wide. Her mouth worked, but no words came out.
Yeah,
Kurt said.
I was lost for a long time. Sometimes I still feel like she took something from me that I desperately needed, but that I'll never get back.
He nodded to the pot behind her.
Your sugar is going to burn.
She spun back to the stove. Kurt, she said. I'm so sorry.
I couldn't stay in San Antonio, he said. That's why I came to Grapeseed Falls and took the job out at the ranch.
Well, one of the reasons. No need to go into everything in one afternoon, though. Have you forgiven her? May asked, her voice low and set on careful.
Yeah.
Kurt exhaled slowly and wiped his hand across his jaw.
It's just like Pastor Clark said today. We have to be kind to everyone, whether they believe the way we do or not. We don't have to participate with them, and we don't have to agree, but we have to be kind.
That can be so hard.
It sure can.
Kurt got up and went into the living room while she stirred the hot sugar very slowly into the eggs. She finished off the pie, humming to herself in a way that made Kurt smile, and stuck the treat in the oven. She wiped her hands on her apron as she approached him. I'm sorry about Alicia texting you right now. She sat on the edge of the couch, her knees toward his, about an inch separating them.
Me too.
He lifted his arm, a clear invitation for her to curl into his side. He thrilled when she did, and he liked the feel of her beside him.
So what about you? Any tragic romantic ghosts from the past I need to know about?
I've been out with every... She cut off as if someone had clamped their hand around her vocal cords. She shook her head and snuggled deeper into his side. No ghosts. I find that hard to believe. A woman as beautiful as her, as talented, and she wasn't married, didn't have a boyfriend, had to join Texas Faithful to find a date. I was really focused on my career in my 20s, she said. And the one man I got serious with in my 30s wasn't all that interested in my lifestyle. You mean he wanted you at home in this kitchen instead of baking at Sotheby's? About, yeah. Sometimes I work 80 hours a week, he admitted. Ranching is about as demanding as running a restaurant. So, that's not a problem for you? He yawned, hoping there'd be time for a quick siesta while the pie baked. I don't really see it as a problem, he said. Maybe something that has to be discussed regularly. Decisions made together, that kind of thing. She draped her arm across his stomach, and Kurt drifted, his attention scattering in the silence. He hadn't felt this peaceful and this much like himself since his divorce, and it sure was nice. I'm fixing to take a nap, he whispered. You go on and do that, cowboy, she whispered back. So Kurt did. Chapter 9. May's January disappeared into February before she knew it. With her busy schedule, her extra managerial sessions with her father, and preparing for Valentine's Day, she only saw Kurt once a week for a few hours. He didn't seem to mind. They chatted every morning and every night, though the times had to change depending on his schedule and hers. And today, because of her insanely busy schedule with pushing out chocolate strawberry orders, he was actually coming into Sotheby's to help her dip fruit. She arrived at the restaurant first, or so she thought. Daddy, she said, the word dripping in surprise. What are you doing here? It's Sunday morning. She'd never known her father to come in on the Sabbath, at least not until after worship services. Even then, he might just walk through to make sure his cooks and waitstaff saw him. Sometimes he'd sit in the office and go over the budget, review weekly numbers for food costs, or something equally as boring. You're going to have to do those boring things, she told herself as her father looked up from his list he'd been studying on the stainless steel table where she'd been planning to set out her berries. Got a call about a strawberry delivery. May glanced around but didn't see any fruit. They said they'd be here around 9, she said, lifting her wrist to check her watch. It's 8:15. Another scan of the kitchen showed nothing out of place, certainly not 14 flats of strawberries. Her back ached already from the long day she had ahead of her. She liked the arranging of the berries into bouquets or other delicate pieces, but she did not like the back-breaking work of dipping them. Well, they came in early. Where are the berries, then? May set her jacket and purse on the table beside him. And what are you looking at? In the walk-in. This is the bill. He lifted the single sheet. We can afford this. Daddy. She smiled and shook her head as she snatched the bill from him. This is only a quarter of what I'm doing this week. She moved away from him to get her fruit out of the cold temperatures. It dipped better when it was warm. And yes, she said over her shoulder, we can afford this. In fact, May marked up her holiday chocolate creations so they made 100% profit. As she lifted 3 flats of berries and took them out to the table, she determined to tell her father that Beth wouldn't even know what a profit margin was. After she told her father and illustrated with a pink pen from her purse about the profit, he grinned. You're so innovative, he said. I love that about you. What does that mean? It means you're not simply content with serving steak and seafood. You'll always think of something new, something different, that will wow customers. It's a good thing. May supposed it was. Thanks, Daddy. Now go on. I have a ton of work to do today, and I was expecting the kitchen to be empty. Do you want company? I can stay for a bit. May had always enjoyed her father's company. She shadowed him in the kitchen for years, learned the family recipes, and attributed her drive to do something better and different from him. But she hadn't seen Kurt in 6 days, and she really wanted him to herself. She said. Kurt should be here any minute. Oh? Her father stuck one arm into his jacket. And how are things going with Kurt? You two have been dating for a few weeks now, haven't you?
Just over a month, actually. May couldn't help smiling when she said it. And it's going well.
I thought you didn't like cowboys. He zipped his coat and cocked his eyebrow. Said you'd never date another one.
Thankfully, she was saved by her phone ringing. "It's Mama," she said. "Where's your phone, Daddy?" She lifted the phone to her ear. "Hey, Mom. Yes, he's standing right here. He has no idea where his phone is." She gave him a smile and added, "He probably left it in the car."
"I walked over here," he said, which made sense, as May hadn't seen any other vehicles in the lot when she'd arrived.
"I'll help him find it." "Yes, he's just leaving now."
May hung up and gave her father a warm smile.
"You're useless with that phone, you know. Mama was mad. This is her. Why does he have that thing if he's not going to answer when I call?"
They laughed together, and May walked him to the back door of the restaurant.
"Retrace your steps, Daddy, and listen extra hard in church so you can tell me what the pastor says."
She closed and deadbolted the door behind her, glad she was alone in the kitchen. The peace lasted for 4 seconds, and then someone walked through the black plastic door from the front of the house, his cowboy boots making sounds against the floor that had never been heard in this kitchen. She giggled, squealed like a 25-year-old, and skipped over to Kurt. "Hey, cowboy." She leaned into his embrace, glad when he brought her closer, and in absolute heaven when he kissed her. He pulled away much too soon, in her opinion, something he'd been doing since kissing her in her kitchen with so much desire and feeling in his touch. "So, strawberries." He stepped over to the flats she'd brought out.
"There are more in the walk-in. Let's get those out and then we'll get the chocolate tempered."
She made her way toward the fridge and Kurt went with her. He didn't seem super chatty today, and May's nerves amplified a little. When they'd gone long stretches without seeing each other previously, he told her story after story about the horses at the ranch, the people, all of it. "So I think I got the tea recipe finalized," he said. "I used honey and agave, no sugar like you suggested."
"And you like it?"
He nodded and lifted several flats of strawberries. "Well enough." With all the fruit warming in the kitchen, May set Kurt to work on a huge block of dark chocolate. "Small shards," she instructed, sure he could get the job done. She switched on the flame and set a big pot in the sink. With a quick flick, she turned on the water and set the full pot on the burner.
"We'll work in batches,"
she said, pulling out a metal bowl and setting it beside him.
"So however much we can fit in there and reasonably dip before it cools will work, but only put in about 2/3 of that."
"What now?" He moved the knife through the solid block of chocolate much easier than May ever could, and she admired his strength.
"We temper it by melting most of what we're going to use, and then adding the rest and letting it cool."
She pulled a drawer open but only found tongs and spatulas.
"I know there's a candy thermometer around here somewhere."
She went on the hunt for the tool while Kurt continued shaving chocolate off the block. With steam rising from the pot and more chocolate than they could use for this first round of dipping, she finally found the thermometer.
"Okay, berries," she muttered to herself. "Let's organize them by size."
Kurt abandoned his knife and joined her at the other end of the table. "So, did I hear your father say you didn't like cowboys?" May flinched, a blip of panic turning into a full-fledged wave when she looked at him and found challenge in his eyes.
"Well, no, I haven't had great experiences dating cowboys."
"So it's not like a blanket statement." He continued to sort the berries, but she could tell the idea that she didn't like cowboys, however innocent, had hurt him. "Like, oh, he's a cowboy, steer clear."
"Of course not. Obviously."
"Obviously."
"Kurt."
May didn't know what to say to assure him that she liked him, cowboy hat notwithstanding.
"You think I'm playing with you?"
"I don't know what to think. Your father said you didn't like cowboys, and you would never date another one." His fingers stilled and he looked at her. "So I guess I'm wondering what I'm doing here on a Sunday morning." She knew he had to arrange his schedule to even be here. He'd probably gotten up and done 4 hours of chores just to come. That, or he'd do 4 hours of chores once he got back to the ranch. May forced a laugh through her throat.
"Well, it's not like you're a rodeo cowboy or anything."
Kurt took a step back from the table. May gasped and covered her mouth with her hand.
"You rode the rodeo circuit?"
"For a few years."
He ducked his head and not in a good way. "Look, May, I just gotta hear that I'm not wasting my time here. After all, I'm almost 50, as you said." May wanted to rush him, wrap her arms around him, and quickly assure him that he was definitely not wasting his time. She was the one who didn't have time to waste. "You have to believe me when I say I would not be here if I didn't like you. A lot. A whole lot. Probably too much." "Probably too much?" May tried to order her thoughts into something that wouldn't make her sound desperate or push Kurt further from her. "I probably like you too much," she said. "I don't understand that. How do you like something too much?" The sound of boiling water filled her ears. "You know, like I probably like cheesecake too much because it's not healthy." His eyebrows furrowed and he exhaled heavily. "So I'm not healthy for you?" No. She couldn't explain it, and she wished she'd never said she liked him too much. She did spend an unhealthy amount of time thinking about him and planning when she could see him again. Maybe she'd walked down to the men's cologne aisle at the department store yesterday just to remind herself of what he smelled like. She took a breath and squared her shoulders. "I like you, Kurt. Cowboy hat or no cowboy hat, foreman or not, whether you rode bulls or not." "Broncs," he said. "I rode broncs, bareback too." "Impressive," she said, hoping her feelings for rodeo men stayed dormant. She really couldn't apply her past experiences to him. Kurt had proven time and time again that he wasn't like the other men she dated. And since she knew that and felt it, she said it. "You're not like the other cowboys or rodeo stars I've dated." "I'm not?" May took a step closer. "Not even close." "I hope that's a good thing." "It's a very good thing." She approached him slowly, wrapped her arms around him, and gave him that quiet assurance in the form of a sweet kiss. "Is this cowboy hat why your father looked at me so strangely at church the first time we met?" One of the reasons, May thought. She had met Kurt quickly after her father's mandate that she find a husband by the end of the year. That very evening, in fact, and brought him to church only a week later. "Yes," she said, "but he's a great man, I swear. He just wants me to be happy." "I do too," he murmured. "You'll tell me if I'm not making you happy, right?" Kurt. She didn't know how to tell him that he had single-handedly made her the happiest she'd been in months. "Let's dip these strawberries," he said. "They're not going to dunk themselves." "Kurt," she said, wondering if she could infuse enough reassurance and emotion into just the one syllable of his name. "I'm fine," he said. "Honestly, May, I just wanted to make sure what I do and who I am is what you want." "It is. You are." "Then I'm going to sort these berries and enjoy my day with you." May pulled back her emotions as they threatened to spill over, and she moved to the cutting board and scooped handfuls of chocolate into the bowl. The pot was boiling and ready, and she turned the flame down so she wouldn't scorch her chocolate. They worked in the industrial kitchen, but the space felt cozy, and after several minutes of silence, he started telling her about Felicity's botched attempt to make a birthday cake for one of the cowboys out on the ranch. Chapter 10. Kurt pulled up to May's house, a truckload of groceries with him. Literally. Dwayne had assured him that there was enough help on the ranch that Kurt could take off at noon, and while they discussed it, Kurt was grateful for his friend. "I'm taking off early in the evening, too," Dwayne had said, finally cinching Kurt's decision and alleviating his guilt. "Shane is more than capable of holding down the fort, and he's not dating anyone." So Kurt had worked like a dog through the morning, showered and shopped, and now he stood at the electronic pad to enter May's garage, the Valentine's Day meal in the making contained in the grocery sacks he tried to loop over his arms all at once. He hated making more than one trip to bring in all the groceries, but in the end, he had to. After all, it took a lot to make chili, cornbread, beans, spiced peach cider, and one of his all-time favorite desserts, Black Forest cake. He confirmed with May about the menu choices through chat. He wondered if brownies or cheesecake would be more luxurious, but May assured him she liked cherries and chocolate together, and Kurt wasn't particularly adept with baking and water baths. So he went with the cake because he knew how to make it and knew it would be delicious. With the last of the groceries in the house, He stood in her kitchen for a moment, absorbing her space without her in it. It felt intimate and yet huge at the same time. Because physically, her house dwarfed his, easily the size of the homestead, Kurt wondered how she slept here all alone. Along with that, his mind wandered forward, as it was apt to do, and he wondered where they would live if they got married. Here. And he'd drive 30 minutes out to work every day? The idea didn't appeal to him. But having May give up this grandeur to live a few steps from 20 other single men and a hop, skip, and jump from 3 dozen horses simply wouldn't do either. He hadn't spoken to her about it. They rarely spoke, as most of their communication was through chats or texts. He didn't mind, as the easygoing nature of the relationship helped him get through the long hours on the ranch and brought a smile to his face whenever he saw her name on his screen. She didn't seem to mind either, and he hoped that wouldn't change. All right. He dug into the grocery sacks and started unpacking them. May was working at the restaurant tonight, easily one of the busiest nights of the year, and he wanted to provide a relaxing and romantic dinner for her when she got home. Sure, it would be late, but late was better than never. The delicate click of canine nails on the tile caused him to look up from his work. Hey, Char. The little poodle cocked her head as if to say, "How do you know who I am?" He'd met the dog before, and after a moment, she wagged her tail. The right side of her face held smashed fur, and he knew he'd interrupted her nap. Where do you sleep, huh? He finished chopping onions and slid them into the hot pan. Probably right in May's bed. Sometimes he let Patches on the bed, but usually the dog slept on the floor beside him or on a pad near the front door. Char came closer, probably interested in the beef Kurt unwrapped and dropped in the pan with the onions. He seasoned everything one step at a time, just the way his mama had taught him. With the chili set and beans boiling, Kurt turned his attention to making cornbread. He talked to Char like she could respond, telling her stories about the dogs and the ranch and how their lives were leagues different than hers. Kind of like me and May, he muttered to himself. He wasn't even worthy enough to stand in her kitchen, let alone cook in it. If she were here, he'd really be self-conscious. As it was, searching through her drawers for mixer attachments and rubber spatulas brought a certain level of frustration. Cooking in someone else's kitchen was always hard. Better than outside, he said. Now that's hard. He pointed the rubber spatula at Char. And we'll have to do it for the Spring Jubilee. We probably should practice. Do you think your mom has any portable burners or anything? Char didn't answer, and Kurt whipped up the cornbread and slid it into the top oven. He wasn't sure what the difference between the two ovens was, so he said a little prayer that he'd chosen correctly. To back up God, he set a timer on his phone that was only half the normal cooking time and moved on to the cake recipe. In the 2 weeks since he'd come into the restaurant to help May dip strawberries, her father's voice saying, "I thought you didn't like cowboys," had faded to a whisper. In Kurt's quietest moments, he could still hear them, but he'd worked hard to push them away. May sure acted like she liked him. Her face lit up when she saw him, and she kissed him with wild abandon, and more often than not, she initiated their conversations. She wouldn't do that if she wasn't interested, and because he was 46 and not 16, he was determined not to make an issue out of her self-proclaimed cowboy dislike. He couldn't change who he was. He wouldn't. He'd done that before, and it had taken far too long to find his way back. Far too long, way too much lost time, and opportunities he wished he'd taken now gone. With the cake batter ready to go in the oven and the cornbread not quite done, Kurt texted May. Which of these ovens do I use? If she had a spare moment, maybe she'd text him back. The top oven is a convection oven, she wrote back. Not great for cakes or breads, good for roasting and making pastries. Kurt spun back to the oven, the top oven where he'd put his bread. His phone chimed again. Needs a lower temperature and reduces the cooking time by about 25%. He didn't need a fancy convection oven ruining his cornbread. He turned it off and twisted the knob on the lower oven, wishing he'd texted earlier. It wasn't good for cake batter to sit once the wet ingredients were mixed with the dry leavening powders, but he couldn't do anything about it now. Thankfully, her high-end oven heated to the right temperature in only a couple of minutes, and he put both the cake and his partially cooked cornbread in it. They could share the space for now, and while his grandmother had taught him not to open the oven while the cake baked, he'd do it anyway. To him, the cornbread was almost as important as dessert. With everything boiling, bubbling, and baking, Kurt left the kitchen in favor of the backyard. May lived a few minutes outside of town on a lonely stretch of highway that few people traveled. Her closest neighbor was a quarter of a mile away, and she'd framed her yard with cypress trees, pecan trees, and sycamores. The lawn looked like emeralds, even in February, and he wondered when she had time to work on it. "She doesn't," he said, sitting on the top step that led to the yard from the deck. Her little dog joined him, leaning her body into his. He chuckled and stroked her curly fur. "She has a gardener, doesn't she? Probably a maid, too." Char looked at him with big round eyes, and she climbed onto his lap. "Oh, so we're friends now, is that it?" She heaved out a big sigh, and Kurt chuckled, taking comfort from the tiny dog the way he did Patches. "Yeah, I know," he murmured to Char. "I miss her, too." They sat outside until Kurt's phone started screaming at him to check the cornbread. He set little Char down carefully, and she hopped down the steps to the lawn where she started sniffing around. He left her outside while he went to check on his culinary masterpieces. With the oven open in less than 5 seconds, he retrieved the cornbread and set it on the counter. It didn't look quite right, but the knife he put in the center came out clean. He stared down at it, trying to figure out what was different. It didn't brown. He turned back to the offending ovens, not really sure what one did that the other didn't. It didn't matter. The bread was done. He checked the beans and the chili. Everything was humming along nicely. He started on the cherries for the cake, his hands moving methodically as he chopped, drenched the fruit in cherry liqueur, and made a sugar syrup for the cakes. They came out and he turned them onto a cooling rack. The roses he'd ordered from the flower shop arrived, and he admired the huge bouquet on May's table. Her house was warm, protected from the winter wind, and it smelled like his grandmother's house on a perfect fall day. "Everything is set." He glanced around. Once the cakes cooled, he'd slice those, get the cherries and cream inside, and get it assembled. But until then, maybe he could take a nap, a luxury he never got out on the ranch. A Valentine's Day nap on his girlfriend's couch sounded like a little slice of heaven. He just laid down on a couch when a nagging thought entered his mind. "Where's Char?" He bolted upright, his heart pounding. He left the poodle outside. After dashing over to the door, he burst onto the back deck and called, "Charlie, come on, girl." The backyard sat empty. The big trees swayed and rustled in the wind. The little dog was nowhere to be seen or heard. A moan started low in Kurt's stomach and tore through his throat. "No," he said. "No, no, no." He couldn't lose May's treasured pup. His boots clattered on the wood as he hurried down the steps and onto the patio. "Char!" He tried again. The wind whipped up, shaking the leaves into an angry hiss. The only answer. Chapter 11. May found Beth sitting in the corner booth that belonged to the Sotheby family. She slid onto the upholstered bench across from her sister and sighed. "Wow, I'm exhausted already. We haven't even opened yet." Though Beth didn't work at the restaurant and hadn't since her last summer after college, she obviously still felt a connection to the high-end establishment. May's parents had always involved all the girls in the restaurant decisions, from what curtains to buy to how much to charge for filet mignon. May looked at the decorative wood blinds that had been selected, topped by a valance made with beautiful navy fabric. It complemented the light wood tables and the dark brown leather on the chairs and booths. The carpet could probably be replaced, or at least cleaned. The deep blue color was accentuated with flowing flowers in white and gray that spread like wild bluebonnets across the floor. "Juan Carlos just fired your roast chicken," May said, smiling at her sister. "How are Jorge and Louisa? Is Betty with them?" Beth sipped her peach lemonade and nodded, her dark curls bobbing with emotion. "The kids are great. They love spending time with JC's mother. And how do you feel about that? As long as she's not trying to tell me how to parent my own kids, I think it's great." She pushed her glass further from her. "Try this. It's too sour." May reached for the lemonade as Beth said, "Besides, it allows me to be here for a very romantic Valentine's Day lunch." She glanced over her shoulder, with hardly anyone else. We're not open yet, May reminded her before sucking in a big mouthful of lemonade. Her sour senses recoiled and she made a face. You're right. There's something wrong with this. I'll tell Allie. She'll know what to do. But the lunch crowd won't be huge, she said. No, but our first reservation starts at 4:30. Beth's eyes sparkled as if she'd put white Christmas lights behind them. And what about your own romantic tryst later tonight? May choked, and not only from the leftover sourness still coating her throat. It's not a tryst, Beth giggled. You like this guy a lot. Yeah, so? So maybe he's the one. Beth glanced into the restaurant as May signaled Allie to come over. This lemonade is super sour, May said, ignoring Beth's comment about Kurt being the one. May didn't want to put labels on him, get her hopes up, and then get her heart broken again. He seemed okay with her long hours, for now. Taste it. Because Allie was the best waitress in the world, she picked up the glass and said, I'll get you another one, without tasting it. Roast chicken will be up in 5. Which means we open in 5, May sighed. You'll have Juan Carlos back by 3:30, right? As promised. Beth looked at her phone as the screen brightened. So tell me about Kurt. I've hardly heard anything. Nothing to tell, May said. Besides, she told Beth plenty. Almost everything, in fact. Nothing about his first wife or why they'd divorced. Nothing about her deepening desire for the cowboy she thought she'd never like. May, what? Have you told him about inheriting the restaurant and everything that comes with it? May's mouth puckered like she tasted another shot of that too-soured lemonade. No. May, Beth said reprovingly. Why not? It's serious. We're not talking serious things right now. You talk every day, Beth said. Right? Yeah, but non-serious stuff about cattle and horses, stories about Cha and the remodel I want to do on my fireplace. Kurt had seemed especially interested in that, and he and May had talked at length about what kind of stone she'd like and why she didn't appreciate the fireplace the way it already was. She still remembered the way he chuckled when she told him that she simply needed a mantel above the fireplace so she had somewhere to hang stockings. Then they'd start talking about family Christmas traditions. Their conversations had always been easy to leave if she got busy or their time was up. Easy to come back to, as if they'd never stopped talking. But she hadn't found a way to tell him that she was the sole heiress to this multi-million-dollar restaurant. He should know, she said, because once you take over, you'll be married to this place. May's annoyance with her sister spiked, and thankfully the scent of roasted chicken, sweet potato and corn hash, and mashed potatoes preceded Juan Carlos. May escaped from the booth in the conversation with a stern look from Beth and a smile from Juan Carlos. 3:30, she told him, and he saluted her. She walked away from her sister and her husband, pausing only when she reached the kitchen entrance to look back. Beth was so happy with Juan Carlos. They didn't have secrets between them. And May would tell Kurt about taking over everything Sotheby, as soon as the time was right. By the time May pulled into her garage, she was 10 minutes late. She hustled into the house, wishing she didn't smell so much like a restaurant kitchen, and found Kurt standing near the dining room table. At least a dozen candles had been lit, and they surrounded the largest vase of red roses May had ever seen. Her heart skipped once, twice, and then lodged in her throat. She hadn't made it past the first date for a while, but as she stood there trying to remember how to breathe, she felt sure she was free-falling toward love, toward being in love with Kurt. Kurt, she breathed, putting her purse on the spotless counter island and inching closer to him. This is beautiful. Everything's just warming up, he said, receiving her into his arms. She laid her cheek against his chest, right over his pulse, and just listened to the comforting thump of his heart. Tired? Considering she'd gone to the restaurant 16 hours ago, all she could do was nod. Too tired to eat. She shook her head but didn't let go of Kurt's waist. She didn't want to exist without his arms around her, anchoring her, keeping her whole and warm. The strength of her feelings surprised her, but at the same time they felt really natural. So I have a confession, he whispered, his hands tightening along her lower back. May groaned. Tonight? He chuckled and pressed his lips to the top of her head. It's a good story. He certainly loved telling a good yarn. Go on, then. So I lost Char. May bolted out of his arms, panic pounding through her. She glanced around for the apricot poodle. I found her, Kurt said quickly. I found her, May. She's sleeping on your bed. May's adrenaline faded, leaving her more tired than before. Maybe you should have led with that. She swatted at him, and he drew his arm across his body protectively. I should have told you not to let her out. She likes to wander. Well, we sat for a spell on the back deck. And did you know she loves to sit in your lap? She sat in your lap, like she owned me. Kurt laughed, the sound wonderful as it rattled around May's vaulted ceilings. He stepped over to the stovetop and stirred the chili. This is ready. Finish telling me about Char. He started dishing chili and beans and cornbread, working while he talked. And I had to come check on the cornbread, and she ran down to the yard like she needed to use the bathroom. So I let her. Patches just roams the ranch, right? So I didn't even think about her again for a while. How long? Kurt glanced her way, a guilt-ridden look on his face. A couple of hours at least. I'm sorry, May, honest. She waved for him to continue, and he said, When I realized she was gone, I sort of freaked out. She wasn't in the yard. I called and she wouldn't come. So I hurried down to the Wickers, and they had her. She likes to eat their cat food. That's what they said. Kurt put the food on the table, one place setting for her and one for him only a foot away. Anyway, they said they knew you'd come looking for her eventually, and they didn't mind keeping her for a while. He came closer. I'm real sorry, sweetheart. I didn't know. She got home safe. May gazed up into his dazzling blue eyes, thinking she could stay in this moment forever and be blissfully happy. That's all that matters. No, what matters is that you eat some of this chili and cornbread. I've been staring at it for hours trying to get myself to wait for you. Sorry I was late, she murmured, her attention on his lips now. 10 minutes is nothing. She wasn't sure how she'd found this handsome man with a kind soul, wasn't sure how another bachelorette in Grapeseed Falls hadn't snatched him up the moment he'd come to town. Happy Valentine's Day, she whispered before stretching up on her toes and kissing him with as much love and emotion as she could pour into such a simple gesture. He didn't let her kiss him as long as she wanted to. Our food's getting cold, he said, a definitely gruff edge in his words, and it's getting late. He pulled May's chair out for her and waited until she sat before he took a seat on the end of the table. May liked the intimate nature of her table, which had always seemed so huge, but with him on the end and her just around the corner, she felt close to him in more ways than one. She picked up her spoon and dipped it into the chili, suddenly ravenous. The bright heat popped in her mouth and she moaned, Kurt, this is fantastic. Thank you. He gave her a warm smile and continued eating. May enjoyed his company in the silence, so glad she wasn't alone for the 5th Valentine's Day in a row. The last romantic meal she'd shared on this day had been with Luke, and he'd broken up with her before the spring jubilee. She hoped she wasn't about to repeat that disaster. My grandmother taught me how to make chili, he said. A lot of things, actually. The black forest cake sitting in the fridge is also her recipe. May dipped her cornbread in the delicious chili. I can't wait to try it. I miss her, he said, nothing more. But May heard the vulnerability in his voice, saw the emotions on his face, and suddenly realized something. You're not wearing your cowboy hat. You're just now noticing. The teasing twinkle in his eyes sent a bolt of heat through her. I suppose I was preoccupied with finally seeing you. It's been a while, he admitted, watching her now that he'd finished his chili. May felt words surge within her. She wanted him to know about her inheritance, but she didn't want to ruin this absolutely perfect evening. He'd leave in only a couple of hours and she'd be alone again. It can wait, she told herself. You're thinking hard about something, he said. What is it? Oh, just the last time I ate a meal like this with a man. Okay, wow. Kurt leaned away from his bowl of pinto beans and crossed his arms. The distance between them felt cavernous now. He was my last serious boyfriend, May rushed to add. His name was Luke, and he broke up with me a couple of months after Valentine's Day. Kurt watched her with kind eyes, guarded, sure. She'd just said she was thinking about another man after all. It just feels really nice to be here with you. She flashed him a timid smile. Better than dinner with Luke. She laughed, the sound half happy and half sarcastic. Definitely better than dinner with Luke. Not only did I work the restaurant that night, but I made our meal too. He met me at Sotheby's when we closed and we ate at the desk in the office. She gestured to the candles and the roses with her spoon. This is much, much better. Kurt softened as he leaned forward, coming closer and closer. As long as it's better. He pressed his lips to hers, and his were hot, and just the tiniest bit demanding. Pulling back, he smiled. I'm glad to be here with you too, May. He didn't speak her name often, and a zing of love pulled through her. Thank you for making this beautiful memory, she whispered. Oh, we're not done yet, he grinned. But do you want to tell me about Luke? You guys were serious? Like talking marriage or... She scooped up a spoonful of beans. Yeah, we talked about marriage. She was treading on dangerous ground now, and she suddenly didn't want to talk about Luke anymore. Kurt gave her several moments to say something, and when she didn't, he asked, And then? May laid her spoon on the table and looked straight into Kurt's intoxicating eyes. He thought I worked too much. He didn't want to be second to the restaurant. The words still hurt, and she could still hear his twang as he delivered them with perfect precision. I sort of drifted after that, kind of like you. I was still in full career mode, though, and I didn't date for a couple of years. He nodded, taking the time to absorb her words. So you've been back in the game for a few years now? Yeah. And dating cowboys, which you obviously didn't have much luck with. May reached across the corner of the table and covered his hands with hers. Until now. His whole face lit up and she giggled. Come on, cowboy. Let's eat our cake on the couch. Sounds dangerous, he said. That thing is barely a shade above white. Is it comfortable, though? You took a nap there, didn't you? Maybe. She tipped her head back and laughed, squealing when Kurt practically pulled her from her chair and swept her into his strong arms, finally kissing her with that perfect passion she'd come to expect from him. As he led her to the couch and told her to stay while he got the cake, all May could think of was, best Valentine's Day ever. Chapter 12. Kurt walked over to the homestead on Sunday morning, taking in deep lungfuls of air and trying to organize his speech. He talked with Dwayne plenty of times about May, but this conversation was going to be bigger, and Kurt wanted to say all the right things and come away with a plan of action he could start to implement. Dwayne sat on the front porch, a knife in one hand and a piece of wood in the other. He didn't seem to be carving anything particular, as the ground was covered with simple shavings. Morning, Kurt said as he mounted the steps and dropped into the chair beside Dwayne. I swear it's getting hot already. It's not even March. Dwayne chuckled and shook his head. You and your hot blood. I can't help it. Kurt took off his cowboy hat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Dwayne's knife made soft swish, swish, swish sounds as he sliced off layer after layer of wood. So we need to talk about your schedule, Dwayne said, now that you want to take things with May to the next level. He flicked a glance in Kurt's direction. Is that why you asked for this meeting? Yep. Kurt stared over the railing and past the front yard. The dirt road led to a corner and then turned back toward the highway, passing under a big arch with peaches carved into it. Am I moving too fast? It's been how long? 6 weeks or so. Well, considering you kissed her only a week after you met her, I don't think so. I did not. He cut off when Dwayne started laughing. His voice faded into chuckles. You didn't say anything, but we knew. We? Felicity told me, actually. How did she know? Mortification struck Kurt. Maybe May had been telling all her girlfriends about their private encounters. She said she just knew. Dwayne shrugged. But you did, right? That first Sunday you went to church with her. Kurt's heart thumped out an extra beat just thinking about that first kiss with May. Well, the second one, really. The one where she'd actually reciprocated his actions. Yeah. Well then, 6 weeks doesn't seem too fast. Kurt's mouth turned dry. I'm thinking about showing her my grandmother's ring. That got Dwayne's knife to stall, thankfully as the constant grating noise was getting under Kurt's skin. You are? Kurt swallowed, the very idea of marriage huge and terrifying. I think so. She's the first woman I've felt this strongly about in years, since coming to Grapeseed Falls. And you think you want to marry her? I don't know, Kurt admitted. He didn't think he was in love with her, but it had been so long since he'd allowed himself to get that close to another person, he wasn't sure. Besides May, only Dwayne knew of his first marriage and why it had ended, and only Dwayne had heard Kurt admit he didn't know if you could ever get married again. So you're close. He resumed the scratching of the blade across the stick. Close to what? Falling in love. Kurt's first inclination was to shake his head and deny it, but rationally, he knew two people didn't talk about diamonds and weddings without talking about love first. I don't know, he said. Well, you will. Dwayne set the knife in the butchered stick on the ground with a big sigh. And you're my foreman, and I know I ask you to work an insane amount of hours. I've never minded. A woman changes everything. Dwayne gazed out at his land, too, and Kurt wondered what he was thinking. His own mind churned with so many scenarios and possibilities that he closed his eyes and tried to make it all stop. Tell me what you need. I need more time to see her at night. The words just streamed from his mouth. I need to figure out what's going to happen if we do get married. Like, there's no way she's going to live out here, and I don't know if you want a foreman who doesn't live on site. He turned and looked at Dwayne, his every worry flowing from him like fast-moving water. There are just a lot of unknowns, and we need to talk through all of it. Dwayne let the words drift into the sky, and Kurt felt better with them outside of him, where they couldn't infect him anymore. Not everything has to be known, he said. Felicity taught me that. He finally turned and met Kurt's eye. And we're willing to shift some of your responsibilities around to the other men. Maybe we start training a second foreman, and the two of you can share responsibilities. Who are you thinking of? I was hoping you'd help me brainstorm who you think would be a good fit. Dwayne smiled, his usual boss face disappearing into the man he knew as his best friend. I think it's really important you have more time with May. If she's the one for you, I want you to have that. Thank you, Dwayne. Kurt drew in a deep breath, some of his anxieties calming. What about Shane? He's a hard worker, always willing to do whatever I ask him to, the oldest brother. Dwayne nodded, a line appearing between his eyes. He has a lot of anger, that one. Kurt thought about the blonde cowboy. I've only seen it once or twice. What's the story? Something with his father, Dwayne said. He didn't want to talk about it, and like you said, he works hard. I don't have to know everything about the cowhands to hire them. He'd be good, Kurt said, and we get along well. What about Chadburn? Chad's great too, Kurt said, a bit on the young side for the foreman. Yeah, 26. Lots of growing to do. The screen door squealed as Felicity pushed it open with her shoulder and handed one cup of coffee to Dwayne. With 2 sugars, she said. She extended the other mug to Kurt. Cream and sugar. She smiled at them. How's the meeting going? Just fine, Dwayne said. Kurt needs more time with May. So I was right. She positively beamed down at her husband and then Kurt. He lifted his coffee to his lips so he wouldn't have to ask her what she was right about. Dwayne chuckled and drew her onto his lap. Yes, sweetheart, you were right. Kurt couldn't take it, so he asked, What were you right about, Felicity? That you really like May and you want to see if you can really love her, and that you're worried about what that means for your place here. Kurt looked down at Dwayne, who shrugged one shoulder. She seems to know her stuff, man. I don't embellish what you tell me. I don't speculate. No, Kurt said dryly. Felicity does that. He smiled good-naturedly at her. Hey, she said in protest, I made you coffee. And it's delicious, thank you. He took another sip, knowing how Felicity detested domestic chores. So, Chad or Shane? Dwayne asked Felicity. To partner with Kurt. She looked back and forth between the two of them. I think Shane. Me too, Kurt added. Shane it is, Dwayne said. Let's meet at lunch today after church. Your place? Sure, Kurt said. I'm baking off the lasagna I made over Christmas. May's coming out. We can do it another time, Dwayne said. No, it's fine, Kurt said. I want her to know I'm making changes so I can see her more often. She'll like that, Kurt. Felicity stood and pulled her ponytail tighter. All right, I'm taking Lucy out real quick before church. I'll come with you, Dwayne said. Kurt watched them go down the front steps, link hands, and head for the stables. And he wanted that companionship, that comfort, that conversation so badly his chest hurt. He'd never gotten it with Kara. They'd seemed compatible. He'd loved her, but he hadn't ever known her, and that had hurt almost as much as the hole she'd left in his life. As Dwayne and Felicity disappeared into the stable, Kurt's old hurts faded. He admitted for the first time that he finally was willing to move on from Kara and find his own happiness again. And that made his heart light and the rest of his worries dissipate. It took forever to get out of the chapel and on the highway toward Grapeseed Ranch. Pastor Gifford wanted to meet Kurt's cooking partner for the Spring Jubilee, and apparently so did everyone else in the Alberta church congregation. "Sorry about that," Kurt muttered as he finally got behind the wheel of his truck. "I had no idea I was so popular." May giggled as she scooted right over next to him and buckled herself beside his side. "Well, you haven't been to church here for a couple of months." "I guess." He'd missed church before, especially during the summer when it was hard to get off the ranch. "So I have something I want to talk to you about before we get to my cabin." "Ooh, sounds serious." It was, at least to Kurt. He shifted in his seat and looked anywhere but at her. "I talked to Dwayne about working less, so I can spend more time with you." Her hand curled around his arm, and he dropped his right hand so she could hold it. She did, softly, almost cautiously in both hers. "You don't have to do that. I'm fine with how things are." Kurt's throat felt stuffed full and beyond dry, like he'd swallowed sand and couldn't quite get it all down. "Well, I guess that's another thing to talk about." May didn't say anything as her flirtiness had fled. "I'm serious about us, May," he said, pushing past his fear in his blasted, clogged throat. "And I want more time to be with you. Really be with you, not just chatting online." His bravery lasted long enough for him to turn and glance at her. He caught the panic in her eyes, though she wiped it away quickly when she caught him looking. A pit opened in his stomach. Maybe the feelings he'd been experiencing all this time weren't mutual. He'd fallen fast before, and it had burned him. Regret lanced through him, hot and acidic, and he felt like he might throw up. After a few minutes of strained silence, he asked, "I have to know, May, are you serious about us too?" "Of course I am." At least her answer had come immediately and with a fair bit of indignation. "Maybe not serious enough to show at Granny Gertrude's ring," he thought. "All right." He tried to slow the flow of his thoughts. "So, lunch today is with Dwayne and Felicity, and Shane's coming too. Dwayne and I are going to talk to him and see if he'd like to take on the role of a shared foreman with me, so I can have more time to see you." "Kurt, you don't... I mean..." "What do you mean, May?" They were nearing the ranch, but this conversation wasn't anywhere near over. He slowed the truck and pulled onto the shoulder. He looked at her, struck by her beautiful face and her powerful soul. He felt himself slipping, and he desperately needed something to hold on to. He leaned down and kissed her, and that action provided him with the anchor he needed. She received him willingly and gladly, in his opinion. "I like you a whole lot," he whispered, keeping his eyes closed. Somehow it was easier to talk to her that way. "And I think this could turn into something where we start talking about where I'm going to live after we get married." She sucked in a breath, and Kurt curled his hands along the back and the sides of her neck and kept her close to him. He lit a kiss on her cheek, then her cheekbone. "I think you like me a whole lot too, right?" He shifted back slightly to see her, relieved and joyous when she nodded. "So, why are you so afraid?" he asked, touching his lips to the tip of her nose and then the spot right between her eyebrows. She pressed into his touch. "I work a lot, Kurt. That's not going to change." "I didn't say it needed to." "But you will." She pulled out of his embrace. "Luke said the same thing." Her voice pitched up and Kurt was afraid she might cry. "May." "It's a lot to put on me. The pressure of you working less to see me more makes me feel like I should do the same for you."
"I didn't ask you to do that."
He lifted her hand to his lips.
"As long as I know you're still interested in this cowboy, you can work all you want."
He knew her restaurant was important to her.
"Come here."
He tugged her gently toward him, satisfied when she melted into his chest. Now the silence between them was comfortable, and Kurt drew in a deep breath.
"So lasagna today. Don't be surprised when we start talking about splitting responsibilities.
That's all I wanted you to be aware of.
She sniffed and nodded. I'd like to see you more, too. I don't work every morning or every night. There should be time.
Of course there is, sweetheart.
And he was eternally glad that he had a reasonable boss and the time to give to May whenever she needed it. Thank you, Kurt, she whispered, tilting her head back to look into his eyes. He lost himself instantly in the coffee-colored swirls of her gaze, and he felt himself falling again, faster and harder than ever before, and some of her familiar panic washed over him. When she kissed him, Kurt's worries over their relationship vanished, and he knew he'd just set foot on the first stone of a path marked, in love with May Sotheby. Chapter 13. May sucked her bottom lip between her teeth as Kurt bumped the truck down the dirt road to the cabin community in the middle of the ranch. She could still taste him on her mouth, and that only fueled her frustration. He wanted to reduce his hours right when she needed to increase hers. They seemed to be moving in opposite directions, and she didn't know how to get on the same page with him. She felt caught in a riptide, being sucked out to sea, while he swam effortlessly toward shore. He'd said he didn't care how much she worked, but she didn't quite believe him. Help me believe him, she prayed for the 10th time since he'd pulled back onto the road and continued toward the ranch. But Luke's voice was always there, always saying he'd give her the time she needed, and then breaking up with her because she worked too much. You should have told Kurt about taking over the restaurant completely, she chastised herself. It had been the perfect time, but the words had been swallowed by her fears, and then kissed away by Kurt. You coming, Miss May? She turned toward his voice, realizing he'd parked and gotten out of the truck without her even noticing. He extended his hand to her, and she put her hand in his and let him help her out of the truck. You're beautiful, he whispered as he pressed a kiss to her temple. They walked up the steps hand in hand, his border collie perking up from his place on the porch. Hey, Patches, you just lying around today? He bent down to pat the dog and then entered the warmer cabin. He bustled around, getting the lasagna out and setting the oven to preheat. May hadn't been out to the ranch since that first time they'd cooked together, and she looked around at the simple yet charming decor. Plaid window treatments in blue, red, and white, comfortable, clean furniture, plenty of windows. Maybe she could live here. She lived 10 minutes from town as it was. The ranch was only 15. She liked her privacy, and there was plenty of that out here. Well, sort of. The cabin community had 8 cabins all in close proximity, and Kurt had said everyone who lived out here was single except for Dwayne. You made it. May turned at the sound of the owner's voice. He was followed by his wife, a beautiful woman with black hair and a cowgirl hat with a custom-made hatband. May didn't fit here with the 3 of them, but Dwayne said, Hello, May, and Felicity gave her a hug as he moved past her and into the kitchen. Of course I made it, Kurt said, giving his boss a quizzical look. We saw you pull over on the side of the road. Dwayne looked back and forth between Kurt and May. Felicity said you were fine. We were? Kurt said, ducking his head to slide the lasagna into the oven. Obviously. Dwayne obviously had as much experience talking with Kurt as May did, because he dropped the subject at the finality in Kurt's tone. Shane said he'd be over in a minute. Lasagna will be done in 45 minutes, Kurt said, so we've got time to talk before we eat. What will you 2 be making for the cook-off? Felicity asked. Kurt waved for her to tell, and May took a deep breath, wondering if she married Kurt, if she'd have to wear cowgirl boots the way Felicity did. We're doing an authentic Texas meal, hoping that will influence the judges in our favor. So we'll serve Kurt's tortilla soup as the appetizer, and fajitas with homemade tortillas, fresh guacamole and salsa, and creme fraiche for the main dish. And we're doing pecan tartlets for dessert. And peach sweet tea, Kurt added, with honey and agave, May's recipe. He beamed at her, the kindness in his eyes easily reaching across the cabin to where she stood. In that moment, he felt like a life jacket, the very life preserver she needed to find her balance in the riptide and get back to safety. I tested it on my staff, she said. They all approved. That sounds amazing, Dwayne said. I'm glad that Wynn will be back with Alberta Street this year. And Freestone Avenue, May reminded him. For the 2nd year in a row, I might add. He chuckled and May joined in the laughter. You're not competitive or anything, are you? Dwayne gave her a grin, and then proceeded to tell Felicity about the Spring Jubilee and the way the different churches around town competed for the title and the prize money. May had never felt overly competitive, except for when it came to being the best restaurant in town, so she joined Kurt in the kitchen. "Do you think I'm too competitive?" "Not at all." He slipped his arms around her waist and covertly pulled her closer to him. "I want to win, too. Nothing wrong with that." "Should we practice next week?" she asked. "The Jubilee is only a few weeks away." "Yeah, and we should schedule a practice session with the outdoor equipment." "When does that sign-up open?" "I don't know. I'll ask Pastor Gifford." Before May could answer, another man darkened the doorway to Kurt's cabin, and he glanced from one couple to the next with a dark look on his face. "Hey, Shane," Dwayne said easily. "Come on in. Kurt said lunch is still a ways away." Shane entered, closing the door behind him and blocking the wind. "I invited my brothers. Is that okay?" "Course, yeah," Kurt said easily. "They're out taking care of the horses. They'll be in after a while." He moved over to the couch and collapsed onto it with a long sigh. "Rough morning?" Dwayne asked. "That stubborn Rocky Mountain horse of yours," Shane said, giving the owner a glare. "He decided he didn't like the hay he'd been offered." "Again?" Kurt left May standing in the kitchen and joined the other cowboys in the living room. May felt like she was on the outside looking in. Everyone across the counter from her wore jeans and boots and hats. May still had on her church clothes, which consisted of a designer dress she'd bought online and a pair of black high heels. She swept her hand over her hair self-consciously, wondering if anyone else saw the way she stuck out. Dwayne said something in defense of his horse, and Felicity twined her fingers through his, and a rush of longing roared through May. It was obvious that Dwayne and Felicity loved each other, and she wanted that kind of easy relationship for herself. Did she already have it with Kurt? He looked at her and indicated with a quick nod that she should join them. So she walked around the counter, her heels making the wrong kind of noises, and entered the living room. The couch was full with Dwayne, Felicity, and Shane sitting there. Kurt took up the armchair and he patted his knees. May perched in his lap, her heart bouncing around inside her chest as she settled into place. Her mind spun, barely catching on to words as the others spoke around her. "Shane," she heard Felicity admonish. May tucked her hair and pulled herself out of her shell. She didn't need to be embarrassed. Everyone here already knew she and Kurt were together, and everyone here was also now watching her, even Kurt. "What did I miss?" she asked. "The ring," Shane asked, earning him a swat from Felicity this time and a growl from Kurt. "No," he said, and May whipped her attention to him. "No what?" she asked. She scanned the crowd again, landing back on Kurt's storming face. "What ring?" Her heart thundered now, the kind where everyone knew to head indoors because a great rainstorm was about to be unleashed. "Let's go for a walk," Kurt said, nudging May off his lap. She stood and he checked the lasagna while an uncomfortable silence reigned. "I'll be back in a while," he said. "If that goes off, would someone take it out for me?" "Sure thing." Felicity wore a sympathetic look, and Shane's whole face beamed a bright red. "Sorry," he muttered. "It's fine." Kurt clapped Dwayne on the shoulder, and the two men exchanged a meaningful glance. May couldn't decipher before Kurt swept her out onto the front porch. He gazed past the railing for a moment, taking in a deep breath. "Sorry about that," he said. "About what?" she asked. "Kurt, what's going on?" "You didn't hear what Shane said." "No, I was—" She didn't want to tell him about her inner struggles, but if not him, then who deserved to know? "I'm nervous here," she admitted, staring down the steps without him. He followed, the clunking of his boots against the wood and the jangling of his dog's tags comforting. She turned right and moved down the hard-packed dirt road, needing to stay on somewhat solid ground in her shoes. "Nervous?" Kurt didn't take her hand or touch her. "Yeah," she admitted. "With your friends, and sitting on your lap. It was overwhelming." Kurt nodded. "You should come out to the ranch more often." If she had time, she really would. She didn't know how to tell him that, though, so she just said, "I should." "Dwayne and Felicity are great," he added. "They certainly seem like they love each other." "Yeah." Kurt exhaled heavily again. "Look, May,
I'm too old to play games. You know I like you a lot. Shane mentioned a ring because I told him and Dwayne I was going to give you my grandmother's diamond ring." He stopped walking and May froze completely. She couldn't do more than one thing at the moment, and thinking was all that was happening. "A diamond ring?" Her voice sounded like Mickey Mouse, and her throat felt like she'd swallowed cotton. "It's not an engagement ring," Kurt rushed to add, "but more of a promise ring. A symbol that reminds you of me when you're working." He scuffed one booted toe in the dirt. "Since we don't see each other a lot, I was thinking about giving it to you. And then, when you're ready, we can go pick out a real wedding ring together." He kept his chin down, the brim of his hat concealing his face. May found it absolutely maddening, and she reached out and gently pushed his face up with her fingers. A real wedding ring. She wasn't asking what that meant. She knew what that meant. "You won't like my grandma's ring," he said with a chuckle. "It looks like it's 100 years old, because it is. And you're more modern and sophisticated and—" His voice cut off and his throat worked, and his blue eyes looked like polished stones, bright and glassy and wonderful. "What do you think of wearing an old cowboy's ring?" he asked. "I mean, is that something you're interested in doing?" When she didn't answer right away, Kurt scraped his boot through the dirt again and said, "It's fine if you don't want to. I get it. We've only known each other for a couple of months. And you're you, and I'm me, and—" "What does that mean?" she asked. He looked up from the ground. "It means you're pearls, May. And I don't know, fool's gold." Her eyebrows stretched right up to her hairline. "You think you're not good enough for me?" "I know I'm not good enough for you." "Have I ever said that?" "No." "Do I act like that?" May's anger rose, and she took a step forward. "Well, no." She tiptoed her fingertips up to his chest. "Kurt, I'd like to see the ring." Heat filled her, and not just from the sun that would become brutal in just a few weeks. "As you know, I like you too, and I don't think it really matters how long people know each other. When there's a spark, there can be a wildfire, right?" He nodded, anchoring his hands along her waist. "The ring's at the cabin." "So we have to go back in there with all those people staring." She sighed and glanced back the way they'd come. "And we'd have to talk about a lot more than a ring," Kurt said. "Oh?" "Yeah, like where we might live, and what we might do to make things work between us. If we're really going to try mixing vinegar and water, things like that have to be ironed out." May had never much liked ironing, but the thought of doing it with Kurt made wild horses gallop through her bloodstream. "All right," she said. "I need to tell you something about—" "Kurt!" someone yelled in a panicked voice, and he backed up quick. He looked across the street, and May followed his gaze to see a cowboy waving both hands above his head frantically. "That's Dylan," he said, "and that's a bad sign." He whipped his phone from his back pocket as he used his long legs to stride toward the cowboy. She heard him say, "Dwayne, Dylan's in trouble, barn 2, before he was too far away for her to hear much more. She watched the people spill out of his cabin and take off in the same direction he'd gone, and May, feeling useless and out of place, went back inside his house. After all, she knew how to babysit a lasagna, and it seemed that that was her task on this ranch at the moment. She hoped she'd have another opportunity to tell Kurt about the deal with her father and her restaurant empire inheritance before she started wearing his grandmother's ring. "You have to tell him," she told herself as she wore a path in his floor from his front window to the stove. Chapter 14. Kurt reached Dylan first and got "Tiger's out" in a puff of breath before they both ran through the horse barn toward the bullpens on the other side. Sure enough, that stubborn black and white bull was out of his pen. Again. He had a real knack for it, and Kurt wondered if the bull was more trouble than he was worth. Dwayne and Shane arrived, and the boss said, "Let's get our horses." Like this was an exciting adventure he couldn't wait to conquer. But Kurt wanted to talk to May and slip that ring on May's finger and find out what she needed to tell him about. Felicity arrived, out of breath, a groan leaking from her mouth. "Not that bull again. We've got to get rid of him." "I like him." Dwayne grinned at his wife, and Kurt cocked his head as he heard something that didn't belong on the ranch. "Listen," he said, holding up his hand for quiet. for stillness. The moan sounded again, and he scanned the area to find the source of it. Left, right, left, right. Do you hear that? Suddenly, as if God himself had put a magnifying glass to Kurt's eye, he saw the body on the ground. Tiger was standing over it almost protectively, and Kurt pointed. Lord Almighty, he whispered, pure terror flowing through him. There's someone on the ground out there. Dylan and Shane rushed forward, but Dwayne followed and pulled them back. Oh, boys. That could be Austin. Dylan struggled against Dwayne's hold on his shirt sleeve, his panic palpable. I left him out here when I ran to get you guys. He was supposed to saddle up for us. Could be anyone, Dwayne said, and running out there and getting Tiger all riled up isn't going to help. Dylan stopped struggling and Dwayne released him and Shane, but everyone just stood there. All right, Kurt said in an authoritative voice. Felicity, call 911. Tell them we have an injured cowboy, but we don't know how bad it is. Dwayne, put out the emergency text. We need all the boys here. Shane and Dylan, let's get our ropes. Should we saddle up? Shane asked, turning away from the still figure on the ground. Kurt couldn't hear any more moaning, and he wasn't sure if that was a good sign or not. No, Kurt said. Let's get Tiger away from whoever that is so we can help them. Slow movement, boys. Calm your feelings. We can do this. They moved back into the barn with sure strides. Kurt handed out ropes, listened while Felicity spoke to the emergency operator, and got word from Dwayne that the other cowboys were on their way over. Great. Give them ropes. Have them fan out and approach Tiger from all sides, he said. I'll go with Dylan and Shane right now. Kurt, be careful. Kurt acknowledged Dwayne, and he and the other men moved out. I'll go round to the west, he said. Dylan, you come at him from the front. Shane, the east. Dwayne's sending the others out, and they'll come from the north, all right? Stay back. Watch him for signs of charging. He always huffs and puffs first. Keep something nearby you can dodge behind. He paused and looked both men in the eyes. Got it? Yes, sir, they said in tandem, and they split up. Kurt's boots on the hard ground sounded loud in his own ears. He pushed everything away except the sight of that 1-ton bull standing there, his front legs spread like he was defending the whole earth. Tiger had always been on the aggressive side, and it took a long time to tire or calm him when he broke loose. As he moved west, back toward the homestead, Kurt kept his eye on the man on the ground. He didn't move, but Kurt thought he detected a slight rise and fall of his shoulders. He seized onto the hope that he was still alive as the sound of sirens broke the still air. It was definitely Austin, if the flop of blonde hair against the dark ground was any indication. The ground was wet around him, which didn't make sense to Kurt. He pushed the detail away. He needed to get Tiger away from Austin so Shane and Dylan could get him to safety. He whistled through his teeth, one long, high-pitched noise. Tiger glared at him. Kurt whistled again, this time 2 shorter pitches. Patches appeared, skidding to a stop across the corral from Kurt. His tongue panted out of his mouth, and if Kurt were closer, he'd see the keen intelligence in the border collie's eyes. Though Patches hadn't worked with bulls in over a decade, the old dog still had it in him. All he waited for was Kurt's signal. He whistled once, twice, 3 times, and Patches streaked toward Tiger. The bull danced, nearly crushing Austin's chest, but Patches barked and nipped at his front legs, forcing the bull back. He darted away, barked twice, and dove in again, pushing Tiger back another couple of steps. Kurt whistled, and Patches ran to his side. Good boy, Kurt murmured, his rope hanging loosely at his side. Again? All right. Get him off that cowboy. He admitted 3 whistles, and Patches went from 0 to fast in under a second. He looked like a well-oiled machine, though he was 12 years old and would probably be hurting tonight. Kurt watched as he growled and barked and nipped the bull further from Austin. Dylan had just arrived on the other side of the fence, and he ducked through the bottom 2 rungs, reaching for his brother's hand. He got a hold of him and pulled just as Shane arrived. Together, they got Austin contained behind the safety of the fence, and Kurt whistled for his dog back to his side. With Austin out of harm's way and Tiger huffing and puffing, Kurt needed to get on a horse, quick. He glanced toward the barn to see Dwayne and a dozen more men riding horses pour from the doors, and relief came over him. Striding now to put distance between him and the angered bull, Kurt hurried back toward the barn. With the corner fence post between them, he relaxed further. Tiger couldn't corner fast enough to hurt him, even if he charged now. Still, the afternoon was far from over. The last time Tiger had gotten out, Dwayne had put himself between the bull and Felicity, and it had taken hours to get the animal back where he belonged. He wondered where May had gotten to, and he'd hoped it was as far from the situation as possible. "Paramedics are here," Felicity announced, and Kurt glanced at the two people in uniform. Of course, one of them was Alicia. Their eyes met, but her jaw hardened as she looked away quickly. "They're out in the corral," Kurt said, pointing. "He looked alive to me." The paramedics moved with purpose toward Austin, leaving Kurt with Felicity. "What do we do now?" she asked. "We let Dwayne and the other boys handle it," he said. "Remember how you thought you'd be okay in that sports car of yours?" She looked at him with wide eyes, then started laughing. "I remember." She sobered and watched as Dwayne yelled and sent Tiger running north, out toward the open range on the ranch. "At least out there he can't hurt anyone." "Right," Kurt agreed. "And Dwayne will be okay, too. He's done this lots of times." "I wish he'd get rid of that bull." "Yeah, good luck with that," Kurt chuckled. "I'm gonna go settle up." "Wait," Felicity said. "Did you talk to May about your grandmother's ring?" "Yeah," Kurt sighed. "She seemed interested. Honestly, I think I scared her. She needs... I don't know. I don't know what she needs." "She likes you," Felicity said. "Remember that." He grunted and got out of there. Talking about his love life with his boss's wife was almost as awkward as doing it with Dwayne. As he threw a blanket and saddle on Minnie, he realized that the reason he wasn't scared was because he was ready. Ready to move to the next level, ready to be a husband again, ready to fall all the way in love and not be embarrassed about it. "Please let May get to this point, too," he prayed as he finished and swung himself into the saddle. "Quickly, if possible." After all, Kurt wasn't getting any younger. By the time he returned to his cabin, the lasagna was stone cold. The house was empty. His phone had told him 2 hours ago that May needed to get back to town, back to the restaurant, and could she borrow his truck. He'd said yes, of course, and now he needed to ride over to Sotheby's to pick up his vehicle. He slouched onto the couch, every muscle in his body begging him for a hot shower and a long nap. He could go get his truck tomorrow, so he texted May that she should drive it back to her house, and he'd get it later. He put the lasagna back in the oven, and then he stepped into the hot shower. When he got out, Dwayne had texted to say that he and Shane still wanted to meet about splitting up the foreman duties, so Kurt towel-dried his hair while the two men entered his cabin. "You guys look terrible," he said. "Some of us hadn't had time to shower yet," Dwayne said darkly. "Lasagna's almost hot again," he said. "Thank the stars." Shane sat heavily at the bar. "You sure we want to do this now?" Kurt asked. "There's plenty of time to talk." "No, let's do it." Dwayne got up and collected the folder he'd brought over earlier from the coffee table. "Kurt would like the majority of the evenings off," he started, "which should work out okay because you're a night owl." He looked at Shane, who hadn't so much as moved since sitting. "Right?" "Right," he confirmed. "Nights are fine for me." He spoke in a monotone, and Kurt put his hand on Dwayne's folder. "Shane," he said, "how's Austin?" "Broken ribs," Shane said. 4 or 5, I don't know." His jaw twitched and tightened, and he looked seconds away from going nuclear. Dwayne closed his folder. "Why aren't you at the hospital with him?" "Dylan wanted to go. I needed to be here." He wouldn't look away from the refrigerator. "Nonsense. I'll drive you in." He slid the folder to Kurt, who took it and stuffed it in the first drawer he could get open. "Dwayne, I'm fine." Shane finally tore his eyes from the handle on the fridge and looked at Dwayne. The two men seemed locked in a silent battle, and Kurt watched Shane the most. He did have some anger in him, and Kurt worried about his mental health, as well as nervous that Dwayne could find himself on the receiving end of Shane's anger. "Why are you so mad?" Dwayne asked in a whisper. "I have no money to pay for broken bones," Shane said, his fury falling, leaving behind only despair. "We'll take care of it," Dwayne said. "He was injured on the ranch. The ranch has insurance." A tear slipped down Shane's cheek, and he swiped it away as quickly as it appeared. I don't want to call my mother and tell her Austin's been injured. Dwayne looked at Kurt. Well, I can call her. I'll do it, Kurt said too. No. Shane shook his head, his attention singular on the refrigerator again. I don't need your help. Dwayne extended his hand toward the cowboy. Shane, let us... No. He stood in an explosion of movement, and Dwayne jerked his hand back. Kurt fell back a step too. My family is very private. It's none of your business. He stomped toward the front door, pausing long enough to say, I'll drive myself over if I can borrow a ranch truck. He didn't turn back to look at either men. Of course, Dwayne said, and Shane nodded once and disappeared. Kurt met Dwayne's eyes, and he saw the same emotion mirrored there that he felt pouring through him, compassion and concern. Do you have his mother's number? Kurt asked. Even if I did, I'm not going to call her, he said. No need to enrage that bull further. I'm surprised he wanted to meet. Kurt got down 2 plates and shoveled huge helpings of lasagna onto them. Me too. But he showed up by my doorstep and demanded we come over here. We'll stop by the hospital in the morning, he said. I need to go get my truck and you can drive me. Dwayne scooped up a big bite of food. Deal. He chewed and swallowed. So you and May, you okay? Kurt groaned and put another bite of noodles and cheese into his mouth to buy himself some time to answer. I don't want to talk about it anymore today. Ask Felicity. You told my wife. Yeah, now get on back to her so I can go to bed. Kurt added a chuckle, but he didn't finish his food after Dwayne left. Instead, he really did flop into bed and fall asleep only moments later. Chapter 15. May drove Kurt's truck to the hospital the next morning, as he was planning to be there with Dwayne to visit the cowboy that had been injured on the ranch yesterday. She could barely control the vehicle, but she'd managed to drive it to the restaurant and home, and now back to the hospital. She found Kurt in a waiting room on the 2nd floor, right where he'd said he'd be. Hey there, she said, sidling up to where he waited in a blue plastic chair. The scent of really clean things and really unclean things mixed together in a smell that uniquely belonged to the medical industry. May. He stood and gathered her into his arms. It's so great to see you. You guys aren't working this morning. Dwayne shuffled a few things around, he said, releasing her and stepping back. But Shane's not going to be able to take over right away. It was his brother that got hurt. Oh, no. May glanced toward the coded door that led to the patient's room. Are you going to go back? I've already been back. He threaded his fingers through hers. Let's go to breakfast or something. We didn't get to talk much yesterday. Breakfast sounds great, she said, though her stomach cramped at the thought of eating anything. I called Pastor Gray, and he said we could make a reservation for the outdoor station starting next Monday. Oh, great. Kurt squeezed her fingers. Thanks for doing that. He sounded tired, but he looked as handsome and as refreshed as ever. They'd taken 2 steps toward the elevator when a man said, Kurt, I need you. He turned back toward Dwayne, his shoulders falling. Right now? It's important. Kurt looked at May, an apologetic look in his eye. I'm sorry, May. Rain check on breakfast? Of course. You go on. She tipped up on her toes and gave him a quick kiss. I'll walk over to Sotheby's. It's not far. I'll call you later? She released his hand and fell back a step, then 2, waiting for him to confirm. Yeah, call me later. He turned and walked toward Dwayne, his cowboy hat ticked down and his bootsteps sounding somber. They went downstairs and out the front doors into the warm sunshine of spring. She didn't immediately turn toward Sotheby's, but went toward Main Street, hoping for the chance to get a maple peach bear claw from the bakery. And with any luck, Lena would have made her cinnamon swirl bread that morning, and there'd be some left. She entered the vibrant atmosphere of the bakery, which smelled and felt like warm cider. She hugged herself and drew in a deep breath of this place she'd been coming to since she was a child. May, how are you? She glanced over to find Allie standing there, 2 to-go cups of coffee in her hand and a brown paper bag tucked under her arm. Allie. She smiled and drew Allie into an awkward hug, what with her bakery items and all. You want to get some coffee and talk? Allie looked at her with sympathy and questions in her eyes. May shook her head. You're obviously headed out. This is for Mike. Allie lifted one of the to-go cups higher, the one obviously for her husband. He can wait.
It's no big deal. Let me go through the line, then. May grinned at her and moved forward to place her order. Once she had her bear claw and her cinnamon swirl bread and her dark roast, she slid into the seat across from Allie. Ah. She lifted the warm liquid to her lips. I think their coffee is better than ours. Don't tell anyone, though. She smiled as Allie giggled. How are things with you and Kurt? Just great, May said, ripping off a piece of her bear claw. So you haven't told him you're a few short months away from becoming the Sotheby? If I get married, she said, he doesn't need that kind of pressure. Although, Allie almost slopped her coffee out of her to-go cup, which would have been something. Although what? We did talk about getting married and where we'd live, or at least he wanted to. We keep getting interrupted. Allie's green eyes sparkled. Well, that's perfect, May. So you don't need to worry about scaring him away with the serious talk. No, May had never thought Kurt would be the one to get scared away. For all her trying, all her dating, all her praying that the Lord would bring the right man into her life, it was May who was starting to get scared. What if... I don't know. What if I didn't want the restaurant? Or what if I did, but I didn't want a man to go with it? She wasn't even sure of what she was saying, which made things hard when Allie asked, What do you mean? I don't know. May sighed and picked off another piece of her breakfast, a corner with a particularly large bit of frosting. It just feels dumb to have to get married in order to take over the restaurant. I mean, I know why my parents want that, but what if I don't want a family? Allie reached across the table and put her hand on May's. You've always wanted a family. She shook her head, her eyes concerned. I don't know where this is coming from, or where it's going. I don't either. May shook her head, too. I just feel like maybe everything has been too easy, and someone's going to pop out of the wall or something and say, Just kidding, you can't have Kurt and the restaurant. Allie gave her a wry look. Which is ironic, because you can't have the restaurant without Kurt. But I can't have Kurt without the restaurant. And maybe that was what she wanted. Maybe she'd rather stay home and bake instead of pull up to the restaurant at the crack of dawn to do it. You love the restaurant, Allie said. You have since you were little. And that was true, too. Do you think he'll care that I joined Texas Faithful to meet someone fast because I have this deadline? I don't see why he would. Maybe he'll think I was just using him. And May couldn't stand the thought of that. You like him, right? Yeah, of course. Then you're not using him. Her phone went off and Allie swiped it open to read the message. Oh, it's Mike. I have to go. See you this afternoon. She stood and May did too, pecking her on both cheeks before watching her walk out. She sat at the table a while longer, eating half of her bear claw as she thought about Kurt and his grandmother's ring, and what it would be like to live in the same house or cabin with him and run the most successful restaurant in town. Could she even have both? Her parents did, but they ran the restaurant together. Kurt cooked, sure, but he was a cowboy through and through. Would he quit that to help her with the business? Should she even ask him to? In the end, she left the bakery without any answers, but with a very satisfied stomach. After all, Lena made the best pastries in town, besides May, of course. It was Sunday before May saw Kurt in the flesh again. She squealed as she skipped down her front steps. He leaned against the front of his truck, a wide smile on his face. He was seriously the sexiest man alive, and May giggled as he swept her into his arms. Well, hello to you, too, he said. Sorry it's been such a crazy week. He set her on her feet, and she held onto his shoulders and beamed up at him. She touched her mouth to his, the spark and heat of the touch needed. She thought about him constantly this week, and they'd spent a lot of time texting. But texting simply wasn't the same as kissing, or smelling his intoxicating cologne, or feeling the warmth of his palms against her back. She'd spent extra hours at the restaurant this week, learning things from her father. She'd taken notes on the specials they ran, the seasonal items he'd kept records of, and marveled at the fact that he'd changed the menu 6 times in her lifetime. 6 times, and she hadn't really known why. To stay relevant, he said. We want people to come back for the classics, May. Our chicken fried steak always stays on the menu. So does the steak.
But we put new things on and take old ones off all the time. You want to make the menu yours once you take over."
He spoke as if he had full confidence May would be able to make a husband out of Kurt, and if not Kurt, someone else. But as Kurt kissed her, May realized she didn't want anyone else. She pulled away, her earlier euphoria fading. "I need to talk to you about something," she said. He backed up and looked down at her.
"All right."
She gathered her courage close and took both of his hands in his. "I joined Texas Faithful because I needed to find someone fast." His eyebrows went up.
"Everyone has their own reasons, I guess."
"Why did you join?" she asked.
"It's not easy to meet people out on the ranch," he said. "Not a lot of available women, and I only get to town for church, and that's only sometimes."
She nodded and nodded, finally telling herself to stop. "Well, I joined because my parents told me they wouldn't pass the restaurant to me if I didn't get married." Kurt squeezed her fingers.
"Really?"
"And I'd been out with a lot of men, and no one was even close to a fit." She blinked at him, 2 words pushing against the back of her throat. "Until you." Soft lines appeared around his eyes as he smiled. He opened his mouth to say something, but she cut him off. "They gave me until this summer to have a serious prospect for marriage, or Daddy would consider Juan Carlos to pass the restaurant to." Kurt let several seconds of silence pass, and May appreciated that he thought before he spoke.
"May, you want the restaurant, right?"
She nodded, tears gathering behind her eyes for some stupid reason. "Yes."
"And we've already talked about diamond rings and stuff."
"Not a whole lot of stuff," she said. "And I'm worried that I'll be so busy with the restaurant that there won't be time for you, time for us, time for a family." May drew in a deep breath and tried to steady herself with the extra oxygen. "And I'm running out of time for all those things." Kurt folded her into his arms, tucking her right against his chest.
"May, it's never been me or the restaurant."
"No, I know." She gripped the back of his shirt in both fists. "But Kurt, it is." She held him so tight her fingers ached. She backed out of his embrace until she bumped into the truck. "It is, Kurt. With a restaurant, it's always that or something else." She'd never realized it before, not until that moment. "It was the restaurant or football games in my teens, the restaurant or dating in my 20s. I thought I could be happy with just the restaurant in my 30s, but I haven't been." She drew in a deep breath, the eyes with which she saw with now open and seeing things in a whole new way. "There will be times where it will be the restaurant or you, or the restaurant or our children. It never sleeps. It never gets sick. It's always there, and someone always needs to be there." Her lungs shuddered, and she forced herself to slow down. "And once I take over, that someone will be me." She drew herself up tall and straight as she could make herself as she stood in 4-inch heels on the dirt. "And you should know that right now, before you show me your grandmother's ring. You should know, so that if any of what I just said isn't okay with you, you can walk away now." May prayed with every energy of her heart that he wouldn't walk away now. Seconds passed that felt like hours. He finally said,
"May, I have nowhere else I want to go, and no one else I want to be with."
A smile tugged against the corners of her mouth. He closed the distance between them, his breath hot against her cheek as he asked,
"So, do you want to see the ring?"
Chapter 16. Kurt kept the smile on his face as he went over to the passenger side of the truck. He was one breath away from falling all the way in love with May Sotheby, and if she came with a busy restaurant, he still wanted her. At least, he thought he did. He knew he didn't want to walk away, but standing there, listening to her say that she would choose Sotheby's over him, over their children, at times hadn't been easy. In fact, his heart still felt a little twisted. He opened the glove box and took the black box out.
"So I got it cleaned," he said, "but it's still old and it's totally okay if you don't like it. Like I said last week, this is just a placeholder, something you can wear on your chain around your neck. That way when you show up at the restaurant early in the morning, you can think of me."
"I already think of you," she whispered, her eyes trained on the box.
Kurt thought of little else besides May. He wasn't sure what that said about him or her or their relationship. He cracked open the lid and enjoyed the gasp of surprise as May saw the ring for the first time. "Kurt!" She slapped playfully at his arm. "You made it sound like the ugliest ring on the planet." She reached for it, but he withdrew the box. "Let me." "It's beautiful." He dug in his pocket for the chain he'd picked up online and took the ring out carefully from the box. "I guess it's a princess cut, and the band is gold. But it's been worn so much, it's a little tarnished, even after the cleaning." He threaded the ring onto the chain, and May lifted her hair so he could put the necklace on. His hand stuttered along her shoulder, and the closeness of her made his mind thick and slow. She tucked it under her blouse, a satisfied smile on her face. Kurt still had all that stuff to talk about, but he found he didn't want to. Didn't want to go to church either. "How up for an adventure are you?" he asked. Her eyes narrowed. "As long as the adventure ends by 4, I'm up for anything." He looked at his phone as he pressed the power button so the clock would show. A little over 5 hours. "I think we have time." He reached for her hand, glad when she easily slipped her fingers into his. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking we go on over to the Fredericksburg Trade Days." He glanced down at her. "Have you been?" "I grew up here," she said. "So?" "So Trade Days is like 10 minutes away. Of course I've been, silly." She bumped him with her hip. "My mother loved the antique shops," he said as he opened her door. "She would wander through anything. Glass bottles, wagon wheels, rawhide. Didn't matter." May got into the truck and gave him a fond look. "When do you think I'll get to meet your mother?" Kurt ran his hand along his jaw. "Oh, I don't know." He stepped back and closed the door before walking around the back of the truck. He should probably take May home to meet his parents and his sisters, but they didn't have time for that today. He crammed himself on the sliver of a seat May had left for him and started the truck. "So I guess you've been to Antique Weekend, too?" "Beth loves it," she said. "She's already asked me if we can go in a couple of weeks." "You sound less than enthused." He set the truck east, and since she lived on that side of town already, they arrived at the big long barns in only a few minutes. "It's okay," she said. "She wants to pick through a few select shops, so it's not very relaxing. I usually just go to find something to drink and then I'm okay." She got a wistful look in her eye, and Kurt let her relive whatever memory she had in her mind. "I don't think I'll get to go this year," she said. "Why not?" He paid to park and tucked his wallet in his back pocket. "My father has been keeping me busy at the restaurant." Kurt gave a single nod, took her hand, and they walked toward Barn Zero. He didn't have anything particularly he wanted to look at, only that he loved coming to these flea markets in hill country. He felt like a boy again when he did, and he found himself softening toward May. "My mother doesn't get out to Antique Weekend much anymore," he said. "No? Why's that?" "Well, she's almost 80 for one, and number 2, she's got a bad hip." But an idea swirled around in his mind, circling until he grabbed hold of it. "Maybe you could talk to your dad about taking one of the weekends off, and we'll go pick up my mom and take her. You get to meet her and go to the markets." He tried not to infuse too much hope into his voice, but he could still hear it, lingering right beneath the syllables. "I'd have to call her, see if she's up for it." May ran her fingertips along the top of a metal sign that read, "Live, Love, Junk," and nodded. "It sounds fun." She threw a smile in his direction. "Let me talk to my father." Kurt brought her knuckles to his lips and said, "Let's go find something to eat," which caused May to laugh. "Now I know why you like these flea markets," she teased. "Can I help it if the brats are delicious?" He grinned at her, pulled her close, and prayed with every cell in his body that she could get the weekend off. The following day, Kurt hurried into his cabin at lunchtime, flipping open his laptop as he passed it. He grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge and downed half of it before settling in front of the computer. The window to sign up to practice in an outdoor kitchen for the Spring Jubilee cook-off had opened at 10, but Kurt had been out in the equipment shed, and May was baking at Sotheby's. His nerves paraded through him as he waited for the Wi-Fi to show up. When it finally did, he typed in the website May had texted him and scanned for available times. She'd also sent her schedule for the next 2 weeks, and Kurt glanced back and forth from the computer screen to his phone screen, trying to find a time that aligned. He finally did. Next Wednesday at 10 a.m. She wasn't slated to go into the restaurant until evening, but he'd taken on the morning shifts on the ranch. Over the course of the last week, Shane and Kurt had been talking about their schedules and ironing out who'd do what and when. While Austin was still injured, Dylan had fallen into the caretaker role, leaving Shane to move forward with stepping up as co-foreman. Kurt sighed and searched for another time they could practice. There was no other time. So he took next Wednesday at 10 a.m., closed the laptop, and went to talk to Shane. He had barely reached the top step when the front door of the cabin beside his opened. "Kurt," Shane said, stepping outside. "How's Austin?" "He's doing better every day." Shane took off his hat and ran his hand through his blonde hair. "It's been hard. Why don't I bring you guys something to eat tonight? I'm sure you'd like that. Dylan burnt our grilled cheese sandwiches last night." He gave Kurt a small smile. "I usually cook in the evenings." A pang of guilt stole through Kurt. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't know that." But he couldn't offer to switch positions with Shane. He really needed evenings off to see May more. "Listen, I'll bring you dinner tonight. And next Wednesday, I'm wondering if you'd switch schedules with me so I can have the morning off." Shane narrowed his eyes. "What's going on next Wednesday morning?" "It's the only time May and I can get into one of the outdoor kitchens to practice for the cook-off. I'll be back by 1. "I don't see why it would be a problem." His words carried the hint of bitterness, and Kurt wanted to help him. "Is everything okay?" Shane pierced him with his pale blue eyes. "My brother has 3 broken ribs and a fractured collarbone. We all work like dogs around here for pennies. So no, Kurt, everything is not okay." He turned back to the house while shock traveled through Kurt. "But switching next Wednesday will be fine." He wrenched open the door and went inside without another word. Kurt stared at the door as it swung closed, wondering what Shane's outburst had really been about. He had no idea, didn't know much about the Royal brothers or why they'd come to Great Seed Ranch. He knew they'd been here for 3 years and they were all good workers. They'd obviously come from another ranch because Dwayne had hired them on the spot, and they'd require little training to get things done right the first time. Shane especially had a way with horses that Kurt rarely saw. He turned away from Shane's front door and went back to his own cabin, already planning what he'd make for the brothers for dinner that night. Shane's favorite, spaghetti and meatballs. By the time Wednesday rolled around, Kurt finally donned an apron, ready to step into the kitchen with May. He'd spent the last several evenings watching her cook. Well, sort of. If she worked the restaurants in the evening, she ran the front of the house, which meant he got to sit in the family's corner booth and watch her stride around the posh restaurant in her heels. Last night, she'd worn a black pencil skirt that accentuated all of her curves, and Kurt had barely been able to lift his glass to his lips properly. Sometimes she sat down with him for an hour and they ate dinner together. Sometimes she disappeared into the kitchen for a while, finally emerging with evidence that she'd cooked something back there on her hands or a smear of flour on her sweater. No matter what, Kurt was glad he'd made arrangements to be able to come into town and see her more. The restaurant closed at 9, and May was almost always done by 10, so Kurt hadn't been getting his full 8 hours of sleep, and at his age, he was really feeling it. But May was worth the lost rest. She arrived to their practice session 10 minutes early, but Kurt was already there unpacking groceries. "Hey, cowboy," she drawled in her pretty little Texan accent. "Miss May?" He resisted the urge to sweep her off her feet and kiss her senseless. He noticed the slight bulge of his ring under her shirt, and he couldn't help the smile that slipped across his lips. "So I brought everything for the appetizer, the sweet tea, and the dessert," he said. "And you have everything for the fajitas, right?" She hooked a thumb over her shoulder. "In the back seat awaiting your muscles." She graced him with a flirty smile he couldn't wait to kiss off her mouth. Still, he stepped past her, taking the keys she dangled from her fingers. He thought he heard her sigh as he moved past her, but he didn't turn back. He retrieved the sacks of flank steak, peppers, onions, spices, and avocados and returned to the station. Another car turned into the lot, and Kurt shaded his eyes from the near-burning sun to see who it was. Jeremiah Barker pulled almost into the kitchen itself before putting his truck in park. He climbed out, a clipboard in his hand. "Kurt Pemberton and May Sotheby," he read from the paper. "That's us," May chirped. "Hey, JJ." She waved at him, as they'd grown up in town together. He barely smiled, apparently his business for the Spring Jubilee cook-off so important he couldn't say hello to someone he knew. You have until noon, and then the kitchen needs to be clean and ready for the next pair by 12:30. He scanned the area and checked something on his list. I just need you to sign here. He looked from May to Kurt. Which one of you wants to sign? I'll do it, Kurt said, stepping forward and taking the pen from JJ. You guys don't go to the same church, he remarked. Nope. Teaming up in all kinds of new ways. Kurt signed his name and handed the pen back to JJ with a smile. JJ looked at May for a moment longer than comfortable. Good luck with that. What does that mean? Kurt sidestepped a bit, blocking May from JJ's view completely. Nothing. JJ looked up into Kurt's face, and he wore some defiance in his expression. I just meant good luck with the cook-off. He got back in his truck and put the vehicle in reverse. Kurt noticed him staring at May again, and he turned back to her. So let me guess. He moved back into the kitchen. You dated him in high school, and it didn't end well. She laughed, her long hair falling lower on her back as she tipped her head skyward. I wish. You wish you were dating him? No, but he was the prize in high school, that was for sure. So why doesn't he like you? Kurt unpacked her bags, too, watching the clock on his phone tick closer to 10. They were the first practice slot of the morning, but he didn't want to take more time than they'd have in the actual cook-off. I dated him after I got back from culinary school, she said. He has a love-hate relationship with me. We go to the same church, so he wants me to win, but it's me, so he doesn't want me to win. She reached back and gathered her hair into a high ponytail. He watched her twist it and twist it until it stayed in a messy bun on the top of her head. And that was all he could take. He stepped over to her, sweeping one hand around her waist and lifting his other to undo all the work she'd just done in her hair. A kiss for good luck, he asked just before touching his lips to hers. She melted into his touch, and Kurt ran both his hands through that glorious hair as he kissed the woman he'd hoped to marry someday. He broke their connection first, the way he always did. He started kissing her, and he ended it too. All right, he said. Let's cook. He scanned her. Did you bring an apron? She startled, as if she was just remembering why she'd come to this remote corner of the parking lot at the community center. Yes, my apron. I'll grab it. Kurt chuckled as she went back to her car and returned with a purple apron he'd never seen before. Okay, so I'm doing the tarts first. They'll take the longest. You're doing the steak marinade and the peach sweet tea. Then we'll move on to soup and the main dish. He looked up from the notes he'd typed on his phone and had memorized. They'd chatted about all of this already, but he just wanted to make sure it was all still set. You, tarts, me, marinade, and tea. She clapped her hands together. We've got this. He beamed at her, opened the clock app on his phone, started the timer, and said, Let's go. Chapter 17. If there was anything May loved more than working at Sotheby's, it was cooking with Kurt. She riddled through what that meant as she got her marinated steak in the mini fridge in the corner and returned to the long stainless steel table to start on the peach sweet tea. With 3 of her 6 months until her father retired gone, May felt like she knew everything about the restaurant now. She knew who to contact for medical emergencies. She knew how to train new staff. She knew how to create and introduce a new menu, new drinks, and new entertainment. So what do you think about having live bands on the weekends? She asked as she made peach puree in the food processor. At the restaurant? Yeah, remember I asked you about it last night? I'd, fallen asleep by the time that chat came in. He feigned a long, loud yawn. You keep me up too late, Miss May. She giggled, loving the way her name sounded in his sexy, throaty drawl. There's a lot of local talent in town, she said. If trade days can get entertainment, we can too. There's a huge difference between trade days and Sotheby's, Kurt said. I like the guys we saw playing a couple of weeks ago, she said. Johnson and Jet. They played a mean acoustic guitar. Kurt laughed, the sound filling the tent and flowing into the sky. May abandoned her sweet tea prep to watch him. What's so funny? Johnson or Jet or whoever was out of tune the whole time. He gave her a flirty look. Remember how you're tone deaf? She cocked a hip, a slip of annoyance at the reminder of her flaws tugging at her. Well, we all can't be blessed with perfect pitch. If we decide to form a band and want to play for people, we should be, though. She admired his quick movements with the pie dough, the way he could multitask while talking too. All right, she said. You're right. She turned back to the puree and added honey and agave to it. So maybe not Johnson and Jet. Maybe not. They continued cooking, with Kurt calling out the time they had left at intervals along the way. In the last half hour, May thought there'd be no way she'd be able to get everything done. Fajitas required a lot of little pieces, and they all had to be exactly right, from the fry on the homemade chips to the chunkiness of the guacamole to the heat level on the salsa. Sweat trickled down her face as she rushed to get the peppers and onions seasoned and on the plate as she flipped tortilla after tortilla. Kurt called, 5 minutes, May. What do you need? Steak needs to come off, she said, wiping the back of her hand across her forehead. She wished she had a hat to absorb her sweat the way Kurt did. That platter there. She indicated the silver platter she'd brought from the restaurant. Kurt used the tongs he'd been babysitting his tortilla strips with and pulled the meat from the burner. All right, my soup's hot and done. I just need a few garnishes. Tea's done, she said. I just need to plate. Start on that. He nudged her to the side and flipped her last 2 tortillas. I've got these, and I want some cheese and cilantro on the soup, too. Cheese and cilantro on the soup, too. May flew into action, arranging the different pieces of the main dish on the platter. Steak in the middle, onions in her pepper medley on the right, guacamole in a bowl on the bottom. The salsa went beside that, and shredded cheese next to that, as those were cold and needed to stay that way. Tortillas went along the top, and Kurt placed the last steaming 2 and dashed over to the fryer to get his strips out. He tossed salt on them and then started building a beautiful bowl of tortilla soup with pico de gallo, shredded cheese, the strips, and cilantro leaves. They worked side by side, each of them ultra-focused on their tasks. Done, he said. I'll get the tarts. He pulled them from the fridge and arranged them on a long plate he'd found when they'd wandered through the trade days barns. 1 minute, he declared. Soup's done. Tea, tarts, fajitas. He checked the items off on his fingers, his voice barely more than a whisper. What else? May plucked one of her perfectly crisp chips and swiped up a mouthful of guacamole with it. She crunched through it, the creamy avocados with the salty chips making happiness in her mouth. Now we taste. His phone sounded at the end of 2 hours, and he lifted both hands in the air as if there was a real judge there. He looked at her blinking, and she blinked back. Holy cow, he said. We did it. A slow smile spread his lips. It's good, too, she said. At least the guac is. He pulled out his phone and took several pictures. From my mom, he explained. He finally stuck the device back in his pocket. All right, let's taste. Saturday morning, May was woken by her phone ringing and ringing. It was still dark outside, which meant it wasn't quite morning at all. Hello? She answered. May, her father said. The restaurant has flooded. I need you over here immediately. Her heart leapt into the back of her mouth, and she glanced around as if she had a personal butler holding up the clothes she needed. She wasn't slated to work today, a complete rarity for a Saturday, but she'd committed to joining Kurt and his parents for a day at the Antiques weekend. She couldn't cancel on him. The Antiques weekend only happened twice a year and... May? Yeah, Daddy. She ran her hand through her hair and sighed. I'm coming. She hung up and found darker objects among the darkness in her bedroom. Living so far from civilization definitely made the night black. How am I going to tell Kurt? She whispered to herself, knowing she was wasting precious seconds. Maybe the disaster wasn't as serious as her father thought. She glanced at her phone, which read 4:37 a.m. Maybe they'd have everything under control by 9, when Kurt was coming to pick her up. He could easily swing by the restaurant instead of coming all the way out to her house. But that would require her to be ready to go to the Round Top right now, and in the flood. Desperation coated her throat, but she got up and pulled on a pair of jeans and a bright teal top. She brushed her teeth and swept her hair into a bun on the top of her head. She could feel the ghost of Kurt's fingers as he worked the knot loose just before he kissed her only a few days ago. Looking into her eyes, she begged the Lord one more time. Please, please, she whispered to herself and to God. I can't cancel on Kurt. Not today. They'd had plenty of conversations about her schedule and his, and she'd canceled on him for other things. This is his mother. Please. Without another phone call from her father saying everything was a hoax, she hurried to brush some makeup on her face and stick her feet in some good walking shoes. If there was any chance she could still make it to Antiques weekend, she would. She pulled up to the restaurant to find Juan Carlos's minivan parked next to her father's black luxury sedan. She wasn't sure why, but the minivan bothered her. Had her father called him too? If so, why? "Daddy?" she called as she pushed open the kitchen door. Water seeped over her toes and soaked her socks. She lifted one foot as if that would help, and looked at the water rushing toward her. Most of the red-orange tile in the kitchen was wet, some of it covered in standing water, and her father turned from where he stood at the dishwasher with Juan Carlos. "May, come on over." He waved her forward as if it wasn't 5 in the morning. "What happened?" she asked, giving up on keeping her feet dry. "I got a call from the security company," he said. "They said they detected some motion in the kitchen, and they checked the feeds and said it was water, so I came down." May frowned at the way Juan Carlos jammed a screwdriver between 2 pieces of metal. "Everything was fine when I left last night." Every surface had gleamed, it was so clean. All the dishes and plates and cups had been stacked, ready for another busy day in the restaurant. "It's clogged here," Juan Carlos said, "and the sensor has malfunctioned, so it started when it didn't need to start." "It was running for a little over 2 hours," Daddy added, waving to the water carnage in the kitchen. "Which is why this happened." "Well, what do we do?" "We've got the water off now," Juan Carlos said, "and I'm going to fix this." May met her father's eyes. "And I guess I'm going to fix all of this." They had drains in the kitchen, and if she could get the water in the right place, maybe she would still make it to Antiques weekend. So she got out the floor squeegee and started working. Her arms burned only after a few minutes, and her usual workouts of baking and walking around the restaurant in heels hadn't prepared her to push water into drains for longer than 30 seconds. But she kept at the work, her mind only thinking, "Antiques weekend," in 4-count syllables. Chapter 18. Kurt's phone rang at 8 o'clock, and he pulled it from his back pocket. May's name and picture sat on the screen, and his heart plummeted to the dirt floor of the riding ring where he stood. "Hey, May," he said in as upbeat of a voice as he could muster. He pressed his eyes closed, though he should be watching old Susanna as she walked the circle, make sure she stayed on the fence line, though she wanted to come in. "Kurt," she exhaled, and he imagined her scraping her bangs off her forehead. "You can't make it today, can you?" His eyes opened and focused on his horse, who had indeed snuck inside the path she was supposed to be on. He didn't even have the heart to correct her. "The dishwash at the restaurant flooded, and it's still not fixed, and I'm a huge mess and—" "It's fine." He didn't know all the details. His disappointment tasted like bitter coffee, the kind his father made and refused to add sugar to on Christmas morning. "I'm so sorry," she said. "Maybe we can go down for Sunday dinner tomorrow." "You're working it too, remember?" "Oh, right." His mind whirred, trying to come up with another solution. "Maybe I can bring my parents here. Main Street is practically an antiques roadshow." With over 100 shops, specialty stores, and restaurants on Main Street, Grapeseed Falls did have some great shopping for tourists and locals alike. "And then we can come see you at the restaurant." "I'm in no condition to be seen, especially not to meet your mother." Kurt nodded, though May couldn't see the action. "All right." "All right." "What else is there? You can't make it. Things happen. All right." And while he spoke true, Kurt couldn't help the frustration rising through his body, infecting his thoughts. He couldn't tell her it didn't matter to him that the restaurant came first, and then be upset when the restaurant came first. He wasn't going to play games like that. "Are you still going to go?" "I have to," he said. "I can't let my mother down, and I have the whole day off." And suddenly he wanted to spend it with his mom and dad, talk to them about May, find out how to make a complicated relationship a little less complex. "Oh, all right. Well, have fun, and I'm so sorry. You'll tell your mother I'm sorry." "Of course, May." He hung up, his fingers too tight on the phone. He wished he could just squeeze away all the negativity, but he couldn't. So he finished up with old Susanna, got her brushed down and put away, and then got himself in the shower. By 8:45 on the dot, he sat behind the wheel in his truck. Without having to go all the way to May's to pick her up, he'd still be on time to get his parents. So he set the truck south and let the miles roll by. Once he arrived in San Antonio, he stared at the little white house where he'd grown up. His father had obviously just had it painted. "Right on schedule,"
Kurt thought, as his dad refreshed the paint every year in the spring. He got out, his memories flowing thickly as he walked up to the front door. "Ma?" He knocked as he entered the house. "Kurt!" She came bustling around the corner, a white-haired woman full of life and energy. "There you are. Get over here and give me a hug, boy." She grinned at him and drew him into a hug while she laughed. All at once, the sound cut off and she stepped back. "Well, where's your girlfriend?" Kurt's smile faltered. "She couldn't come." "Couldn't come?" His mother's eyebrows rose so fast, Kurt thought she'd have whiplash. "The dishwasher at a restaurant flooded." He spread his arms wide. "So it's just me today." His mother narrowed her razor-sharp blue eyes. "Kurt, you tell me the truth. You are dating someone, aren't you?" "Ma, come on." "It's just that last fall, you said you were bringing home a lady friend for Thanksgiving, and then you showed up here with 5 pies and no woman." "I told you why. She broke up with me." She put her hands on her hips. "So, did this one break up with you too?" "I literally just said the dishwasher at a restaurant flooded." Kurt rolled his eyes. "If I'd known I was going to get the 3rd degree, I would have hired a date for the day." "Hired a date?" His father appeared at the end of the hall. "I thought you said you had a girlfriend." He looked at his wife. "Didn't the boy say he had a girlfriend, Flo?" "He sure did." "I'm 46, Kurt mumbled, tired of his parents calling him a boy. But they always had, and he normally didn't mind, like when his mother told him to get over there and hug her. "I do have a girlfriend," Kurt insisted. "She just happens to own a big restaurant and couldn't come at the last minute." "Mm-hmm," his mom and dad said in tandem. Kurt looked away, frustrated, though he was glad his parents were both here, still alive, and that they hadn't changed much from the last time he'd seen them, which was over Thanksgiving holiday. "Can we just go?" he asked. "It's a long drive to Warrenton." "Oh, I need my apron." His mother dashed back into the kitchen as fast as her 80-year-old feet would take her. "Really, Dad? She's still wearing an apron?" His mother had an apron she'd sewn specifically for Antiques Weekend. She had a credit card and driver's license in a zippered pocket. One pocket for bills, one for change, and one with a small notebook and pencil so she could take notes and come back to certain vendors she liked. She appeared wearing the floral disaster, and Kurt grinned at her. "Well, Mom, that thing hasn't changed in 3 decades. "I know." She beamed at him. "Isn't it great? We didn't go to Antiques Weekend in the fall, and I'm just dying to see what Clarabelle has." Her favorite home decor vendor. She'd spent at least an hour there this afternoon. "So we better get going." "Are we stopping for lunch?" his father asked. "Dad, I already told you. We're eating at Maddox when we get there." They had the best turkey steaks in 5 counties, and Kurt could already taste their turkey steak nugget. They cut a 2-inch square of turkey steak and sculpted mashed potatoes around it into a ball. Then that was dipped and fried, and Kurt's mouth watered just thinking about it. He helped his parents climb in his truck, and then he got them going in the right direction. 2 hours in the car was a long time, but thankfully, Kurt had some things he needed to talk about. "How do you know when you're ready to get married?" he asked. "Kurt," his mother sucked in a breath, "you're going to marry this woman." "I don't know, Ma." "Well, you've done it before," his dad said, leaning forward to peer at Kurt past his mom. "I know, Dad, and it was a disaster." He had no desire to repeat his past mistakes. "I can't believe we haven't met her." His mom's hand fluttered around her throat. "Mom, calm down. It's a long way off still." "Why?" "Because—" He stopped himself from telling them she would be taking over the restaurant and all the details that surrounded it. All at once, he realized that a wedding might not be as far off as he thought. After all, May wasn't getting any younger either, and her father wanted the restaurant to stay in the family. He sighed. "I just don't know how to trust how I feel." His mother patted his leg and took his hand between both of her weathered ones. "Oh, Kurt." She spoke in a much softer, more maternal voice. "That one's easy. You already know. You just need to believe in yourself." "That's exactly the problem, Ma." "And if you can't do that, believe in the Lord," she said, giving his fingers a final squeeze. Kurt chewed on her words as he listened to his parents tell stories about his younger sisters and the neighbor down the street with the 8 cats. He loved his parents,
idiosyncrasies and all, and they had a great lunch and afternoon together, wandering the miles of antique shops along the highway. He even found a new blown-glass pitcher that the peach sweet tea would only make more beautiful. He also spotted 2 new Crocs that would hold May's salsa and guacamole, and he bought those too. So even though May was absent, and the hole she left in his life felt all-encompassing, he still enjoyed a great day with his family and found some great antiques. As the days and weeks passed until the spring jubilee, Kurt's nerves grew until he was as jittery as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. He chatted May's fingers to the bone, he was sure. And when he sat in the corner booth and waited to talk to her in person, he made lists and ran through the recipes, one last time. Finally, the morning of the Jubilee dawned, with Kurt on the front porch of his cabin, his trusty dog at his feet, and his steaming cup of coffee in his hand. A sense of peace filled him, though the air wasn't as crisp as it had been these last few months. April was his favorite month in Texas, what with its blossom-scented air and bright sunshine. April also meant tourists, and the start to the summer season and loads of work on the ranch. But for 10 minutes, Kurt didn't think about any of that. He sipped his coffee, patted his dog, and kept his emotions close to his heart. When he stood to go get a few things done before he had to head over to the community center, his nerves came back in full force. He reminded himself that he'd practiced his dishes individually again last night. He had all the ingredients he needed. May would be there. And though Kurt hadn't spent as much time with her as he'd hoped since taking on less responsibility around the ranch, he still got to see her most days, kiss her most evenings, and today they were going to bring the prize money in honor to their congregations. When he arrived at the community center, the Spring Jubilee was in full swing. A 3-day event, it had already been running for a day now, and the cook-off was one small part of the festivities that greeted him in the parking lot and the sprawling lawns at the center. He'd known there would be a lot of people at the Jubilee. After all, it wasn't the first one he'd attended. Locals and tourists alike wandered through the booths, the food trucks, and the events. Children rode ponies, and adults threw baseballs at milk cans, and the atmosphere was family-friendly and vibrant. Kurt lugged his groceries over to the outdoor kitchens and checked in with a volunteer there. "Kitchen 6, she said, pointing him toward a back corner. He put his grocery sacks there and made the trip back to his truck to get the new pitcher and Crocs, along with the rest of the plates and bowls he needed. With a half an hour to go until the cook-off began, Kurt tied his apron around his waist and leaned against one of the stainless steel tables in Kitchen 6. He certainly wasn't the only one in the kitchens. In fact, almost every station had both participants there, laying out ingredients and talking through things one last time. Kurt scanned the Jubilee for May, but he didn't see her. His anxiety rose with each minute that passed, and he folded his arms to try to contain it. He couldn't compete without her, and he checked his phone to see if she'd called or texted. Nothing. The volunteer returned, and she looked around the kitchen, obviously searching for May. "This is a pairs competition," she said, as if Kurt didn't know. "She's coming," he said, making his voice strong and sure. He hated that he wasn't 100% confident that May was actually coming. "We start in 10 minutes. If she's not here at start time, she can't compete." Kurt nodded in short bursts and looked past the volunteer, willing May to come running across the parking lot. It felt like too much time had passed, and Kurt had started thinking about what he'd do with all his groceries if he couldn't compete, when he heard his name. May hurried toward him, laden with grocery bags. He sprang forward to help her, and she checked in with the volunteer while he deposited her steak and vegetables on the table. "Dishes?" he asked as she tied up her hair. "I'm so sorry, Kurt. We can talk about it later. You have dishes in your car, right?" He held out his hand for the keys. She put them in his palm, and he ran toward the lot, clicking her lock button to make the car honk so he could find it. When he returned to Kitchen 6, she had her groceries out, and the competition had already begun. His chest heaved, and he felt scattered, his thoughts all over the place. He took a deep breath. "All right," he said. "You're doing the steak marinade, and I'm on tarts." She looked like she wanted to apologize again, and Kurt worried that perhaps something serious had happened with her family. Her parents weren't exactly young either. "Is your family okay?" he asked. "Everyone's fine." She pressed her lips into a thin line and reached for a bulb of garlic. So she'd been late because of something at Sotheby's, and while Kurt said they'd talk about things later, He found he didn't want to talk about the restaurant and how it had almost ruined their chances of competing in the Spring Jubilee cook-off. Didn't want to talk about the restaurant at all. Chapter 19. May pushed aside the reason she'd been late. 3 people had quit at Sotheby's that very morning. 2 prep cooks and a waitress, and on the busiest weekend Grapeseed Falls would see this month, May had panicked. She'd spent a couple of hours consulting with Juan Carlos and then trying to get the shifts covered. And she had. But it had made her late loading her car with the groceries and dinnerware she needed, and traffic coming into the community center had been insane. At one point, she considered loading up as much as she could carry and walking, because then she'd at least be moving toward her destination. Her thoughts circled, causing her hands to make clumsy mistakes. She straightened and drew in a calming breath. The last of her worry edged away. She'd made it. They were cooking for the churches on Alberta Street and Freestone Avenue. She could do this now and focus on the restaurant later. Focus on what's in front of you, she told herself, something her father had been telling her for months now as he trained her to manage everything. Plan for the future, but focus on what's in front of you. So she did. The 2 hours passed in a blur, with the last 5 minutes just as rushed and anxiety-ridden as her practice session a few weeks ago. But when the bullhorn sounded and they both threw their hands up into the air, their dishes looked beautiful. A real Texas feast. Judges swarmed, a pair of them coming to each kitchen at the same time. May stepped back, joining Curtis Marcus Mann, who sat on the city council, said, "Tell us about your meal." May and Kurt looked at each other and blinked. They'd worked in sync despite her tardiness and the charged atmosphere between them, but now it seemed he'd gone mute. So May opened her mouth and said, "This is a journey through some of Texas's finest dishes. We started with a classic tortilla soup with homemade strips, pico de gallo, and roasted chicken. Then there are fajitas with chips, guacamole, and salsa. And what Texas meal is complete without pecan pie? We did tartlets and finished everything with a peach sweet tea." Marcus looked at her for an extra moment before turning his attention to the food. His partner, Leanna Hoops, who ran the bank on the corner of Main and Suncrest, the largest institution in Grapeseed Falls, had already picked up a spoon. They tasted everything, scratched out notes on their clipboards, and moved to the next kitchen with thank yous. The process repeated 5 times until 10 judges had tasted their food. When the judging ended, May leaned into the table, relief cascading through her like an avalanche. She plucked one last remaining strip of beef from the platter and put it in her mouth. The flavor of cumin and red pepper exploded in her mouth, and though the meat was a half an hour cold, it still tasted delicious. "Well, we did our best." She turned back to Kurt, who watched her with an unreadable expression. "I'm sorry I almost missed it." "You didn't." He started cleaning up the kitchen, the conversation clearly closed. She'd been planning to take the entire day off to spend with him at the Jubilee. He'd gotten the time off work, too. But now she wondered if he'd just pack up his stuff and head back to his cabin. Her stomach growled and she turned back to him. "Where do you want to go to lunch?" "Up to you." She hated how he wouldn't look at her, so she moved to stand in front of him. "No, it's not up to me. Let's decide together." He finally looked at her with those electric blue eyes, and she fell back a step from the powerful shock she got. "What happened at the restaurant?" he asked, like he already knew why she'd been late. Defeat slumped May's shoulders. 3 people quit. I handled it, but it made me a little behind." "You almost missed this," he said. This thing we've been practicing for 4 months, May, for our churches." "I know, but like you said, I didn't." He scoffed and looked away. "And," she said, "we're going to win." He sighed, and when he focused on her again, his eyes and jaw had softened. "You think so?" "I know so. Our food was flawless." She reached for him, relieved and grateful when he let her slip her fingers along his. "I'm sorry I was late, Kurt." He tugged her closer, his forgiveness coming easily and quickly. Tucking her against his chest, he said, "I know you are, and I sure hope you're right about us winning." As if summoned by his statement, a microphone crackled to life, and the mayor said into it, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have the winner of the Spring Jubilee Congregational Cook-Off in my hand." The crowd cheered, and Kurt needed May against his side, the tension in his grip prevalent. Mayor Lamoni opened the envelope, removed a single sheet of paper, and scanned it. "With comments like, Some of the best food I've ever tasted and a true Texas masterpiece. The winner of this year's 2 Peas in a Pod contest is—" May's heart beat so fast, she pressed one hand against her chest to make sure it didn't explode right out of her ribcage. Kurt sucked in a tight breath. "Kurt Pemberton and May Sotheby." May squealed, her adrenaline spiking against as her name settled in her ears. They'd just won. She turned toward Kurt, who grinned like he'd won the lottery, not a cooking contest in small-town Texas. He swept her off her feet, and together they laughed and laughed. And though the moment only lasted for a few breaths, May felt more happiness under that tent, in the parking lot of the community center, inside the circle of Kurt's arms than she'd ever felt. With the onset of tourist season, Sotheby's saw increased crowds each day. They filled the restaurant to capacity each evening for dinner, and May ran herself ragged trying to keep up. She couldn't reserve the family's corner booth for Kurt to sit in while she worked, and he'd taken to hanging out in the office and stealing a few rushed words of conversation and a kiss before heading over to her place. He kept Char company and had hot coffee waiting for her when she finally got home. He never complained about the lack of time they had together, and they talked about setting a wedding date for December. "I love hill country at the holidays," he said, and May had agreed. Nothing had been announced. No venue had been booked. She still wore the diamond around her neck, but they hadn't gone to a jeweler to purchase a real engagement ring. As the months passed, they talked about him moving in with her once they were married, and after several conversations over the course of 2 weeks, he finally agreed. "It'll be hard for me to give up my place on the ranch," he said. When she'd asked him why, he'd fallen silent, held her tight, and then left without kissing her goodbye. May sensed a new distance between them, but she didn't know what to do about it. Kurt still came into the restaurant on most days, and as the date of her father's retirement announcement neared, May's focus on the restaurant increased. The day before the big event, where family, close friends, and the entire staff at Sotheby's would be in attendance, her mother found her working in the office before the restaurant opened. "Hey, honey." "Mom, hey." May stood and gave her mother a peck on both cheeks. She scanned the kitchen beyond her. "Where's Daddy?" "Just me this morning." Her mom settled on the chair where Kurt usually sat and put her purse on the floor. "Oh, well, what's up?" May sat behind the desk again, the food order she'd been working on waiting for her. After that, she had payroll to complete, and then she needed to run down to the street to the party supply store for tomorrow's shindig. "How are things with Kurt?" "Great." May almost choked on the word. "Really great." Though she knew they really weren't, she couldn't stand the thought of not being with him. "We're talking about a wedding over the Christmas holidays." Her mother smiled, but it was one of her controlled ones without much emotion behind it. "Well, we should get started on the planning then. That's only 6 months from now." May sighed and picked up the pencil she'd been using to mark boxes on the order. "Yeah, I know. That's not much time to find a dress and get it altered, or book a venue," her mom continued. "The best places are scheduled months out, and with it being the holidays, they might already be booked." "I know," May said again, and yet she'd done nothing to advance the wedding plans. She hadn't told anyone about the date, not Beth, not Allie, not her mother. "So what's the holdup?" her mom asked. "I don't have a real engagement ring," May said, automatically reaching to finger the diamond she did wear. This was supposed to be a placeholder. The silence that followed didn't comfort May. She wasn't sure why she and Kurt hadn't made time to go buy a proper ring, and as soon as she thought as much, she did know why. She didn't have the time. He had asked her about it at least twice, and she hadn't had the time. "With everything going on in the summer season, we hadn't had time to get to a jeweler," May said, her voice feeble even to her. Her mother heard it and cocked her head as she searched May's face. "Do you want to marry this man, May?" "Yes, ma'am." She hung her head. "There's just so much work to do here," she added, her defenses flying into place. "I don't know how Daddy does everything." They felt like she was drowning beneath schedules, paperwork, and baking. "He doesn't," her mother said simply. "We ran Sotheby's together, May." She stood and shouldered her purse, the meeting clearly almost over. May hadn't even realized her mother's visit had turned into a meeting. "Together, May. It's another reason your father and I wanted you to marry before you took over the restaurant.
It's an impossible job for just one person. May stood and looked at her mother, panic combining with desperation in her chest. But Mom, Kurt's a cowboy, not a restaurant manager. They'd been planning for him to keep working out at Grapeseed Ranch. Him coming to Sotheby's and helping out had never been on the table. May hadn't known it needed to be. People change, her mother simply said. She patted May's arm with sympathy in her expression. I'll stop by the party supply store for you. She moved away, her heels clicking on the red-orange tile in the kitchen, until she disappeared out the back door of the restaurant. May sat down heavily behind the desk, her mind churning. People change. People change. People change. Chapter 20. Kurt pulled into the restaurant parking lot at 9 o'clock in the morning, having switched his shift with Shane again. At least the other man hadn't snapped at him. Austin had healed well, and Dwayne had paid for everything, but Shane still carried a certain edge of anger everywhere with him. Kurt was tired of getting up early to get chores done so he could rush into town and sit around by himself. Tired of spending his evenings with an apricot miniature poodle. Tired of the uncomfortable chair in May's office. Tired of reading on his phone or surfing his social media alone. He was in love with May Sotheby, and she simply didn't have time for him. She'd promised things would slow down again in the winter, but Kurt had met her in January and she had been plenty busy then. And next year, she'd be the chef and owner of Sotheby's, not just the pastry chef of her father's restaurant. As much as he didn't want to admit it, that morning when he'd looked at himself in the mirror to make sure he was presentable for her father's retirement celebration, he looked lonely. He felt absolutely alone. He'd given up evenings and weekends on the ranch, and therefore didn't socialize with hardly any of the men out there anymore. He'd been going to church with May, if she was available, so he didn't have his congregational support. He barely talked to Dwayne anymore. I'm unhappy, he thought as the feeling pulled through him again. He had the woman of his dreams, and they were going to get married in December, and he was unhappy. His phone buzzed, May asking him how close he was to arriving, and because he didn't want to let her down or cause her the same worry she'd caused him by being late to the cook-off, he stuffed his unhappiness into a box and shelved it in the back of his mind. Then he got out of his truck and went inside the restaurant to help May hang banners and light candles for her father's retirement party. She hugged him hello, but stepped back quickly with directions already streaming from her mouth. He liked watching her work, had always enjoyed the way she carried confidence in her step and her voice. She was sophisticated, powerful, and beautiful, and he loved everything about that. So he hung the banners where she said, and mixed up the peach sweet tea they'd won the cook-off with, and positioned himself off to the side with Allie and a few other members of the wait staff at Sotheby's as the front doors opened and May's father walked in. Cheers went up and applause started, and May beamed so much joy from her face. Kurt wondered if she could be happy for the both of them, if she could carry him in his time of unhappiness until he could find his way back to the light. Her father made a speech about the restaurant and how he'd started working in it 60 years ago as an 11-year-old boy who took out the trash and ran errands for his father. He continued, but Kurt couldn't get the fact that the man had dedicated 6 decades of his life to this restaurant. May's father continued, telling the story of how he'd met her mother in that corner booth and how they'd conducted their family and business meetings right at the table where Kurt stood. Tears were shed, and Kurt caught May wiping her eyes several times. Her father finished and lifted a set of keys high into the air. And today, I'm retiring. I'll still come into Sotheby's for the chicken fried steak, but my daughter is going to take this restaurant into the next generation of food lovers. He handed her the keys to the thunderous applause, and they embraced. Kurt clapped along with everyone else, and a smile even stole across his face. May hugged her father tight, and then her mother too. They both cried, and Kurt's chest pinched at the emotion on May's face. She loved this restaurant, and she'd worked really hard to get where she was. A measure of joy pulled through him, too, at watching her achieve her dream. She continued down the line, hugging both of her sisters, and then Juan Carlos and Allie. Kurt swallowed, his hands raw from clapping and his throat dry as he waited for his embrace. But May only gave him a sexy, knowing look and turned back to her father. Kurt knew that look. He'd seen her flash it toward him as he sat in the booth this spring, and then in her office this summer. It said, "We'll celebrate in private." but he still felt like she'd stung him with a powerful shock. His hands fell to his sides as he realized she hadn't claimed him as hers in this private setting. Glancing around, he saw the staff from Sotheby's. Her family, their closest friends. Why couldn't she hug him too? Maybe whisper in his ear about how much she loved him. His loneliness descended, crushing him with its tremendous weight. He felt like he existed behind a layer of wax paper, and everyone who was now laughing and smiling and moving toward the buffet tables were out of his reach. He swallowed against his dry throat and headed for the exit, half hoping someone would notice and call him back. No, hoping May would notice and call after him, follow him, thread her fingers through his, and lead him carefully back to her inner circle. She didn't. No one did. So Kurt did what he'd been doing for months now. He drove to May's house, let himself in through the garage, and curled up with her dog to wait for her to come home. There you are. Kurt glanced up from his phone to find May standing above him. He had no idea what time it was, how much time had passed, or why he hadn't heard her arrive, or where Char was. The last one made him bolt to a sitting position and scan the room for the little dog. "Why'd you leave the restaurant?" May asked, perching on the edge of the couch in her slim-cut skirt. Her blouse screamed the color of plums, and Kurt wanted to reach out and finger the fabric the way he had numerous times in the past. Don't know." But he did know, and he knew what was coming next. May had to know, too. "You were busy." She folded her hands into her lap. "Well, I'm not busy now." Kurt focused on her hands, those beautiful long fingers he'd seen plate the most delicate dishes. "May, I don't think this is working very well." She pulled in a breath but didn't say anything. I feel like an accessory in your life. Something you put on your arm to show people if you like it." He spoke slowly, trying to articulate how he felt, trying to trust it, trying to listen in case God wanted to tell him something he should say. "I feel like I'm still courting you, and you don't quite want the whole town to know we're together yet. But you've been wearing my grandmother's ring for months now, and we talked about our wedding, and me giving up my cabin and—" He let the sentence hang there, unsure how to finish it. Several seconds passed, and he finally looked straight at her. Her dark eyes bubbled with tears and her chin quivered. Seeing her hurt sent a pain all the way through him, but she had to know. He deserved happiness, too. "I'm terribly lonely," he said. "We're together, and I love you, and I'm lonely all the time." He shook his head, the admission making him feel weak and vulnerable. "I'm unhappy, and I have no friends left, no one besides you to talk to, which is fine, honestly. You're the only one I want to talk to, but you're not always available to talk." He wasn't sure how to continue without blaming her or claiming she'd put the restaurant above him, both things he'd vowed never to do. After all, he couldn't tell her he didn't care about how much she worked, and then care about how much she worked. He didn't play games like that. "I tried," he said. "For months, I've tried to spend more time with you, and I simply don't think you have it to give. So," he drew in a great big breath, silently begging her to say something. "I think maybe we should take a break. See how things go over the next few months." He had no idea what that even meant. Would he change his availability status on Texas Faithful the way he had after Alicia had broken up with him? Would he chat with other women? Would he go back to his double-time work as foreman? He didn't anticipate anything changing in May's world. If anything, she'd only become busier. "I need a partner," she whispered. "I know that, sweetheart." He flinched toward her but drew his hands back to his own lap without touching her. "But you didn't even hug me at the party today." "I want you to be my partner." He shook his head. "No, you don't, May. You want me to wait in the office or in the corner booth and have dinner and coffee ready when you get home." He didn't mean for the words to come out so harshly, but they did. "If you really wanted me in your life, as a partner, you'd have hugged me at the restaurant today. You hugged Allie, and she's a waitress." "She's my best friend." "And I'm your fiancé. And besides, I thought I was your best friend." "I'm not wearing an engagement ring." She sounded combative, and Kurt's emotions spiraled out of control. He needed to leave before he said something he couldn't take back. "I've asked you 3 times to go to the jeweler with me," he said. "You couldn't even take an hour to walk down the street and get it done.
He stood, his fingers curling into fists and the agony ripping through him almost unbearable. "I'm going to go now. I'll talk to you later." He started toward the garage and noticed Char waiting at the sliding glass door. "Congratulations on Sotheby's," he said, before slipping through the mudroom and into the garage, the click of the door closing behind him the most final and most terrible noise he'd ever heard. Chapter 21. May woke the next morning, a wild aching pain in her neck. She blinked, trying to remember why she hadn't gone down the hall to her bedroom, why she was still wearing her clothes from the retirement party, and why her whole face felt like someone had put a balloon under her skin and inflated it. Everything Kurt had said came rushing back in one long, awful moment, and the tears started anew. Her eyes felt like someone had rubbed sand in them, and every hole in her face leaked some sort of liquid. Her phone chimed again, the same sound that had woken her a few moments ago. Her father's name dropped down from the top of the screen. "Where are you? Why didn't you come back for dinner service last night?" Message after message followed, from both of her parents, until finally her mother's face brightened the screen and her phone rang with a shrillness that hurt May's already sensitive ears. She sent the call to voicemail and tapped out a simple response to her mother. "I'm alive, but very ill. I won't be in today. I'll get Juan Carlos to cover for me." She tossed the phone onto the couch and kicked off her heels. Running her hands across her face, she moaned and winced at the grittiness from her dried tears. She'd been numb after Kurt had left. She hadn't eaten in 24 hours, and she didn't care about anything anymore. Somehow, she padded down the hall and managed to get the hot water going in the shower. Maybe if she stayed in until the spray turned cold, her reality beyond the glass stall would have changed. May stayed home from church and was able to get Juan Carlos to run the front of the house for dinner service. Sundays were easy to miss, and May vowed that she'd take every Sunday off from now on. Would that be enough to get Kurt back? She wondered aloud to Char. The little poodle looked at her with an expression that said, "No, May," and "Why isn't that handsome man here with us today?" and about a dozen other things May didn't like. Her hands drifted to the necklace she automatically put on after dressing. It was such a habit, and the weight of the ring against her breastbone had brought her more comfort these last few months than anything ever had in her life. She couldn't bear the thought of giving the ring back, of not being able to wear it, of not being able to touch the worn gold and think of the man she loved. "I love him," she said, a note of wonder in her voice. "Char, I love him." She stood abruptly, not really sure why she hadn't put the words together in that order yet. She was wearing his ring. They talked about their wedding in December and that he'd come to live in this house with her once they were married. And yet, he never told her he loved her until last night, and she never told him. May turned in a full circle as if a solution would present itself to her. Maybe God would write a message on her stark white walls, instructing her exactly what she should do to get Kurt back into her life. Nothing appeared, and her mind hurt so much she couldn't think of anything either. So she dropped to her knees, her elbows touching the plush fabric on the couch, and her tears trickling down her face. "Lord, I can't have Sotheby's and Kurt, can I?" The words scraped against her vocal cords, and God didn't answer her anyway. So May bent her head and cried. "There you are." Her mother entered the house an hour later, while May stood at the French doors, gazing into the backyard. She turned slowly from watching the gentle breeze sway the leaves on the cypress trees. May thought she'd run dry 30 minutes ago, but her eyes watered again. Blast them. She wouldn't be able to play off her absence from the restaurant as an illness if she cried. Her mom seemed to know anyway because she had a to-go container in her hand. "I brought cake, and Allie's right behind me with half a pan of tiramisu, and she called Beth, who's scrounging through the freezer for ice cream." Sweets. It was how May had coped with losing Luke all those years ago. She brought out 3 or 4 to all her girlfriends who went through breakups. "How did you find out?" she asked, folding her arms to try to keep her emotions in check. "You spend every Sunday with Kurt." Her mom set the cake on the counter and stopped, her eyes sympathetic and filled with compassion. The feeling she could convey with just a look nearly undid May's composure. "And I have spies all over town. After I got your text, I asked someone to come and check and see if his truck was here. It wasn't, I put two and two together. Who did you send? Her mom smiled and shook her head. I can't be giving away all my secrets, darling. Now, come on. She opened her arms wide, inviting May to come take her strength. Come tell me about it. May couldn't help sniffling as she went around the table and stepped into her mother's embrace. I'm so sorry, Mom. She wept, and she hated how hot her eyes burned and how bitter her tears tasted. I tried so hard, and I fell in love with him so fast, and it hurt so much. Her mom patted her back and simply let her cry. After May had mostly quieted, she said, May, you don't have to be sorry. May backed up and wiped her eyes, wondering if she'd ever be able to move past this, past him, especially now that she knew she couldn't get the same happiness and satisfaction from Sotheby's the way she tried after Luke had ended their relationship. What hurt so much? Her mom asked. The garage door opened again and Allie came through it. Char yipped and ran to see her favorite human. Allie set the tray of tiramisu. Her mother hadn't exaggerated that she was bringing half a pan of the treat on the table and bent down to pick up the poodle. Hey, cutie, she cooed at the dog. Are you keeping May company today? Allie scrubbed her fingers through Char's curly fur, but she looked right at May. Oh, this is bad. Good thing you're here for her. We're here for her, Beth said, joining Allie in the doorway leading to the garage. And she's going to tell us all about what happened, and we're going to help her fix it. A rush of affection for her little sister almost made May smile, but the gesture didn't quite take on her face. She shook her head. I can't fix it, she said, her lips quivering again. I messed up too badly this time. Beth stepped over to the freezer and opened it. Oh, honey, it just feels like that. So let's get our treats and then we'll talk. She held up 2 containers of ice cream. French vanilla or cookies and cream. Her mother lifted the container. Chocolate cake. Cookies and cream, May said, and Beth put the other container in the freezer. I'll take the tiramisu, she said. Me too, Allie said, and the 3 of them set to work in getting down plates and bowls, scooping servings and ice cream, all the while having a conversation without saying anything. May had been privy to these kinds of silent communications when other women had broken up with their boyfriends, so she knew it would be Beth who would start. She handed May her bowl of cake and ice cream and collapsed into a chair at the dining room table as if she carried the weight of the world. Juan Carlos can't run the restaurant. I'll be back tomorrow, May assured her, a bit surprised by the way this conversation had started. Beth exchanged a glance with her mother. All right. I do want him to take over Sundays, May said. I can't keep working 7 days a week. He's there anyway, Beth said, shrugging like it didn't matter that she'd just said Juan Carlos couldn't run the restaurant. Tell us about Kurt, Allie said. May dug around in her bowl, filling her spoon with a small bite of cake and then a dab of ice cream. She put it all in her mouth, hoping for more time before she had to talk. At the same time, she wanted to spill everything, lay it all out so someone could help her find a way back to him. I have never put him first, she started, continuing on with the whole story and ending with, and when I didn't claim him as mine, the man who'd be at my side as I ran Sotheby's yesterday, that hurt him. He thinks I treat him like I still need to be convinced he's the one for me. She looked into her now melted mess of ice cream. He said he's terribly lonely and unhappy. A sharp pain tore through her abdomen. And I didn't even see it, because I've been so busy with my own things. All 3 women had finished their treats while May talked, and now they simply stared at her. I thought it was a bit strange you didn't hug him yesterday, Allie said. I mean, it makes sense, May, Beth said. He sits in the corner booth for hours while you work. I told you to make him your partner, her mom said. She stood and gathered all the dessert dishes before turning her back on the table and walking into the kitchen. He doesn't want to work in the restaurant, May said. How do you know? Her mother asked. Have you talked to him about it? Well, no. May just couldn't imagine him taking plates out to patrons, or washing dishes, or even cooking, though she had seen his culinary skills in action. He wouldn't be a member of the staff, her mom said. He'd be the one doing all the paperwork you hate, helping with the payroll and scheduling. He'd walk the floor and ask guests how their meals are. He'd make the new menu together, trying recipes together. He'd lock up when you're too tired to do it,
And you'll mop when he's too tired to do it. Her mom wore a blazing expression now, and May cowered away from it. Still, she managed to find a bit of courage to say, "He's a cowboy, Mom. Not a chef. He had no idea how to run a restaurant. Heck, May had been working at Sotheby's for almost 30 years, and she barely knew how to run the place. As long as that's all you think he is, that's all he'll be." She folded her arms and nodded at Allie and Beth. May looked at them, and they both wore resigned expressions. Beth stood and tucked her hair behind her ear. "Sorry, May, but Mom's right. Maybe you can't fix us until you fix yourself." She walked into the kitchen, gave their mom a hug, and left. May sat there stunned. This was not how breakup conversations went. They told each other that they were better off without the man who'd just broken their heart, that they'd find someone else, that they didn't need someone else. "I'll see you tomorrow," Allie said before making her escape too, leaving May to face her mother once more. "Think about it, May." She nodded, because she didn't know what else to do. She watched her mother walk out, and the house became a tomb again. Unable to exist in the silence, May opened the French doors and stepped onto the back deck. Char came with her, and she kept her eye on the little dog as she tried to figure out what her mom meant by, "As long as that's all you think he is, that's all he'll be." Chapter 22. "What else can I do?" He stepped in front of Shane and clapped his leather gloves together. He'd spent the morning pulling barbed wire tight while Dylan hammered the spikes into their new spots for the wood fence posts. His shoulders and arms ached, but he'd take the physical pain over thinking about May. Then he'd taken a job in the hayloft that afternoon, which had aggravated his slight allergies. That was all the sniffing was. He wasn't a breath away from emotional ruin. No sirree, not Kurt Pemberton, part-time foreman and full-time single cowboy. "Why are you still here?" Shane looked at him with a squint in his eye. "Shouldn't you be done by now?" "Nope." Kurt clenched his jaw, hoping Shane would let this go. "Well, I don't have anything else for you, so I guess you can have the rest of the afternoon and evening off." He lifted his eyebrows, the way you normally do. He stepped past Kurt to help Chad lift 2 saddles onto nails in the tack room. Their voices filtered back to him, but Kurt didn't look at them as he walked out. He couldn't go back to his cabin alone. He'd spent Sunday holed up there, and that hadn't been good for his body or mind. It was only 4 o'clock, and he didn't feel like cooking. It reminded him too much of May. It seemed like everything did. Except for ranch things. She'd done a great job of excluding herself from his life here at Grapeseed Ranch, so he went to the horse barn and saddled Minnie. "Come on, girl," he said to the horse as they stepped into the sunshine. "Let's get ourselves good and lost." Kurt couldn't actually get lost on the ranch, but if he could, Minnie would be able to find her way back. She had a nose for hay, and that was better than any other horse Kurt had owned. He let her wander, his thoughts doing the same. Minnie went toward the homestead and the long grasses that grew on the edge of the garden plot. Kurt didn't want to see Dwayne, so he nudged the horse further out on the range, further from the men he worked with, further from reality. He could truly get away from his worries and cares when he rode his horse. It was almost as if God had given them the special ability to soothe unseen wounds. He'd made the rhythmic clopping of their hooves like balm to Kurt's soul, and it was only through the soft snuffle of Minnie's voice that Kurt was able to smile. The sound of another horse clippity-clopping came closer, and Kurt didn't turn to see who it was. He knew it would be Dwayne. Sure enough, the owner pulled up alongside him, riding Payday, the Rocky Mountain walking horse that he loved. His right hand shook while he held the reins, something Kurt hadn't noticed in ages. Of course he knew about Dwayne's military injury, and the man's arm, hand, and fingers trembled a lot. Kurt had just never paid it much attention. Now he found he couldn't look away. His heart felt like that, a jiggly, jumbly mess of jello. "Where's Spotlight? Weren't you working him this month?" "I like Payday best." Dwayne leaned forward and patted the horse. "He's my new favorite." Kurt kept Minnie moving, slowly putting more distance between him and the other men, between him and town, between him and May. "So, you're not going in to see May today?" Kurt grunted, the only vocalization he was capable of. He tugged down the brim of his white cowboy hat, wishing Dwayne could take a hint. The man knew Kurt didn't want to talk. He just didn't care, as evidenced by him asking,
Why not? Kurt didn't want to beat around the bush, didn't play games. I broke up with her. Dwayne made a sound halfway between a gasp and a leaky tire. You did? Why? Because I was wrong, he said. I do care that I'm second to Sotheby's. And even further down the line when he thought about who she'd chosen to hug at the party. By his count, he wasn't even as high as fifth on May's list. The horse made the only sound except for the breeze that threatened to steal Kurt's hat. I don't need my job back, he finally said, if that's what you're worried about. I know you took some of my salary and increased Shane's, and that's fine. I'm not worried about that. Kurt pressed his lips together and nodded. The way Dwayne wouldn't say anything made him anxious and jittery when he just wanted to ride his horse. I'm not going to use Texas Faithful anymore either, he said. That website has brought me nothing but trouble since I joined it last summer. First Alicia and now May. Kurt wondered how he'd ever go into town again. Simple, he told himself. Don't get hurt and don't eat out. If he could stick to that rule, he wouldn't have to run into Alicia or May again. Whatever you want to do, Dwayne said. Several more minutes passed, and Kurt finally released all his tension into the sky. He'd ridden with Dwayne lots of times, and they didn't always talk. This was just another one of those times. Well, I'm gonna head back. Dwayne pranced Payday in front of Kurt's horse and faced him. Don't stay out here too long, he said. I don't want to have to come searching for you in the dark. I won't, Kurt promised. He couldn't believe Dwayne wasn't going to give him a single shred of advice. I'm here if you want to talk, Dwayne said. I know what you're feeling. Felicity broke up with me too, remember? Kurt did remember, and he was tired of being alone and dealing with everything on his own. I hate that I got so wrapped up in her, that I forgot about all my friends out here, he said, his voice dropping a little with the emotion he carried in it. You didn't forget about us. Dwayne turned his horse and started back toward the homestead. Come to dinner at the homestead tonight. Felicity would like it. Kurt swung Minnie around, too, suddenly not wanting to be by himself out on the range. All right. Can I bring something? Just yourself. Dwayne gave him a smile. So things just got too intense with May. Intense, yeah. That's one way to put it. What's another? Kurt sighed. She loves that restaurant, and I don't want to be the one standing in the way of that. And I was. She works so much, and I thought I was okay with it. I thought I could sit in the corner booth, or in the office, or wait for her at her house until she had time for me. And that worked for a while. Kurt swiped off his hat and wiped his forehead. But at the retirement party, I realized how isolated I'd become, and how marginalized I felt by May. She only wants me on her terms, when she has time, and honestly, I think I deserve better than that. Dwayne nodded. Sounds like it. Kurt sighed, his brief flash of anger fading into darkness. I sure do miss her. And that was saying something, as he hadn't seen her for a day and a half, and he'd gone weeks without seeing her before. But she'd always been a text or a chat away. He'd known that the next time he saw her, he'd get to kiss her, breathe in the floral scent of her hair, and hear her voice as she told him about something that had happened at the restaurant. And you will for a long time, Dwayne said. I'm in love with her, Kurt admitted. She's wearing my grandmother's diamond ring around her neck. We were going to be married in December. I was going to move over to her place. Dwayne swung his head around toward Kurt. Really? I hadn't talked to you about it yet, but yeah. Seems like there was definitely something strong there then, Dwayne said. There was. Then what changed? Kurt opened his mouth to answer and found he didn't know what had changed. Then he did. I changed, he said. He stared at the horizon as understanding washed through him. I changed. And he hadn't liked who he'd become, just like he hadn't when he'd been married to Kara. She'd changed him without him knowing about it, too, and sometimes he felt a bit lost about that. May had done the same thing, but in a different way. She wanted him to be places he couldn't be, do things he didn't normally do. She'd taken him from his ranch, his job, his friends, and he'd let her. He shook his head, his fury for himself now. Thankfully, Dwayne didn't say anything else, and they took care of their horses and went over to the homestead to find Felicity shouldering her purse. "Who wants pizza?" she asked, and Dwayne smiled. "I love pizza." He swept one arm around his wife and kissed her while she giggled. Kurt watched them, a smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. No, they hadn't had an easy road, but they'd persevered through their troubles, their heartaches. Maybe he could do the same with May. "Kurt, pizza?" Dwayne asked. "As long as it's not Sotheby's," Kurt said. "I'm in." So maybe he wasn't quite ready to jump on the get-through-the-hard times bandwagon quite yet. He did notice Felicity and Dwayne's exchanged glance, but he didn't care. It felt good to be with people he liked, doing something normal that he would have done before he'd started rushing off to sit at May's feet like a dog. And a little piece of Kurt that he hadn't thought about for a while returned. A good piece of him. A piece that, if May couldn't accept who he was, well, that was her loss. Too bad Kurt's whole life felt like a shell of what it could be, if he only had May at his side. But he went along for the ride, and ordered extra cheese on his sausage and black olive pizza, and he laughed with his friends. That night, he knelt beside his bed and thanked the Lord of a good day, filled with good work and good friends. He paused, his thoughts scattering. "And please help May Sotheby," he said. He wasn't sure exactly what she'd need help with, but he'd suffered through the ending of a marriage, and he knew that breaking up was a difficult and painful process. May had to be in turmoil, and Kurt didn't even like thinking about that. "And if it be thy will," he added, "help us find our way back to each other." He didn't want the same relationship he'd had with May, but he wanted her in his life, somehow. "Help me." He trailed off, unsure how to finish. It seemed impossible that he'd be able to repair his relationship with May. She hadn't been willing to compromise on her schedule all this time, and he couldn't expect her to change for him. He didn't want to be the one that took that all-important piece of her life from her. He wouldn't be the man that did that to her. So as he climbed into bed and pulled the blanket up to his chest, he let the agony wash over him for 1, 2, 3 heartbeats. Agony that he'd found a second chance at love, and it was simply too hard to maintain. Agony that the woman he loved didn't have time for him. Agony that God had given them both this chance, and they'd taken a wrong turn somewhere. His phone blitzed out a sound, and Kurt's heart jumped. That was the sound of a chat from Texas Faithful, and the only reason it would have gone off was if it was May. After all, he'd set his status to in a relationship, and the only notifications he got through the app were from her. "I don't know if I'm strong enough to look at it," he whispered into the darkness. His eyes stayed open, staring straight up at the ceiling. Exhaustion overcame him, and he resolved to look at the message in the morning while he completed his coffee ritual on the front porch. With that decision firmly in his mind, he was able to drift off to sleep. Chapter 23. A week later, May made it through the day without crying. It was the first time in 7 days she'd been able to do that, and she gave all the credit to her insane schedule. So getting up at 5 a.m. and working until 11 o'clock that night did have some benefits. None her feet could understand as she rubbed the lines from the edge of her heels out of her skin. But whatever. She'd been rolling her mother's words around in her head every time she had more than 2 seconds to think, and she still hadn't come to much of a conclusion. She tried to envision Kurt at the restaurant, wearing a pair of slacks and walking around the dining room, asking guests how their steak was cooked and if they needed anything. She couldn't do it. She'd never seen him wear anything but cowboy boots, and he only took off that giant white hat to kiss her, and Sotheby's didn't have the Wrangler atmosphere. Most of the men who came into the restaurant wore ties and polished shoes, not plaid shirts and boots. To be fair, she'd only seen Kurt wear plaid once, a blue and white plaid shirt that made his eyes deeper than they normally were. May pushed the thoughts of him from her mind. She'd wanted to chat him, text him, jump in her car and bump down that dirt road to his cabin. But she hadn't. Nothing she said would change anything. If she wanted to truly change the situation, drastic measures would have to be taken. And May wasn't sure she had the inner strength to do what needed to be done. She changed into her pajamas and stalled at her dresser, fingering the diamond ring she'd been wearing all week. She tried to leave it home on Thursday, but she hadn't been able to so much as back out of the garage without the silver chain around her neck. She'd nearly broken an ankle in haste to run back in, wearing heels, and put it on. The weight of it soothed her, and she simply couldn't be without the ring.
She wasn't sure how she'd survive this past week without Kurt, and she kept rolling around the idea of living without the restaurant, because the fact remained that her parents wanted her to be married to take over the Sotheby empire, while her dad had already given her the keys to the restaurant, and he hadn't stepped foot inside since the retirement party. May knew on a gut level that they expected her to find a husband by the end of the year. After all, that was the agreement. And now that she'd lost Kurt, her eyes wandered to the phone, and she couldn't even entertain the thought of going back to Single and Ready to Mingle on TexasFaithful.com. Tears pricked her eyes, and she pushed them away too. She would not cry today, not gonna happen. Instead, she turned on the TV and climbed into bed. She'd never been one to sleep with sound and light blaring in her face, but since Kurt's sudden departure from her life, she needed the noise to keep her thoughts quiet. And she'd learned how to fall asleep while in emotional turmoil. Another benefit, she thought as she drifted to sleep. Another week passed, and then two, and May still hadn't done anything about her dating situation. Her parents had purchased an RV and a very large truck, and they left Grapeseed Falls 9 days ago with the promise that they'd be back for Thanksgiving dinner at the restaurant. May drifted through her life, eating when her stomach demanded she do so, and doing what her father had always taught her. Focus on what's in front of you. And Kurt never appeared in front of her. May forgot the sound of his voice and the shape of his hands as it filled hers. When she realized that, she sobbed into her pillow and begged God to provide a release from the agony of her heart. Baking usually helped, and one day early in September, 3 a.m. found May in her kitchen, flour dusting her pajamas, and the scent of apple cobbler rising from the oven. She could barely stomach more than a bite or two of her creations, and Allie always knew when May had endured a particularly rough night. When May got to work the next morning, she boxed up the leftover apple cobbler and presented it to her friend. "I'm not taking that." Allie stared at the box, then lifted her eyes to May. "Why not? It's apple cobbler. You love apple cobbler." Allie's eyes broadcast her worry, and she shook her head. "I've gained 10 pounds since you broke up with Kurt. He broke up with me." Allie sighed and pushed the box back toward May. "May, this isn't healthy. When are you going to make up with him?" May blinked. "I can't do that." "Why not?" "He—" She paused, unwilling and completely unable to put the blame on him. "I don't deserve him." She gestured to the quiet, empty restaurant. She loved it most when they were closed, in the early morning hours before anyone else came in. She loved it when everything was cleaned up after another successful day. She loved it when she could bake in the air-conditioned kitchen without rules or recipes. "This is what I deserve. This is what I've worked my whole life for." May gazed around the restaurant, with its rich decor and high-end finishes. "You aren't going to have this for much longer," Allie said, "if you don't do something to get Kurt back." May blinked as shocks traveled through her. Intellectually, she knew she couldn't keep Sotheby's when she didn't have Kurt, but she'd never heard someone else say it so blatantly. She desperately wanted the restaurant, but she couldn't have Kurt if she kept Sotheby's, and she couldn't have Sotheby's without Kurt. She felt like she was on a game show with two impossible choices. Hidden behind door number 1, we have Kurt Pemberton, the sexiest man you've ever met, who's sweet and kind and faithful, too. He's killer good in the kitchen and makes you laugh whenever you're sad. He makes a great cup of coffee, and when he holds your hand, you feel complete. May drew in a sharp breath. How could she let him go? Behind door number 2, we have Sotheby's Family Restaurant. The establishment's been in the family for 4 generations. Hiram Sotheby was one of the original settlers in Grapeseed Falls. They're known for their excellent steaks, delicious chicken fried steak, and the new owner has her culinary genius developing a line of pot pies that will blow your mind. Oh, and it makes plenty of money, and you love working in the kitchen with a staff that feels like family. May exhaled, her chest about to cave in on itself. How could she walk out of this restaurant and never come back? She became vaguely aware that Allie was saying her name. May couldn't focus. All she could hear was, "What'll it be, May? Door number 1 or door number 2? What'll it be, May? Choose, May, choose." She couldn't choose. That was why she'd done nothing for over a month now. Hadn't started dating again. Hadn't called Kurt. Hadn't moved on a new menu at Sotheby's. Hadn't given any more responsibility to Juan Carlos.
She had simply done nothing. And that was no way to live. Allie, excuse me. She spun away from her friend, the box of apple cobblers still clutched in her hand, and marched into the office. She needed to start living, start finding a way back to herself that didn't include baking in the middle of the night and then working herself to the bone. She escaped out the back door and got behind the wheel of her car. She drove around her beloved town, searching for an answer. Turning without thinking, she arrived at a gray and white brick church. Kurt's church. Sure enough, glancing right, she found the Alberta Street sign just down on the corner. She wasn't sure how she'd gotten here, as she'd only come to the church with him once. But the power of the building called to her, and she got out of her car and headed toward the double oak doors. She wasn't expecting them to be unlocked this early in the morning, and they weren't. She wandered the perimeter of the building and found a bench around the back that sat out of direct sunlight. Though it wasn't early, the Texas sun in September could inflict some major damage any time it was up. May settled on the bench, a sigh leaking from her body like she was 78, not 38. 39, she corrected herself. She'd had another birthday, and she couldn't even remember what she'd done. She searched for the memory and found it. Allie and Juan Carlos had been at the restaurant already when she'd arrived to start on the day's creme brulees and double fudge brownies. Juan Carlos had made a mini birthday cake, and 2 of them sang happy birthday to May. She cried, and not only at their kindness, but because Kurt hadn't been there. She'd half expected him to be waiting on her couch, char curled into his side when she got home from work. But he wasn't. Even the little apricot poodle had let the day go by without much fanfare. "You've got to do something," she said to the trees bordering the sidewalk. "You can't keep living in this nothingness state. It's not healthy." And it would eventually end, whether she wanted it to or not. Her father, though May knew he loved her, would hold up his end of the bargain come end of the year. And I don't want him to take the restaurant from me. If May was going to leave Sotheby's, she wanted it to be her choice, on her terms. And if she left Sotheby's, she had to know Kurt would be by her side. "Time to choose, May," she whispered to herself. She closed her eyes and said a prayer, focusing on all the things in her life she had to be grateful for. It wasn't until the very end that she asked for guidance and clear eyes to see the path she should take. She waited, almost desperate for the earth to shake and the Lord's voice to direct her. But only a soft, peaceful feeling came into her heart, causing her eyes to whip open. Then she stood and headed for her car, her decision made. Chapter 24. Kurt kept the harvester right on the line, his time in the hayfield some of his favorite hours, especially now. He didn't need to endure any more staring from the other men, and while he appreciated Dwayne's friendship and the way Felicity didn't act like he'd sprouted a second head, Kurt was still trying to find his place on the ranch again. With the harvest in full swing, he'd pushed his hours back to where they were before he'd started dating May, and Kurt found he liked the hard work. Liked the way he could come home for lunch and just eat, not throw together a sandwich and head back out so he could get off early to go into town. The radio on the dash of the tractor flashed with a yellow light, and Kurt lifted his mouth to it. "Kurt here. You've got a visitor," Dwayne said. Kurt frowned as he pressed the button to speak. "Who is it?" "She won't give her name." He couldn't tell if Dwayne sounded upset or not, but he needed 20 more minutes to finish this field, and it would take 10 to get back to the main buildings of the ranch and 10 more to come finish the job. "I'll be another half an hour," Kurt said into the device. "Ask her if she can wait that long." He wanted the visitor to be May, but at the same time he didn't. He didn't know what to say to her, and of course, she didn't know what to say to him. She hadn't chatted him through Texas Faithful all those weeks ago. It had been Alicia, who still had access to him despite his unavailable status. He hadn't responded to her, because he wasn't interested in rekindling that flame. Not after May. Not after he knew what love felt like. He kept the machine on track while he waited for Dwayne to answer. Whoever it was, May or not, would either wait or they wouldn't. "She can wait," he said. "Great," Kurt said. 30 minutes. He'd come in sweaty and covered in dust and hay fibers. He usually got into the shower as fast as he could after mowing because he couldn't stand the way his skin itched from all the tiny blades of hay. He finished his work and headed into the epicenter of the ranch. Kurt couldn't help scanning the lanes and lots for cars, hoping to get an idea of who had been waiting for him all this time. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Felicity's red Mustang sat in the driveway of the homestead. Ranch trucks took up the parking lot. Kurt's heart skipped a couple of beats as he pulled up the equipment shed, but he managed to quiet his pulse as he collected his bottle of water and his phone, got down and went inside to mark which fields he'd mowed and how long it had taken. He'd been in charge of the gasoline for the tractors since his first day here at Grapeseed Ranch, and he knew how much it cost to harvest, how much they'd make back in extra hay sales, and how many men it took to tend the acres and acres of land on the ranch. After swallowing the last of his water, he headed over to the homestead. Dwayne hadn't exactly said that was where he'd keep the visitor, but Kurt wasn't sure where else she'd be. "Hello," he called as he entered the house. Footsteps sounded, and then Felicity appeared in the doorway leading to the kitchen. "Kurt," she sounded surprised. "Dwayne's still out on the ranch." "Oh, he said someone was here to see me." He hooked his thumb over his shoulder. "Do you know where she is?" "I was just out there with him. I left him in the hot circle." "All right." Kurt turned to leave, then twisted back. "Do you know who's here to see me?" "No," Felicity said, but her eyes said she did. "Is it May?" he asked. The half-scared, half-sympathetic look on her face said yes. Her shrug said, "I don't know." Her voice said, "No." Kurt chuckled. "You're not a very good liar, Felicity." She sighed and chuckled. "I'm really not, am I?" She took a couple of quick steps forward. Just listen to her." "I've always listened to her, Felicity." She nodded, a smile quirking in her lips. "I know you have, Kurt. Good luck." "So, where is she?" "I think Dwayne let her into your cabin." A jolt of surprise darted through him. What May could glean from 30 minutes alone in his cabin, he wasn't sure. But she had keen eyes, and she'd probably seen the empty shelves in his fridge and could feel the staleness in the rooms where he slept, because he certainly wasn't living in his cabin, not the way he used to. His footsteps started out quick, his pulse galloping along with them. But the closer he got to his cabin, the slower he moved. Time seemed to pause, and he could see the dusk hanging in the very air. He had one foot on the bottom step leading up to his porch when May stood from the chair he sat in every morning. "Do you leave your coffee cup out here every day?" she asked, curling her fingers around the pillar at the top of the steps. "Yes." He couldn't seem to lift his leg to take another step. May was so beautiful, everything inside him tightened, and his desire to rush into her personal space and trace his fingertips along the lines of her face skyrocketed. He had them memorized, and he was glad his memory remembered the depth of her eyes, the slender angle of her neck. She wore a pair of black slacks and a black and white blouse with big patchy flowers. Her black heels completed the look, and told him that she was supposed to be at the restaurant, not standing on his front porch. He licked his lips, already anticipating kissing her. "Stop it," he told himself. He also keenly remembered sitting for hours on her couch waiting for her, the loss he felt when he decided to give up his cabin here on the ranch and live with her after they got married, the way he'd asked her 3 times to go to buy an engagement ring, and she hadn't made the time. He searched for the necklace now and couldn't find it around her neck, so she hadn't come up here to make up with him. He settled both feet back on the ground and folded his arms. "What do you want, May?" She startled away from the post and retraced her steps back to the table that, yes, still held his cup of coffee from that morning. He hadn't come in from the fields all day, and thus hadn't put it away at lunch the way he normally did. "So, I was shopping this morning, and I found this shirt." The rustling of a paper bag sounded, and then May clicked back over to the top of the stairs with a shirt in her hands. She held the purple and white plaid garment up to her body. "I was hoping you'd tell me if it was the right thing to wear on the ranch." Confusion riddled Kurt's thoughts, and he grunted. It sounded like a scoff, and May's expression fell. "I just don't want to stick out like a sore thumb," she said. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Kurt said. May came down one step, then another. "Dwayne hired me," she said. "I'm going to be feeding horses." A look of fear came across her face. "Oh, something like that." Kurt didn't give her an extra inch, and May stopped on the second stair, the same height as him now. "What's going on?" he asked. "Dwayne hired you to feed horses. What about Sotheby's?" May looked straight into his eyes. and Kurt tried really hard not to lose himself in the gorgeous depths. He tried, and failed. "I gave up Sotheby's," she said. Just like that. No hitch in her voice, no turmoil in her eyes. "The restaurant cost me what I wanted most, and that was you." Kurt's whole soul sang with her words, and his fingers twitched toward her. Felicity had told him to listen, and he was going to keep listening. "I'm miserable without you," she continued. "I can't sleep, and I don't want to keep pasting on a smile and asking people how their steak is. I want to be waiting right here on the porch when you come home, just like I was tonight. I want to make your coffee in the morning and kiss you goodnight." Tears splashed her cheeks, and still Kurt stood there saying nothing. She swiped at her eyes. "I wear this ring every day, and I dream of when I can trade it in for a real engagement ring." She shook her head, her long hair brushing her forearms. "I don't want Sotheby's, Kurt. I want you. I want—" "Enough, May." Kurt swept his arms around May and brought his lips closer to hers. "I've listened and heard enough, May." He kissed her, everything in him rejoicing to once again be hers. "Did you really give up the restaurant?" "Yes," she murmured. "And I'd do it again tomorrow, and the next day, and the next, if you'll just take me to buy an engagement ring." Kurt pushed her hand off both sides of her face. "What changed your mind?" "You did, Kurt. It's always been you." She touched her lips to his again and pulled back almost immediately. "I'm sorry it took me so long to see it. I think I always knew, but I was afraid." Kurt held her close, enjoyed the heat of her body pressed against his, though the end of the summer temperatures was stifling. "There's no way you can survive out here," he said. "You'll slowly suffocate at my house in town." "And you'll be miserable without your restaurant." Kurt stepped back, his helplessness of the past several weeks returning almost as fast as it had disappeared. "How are we going to make this work?" "This makes me happy," she said. "You make me happy. Just sitting here while you worked, I've been more at peace than I have been since you walked out of my house for the last time." "May."
Kurt backed up a few steps, trying to make everything line up in his head.
"I've seen you at the restaurant."
"Not since you left, you haven't. I can't have both. That's been made really clear. So I choose, and I choose you." She smiled at him, edging a little closer. "Are you telling me you don't love me? Because I'm in love with you, and I don't care about anything else." Kurt couldn't help the grin that popped onto his face.
"You think you can live out here at the ranch?"
"You have a kitchen where I can bake. There's lots of privacy out here, which you know I like. I've already talked to Juan Carlos and Beth about taking over the restaurant, so that's all set." May checked the items off on her fingers. "I love you, and you love me. Oh, and Cha would be in pure heaven out on this ranch."
"May."
Kurt shook his head, still unsure about taking her from everything she'd known for the last 4 decades of her life. "Are you saying you want to keep courting me?" she asked, her tone flirty and fun. "Or do you want to go get engaged?" Chapter 25. May looked up at Kurt, hoping and praying with everything she had that he'd stop thinking so hard about things. "Kurt, I'm not giving anything up," she said. "And even if I was, I'm gaining so much more." He pulled her into a tight hug and held her close.
"You're sure? Like 100% sure?"
100%. And May had never been so happy to say such a thing. The indecision had nearly killed her these past several weeks, and she was so glad she knew now. Without a doubt, she wanted Kurt in her life more than a restaurant.
"Then let's go buy a ring,"
he said, slinging his arm around her shoulder and leading her toward his truck. After helping her up, he leaned into the doorway.
"So, did you snoop around my cabin while I was mowing?"
"Of course," she grinned, sobering quickly. "And I really think I can live out here. Pat just stayed right by me the whole time, and he's such a sweetheart."
"He's an old dog," Kurt said, partly blind.
"Stop it." She shoved his shoulder playfully, and he fell back a few steps. Once he joined her in the cab of the truck, she couldn't help looking right at him. "I really do love you, you know." Kurt's whole face burst into a joyous smile.
"And I love you, Miss May."
He put the truck in gear and set it toward town.
"You want to go to a shop in town, or should we go over to Austin or down to San Antonio?"
"Something here is fine," she said. "I like Wren's shop."
"Wren Monroe.
She selects every diamond herself, and her family's come to the restaurant for years. May scooted across the seat and tucked her arms into his. She said she'd give me a good discount.
You mean she'll give me a discount?
He caught her look out of the corner of his eye. May giggled and hugged his arm. Right. She'll give you a discount. Kurt laughed with her, and May couldn't believe it had taken her so many sleepless nights and so much misery before she'd done what everyone had counseled her to do. Better late than never, she told herself. I turned 39 this summer, she said, and we've never talked about one very important thing.
Oh, yeah?
Kurt asked. His fingers squeezed hers.
Sorry I missed your birthday, sweetheart.
We're not going to spend the next few hours apologizing for every little thing, she said. I wanted to talk to you about having children, because I think we want kids, and let me say up front that I do. We'll need to do that pretty much right out of the wedding gate. Kurt sucked in a breath, but May continued. She honestly didn't have time to waste. So, cowboy, do you want children? His answer came in that low, husky voice she missed so much.
I'm almost 50 years old, May. You think I'm capable of being a good dad?
Of course, she said. His fingers tightened on hers, almost to the point of pain.
I want kids, May.
She smiled and leaned her head against his bicep, happier and more content than she'd ever been in her whole life. Even standing in her father's shadow as he taught her how to make cheesecake, even wearing her chef's jacket as she baked. She'd never been as happy as she was when she was with Kurt, and she never wanted to be without him again. 6 months later, May hummed as she moved from the island in the cabin to the stove and dropped a handful of onions in the melted butter. She picked up the wooden spoon and stirred them around and turned back to the cutting board to get the garlic. Though it's still spring, it wasn't really soup weather. Didn't matter. Today called for Kurt's favorite meal, and May was going to give it to him. Since they'd gotten married 3 months ago, May had adapted to life on the ranch quite well, in her opinion. She knew all the men's names now, and they greeted her with kindness whenever she went out on the ranch. She'd learned all the names of the horses and dogs that hung around, too, and there were more of them than people. She liked spending Sunday lunches with Dwayne and Felicity, and when she needed a moment with just her and the Lord, there was plenty of space for that here at Grapeseed Ranch. So maybe she missed Sotheby's sometimes, most days, in fact. But after she'd left, she found she only missed the people at Sotheby's, Allie and Juan Carlos, the patrons that came in every week, mingling and talking with the townspeople of Grapeseed Falls and sitting in the family's corner booth. She didn't miss the 18-hour days, or her aching fingers from pressing pie dough into tart tins, or the constant stress of thinking about schedules and menus and the cost of food. So she talked to Kurt, and they decided to eat at Sotheby's every Friday night. She'd reserved the family booth for them, and they hadn't missed a week in months. Juan Carlos and Beth joined them sometimes, and even her parents as well. The door opened and Kurt walked in, about an hour earlier than May was expecting him. "Hey," she said, some surprise in her voice. "What are you doing here?"
The wind's kicked up, he said. This spring has really given us a run for our money.
He wrestled the door closed and leaned his back against it.
Is that garlic I smell?
May giggled as his bootsteps came closer. "Sure is, cowboy. I'm making chili and cornbread, your grandmother's recipe." Her fingers twitched toward the ring she still wore around her neck, and she glanced away from the pot of sautéing vegetables to look at the diamond he'd bought her only 6 months ago. Her heart pounded, knocking against her rib cage and rebounding up her throat. "I have some news," she said. Kurt's arms snaked around her from behind, and his lips touched the soft skin just behind her ear.
"News? You haven't left the ranch today."
"How do you know that?"
"Spies,"
he chuckled, the running joke continuing. As foreman, Kurt seemed to know everything that happened on the ranch, no matter who it involved and where it happened. He claimed to have spies, but May just thought he was superhuman. "No, I haven't left the ranch." But May didn't need to leave the ranch for this kind of news. She'd never said the words pulsing against the back of her tongue, and she felt slightly sick. She turned into Kurt's arms and gazed up at him, her smile instant, and not just because of his handsome face. "Kurt, we're gonna have a baby." He blinked, his own smile spreading slowly across his face.
"Yeah? That's great, sweetheart."
He laughed as he buried his face in her neck, as joy coursed through her. She giggled with him and held onto his strong shoulders as he spun her around, right there in his cabin kitchen. "I'm so happy," she whispered. "I love you, Kurt."
"Love you too, May."
Chapter 1. Shane Royal stood in the kitchen, the pan of scrambled eggs in front of him almost done. He switched off the heat to the burner just as his next younger brother Dylan entered, whistling. Always whistling. The sound had annoyed Shane growing up too, but their mother had loved it. She'd told Dylan he should go to Hollywood and be the voice of a bird in animated movies. "That's how good he is," she used to say. Probably still would if Shane never saw her. "Mornin'," his brother said, pausing long enough in his twittering to speak.
"Eggs are done," Shane announced. "Did you see Austin?"
"He's moving a little slow this morning," Dylan said. He set 2 pieces of toast in the toaster and scooped some eggs onto a plate. Shane always set out plates and utensils, the way his mama always had.
"I'll check on him."
Shane left Dylan in the kitchen to check on the youngest Royal brother, who'd suffered some broken ribs last summer. Sometimes he still had some pain from the accident, though the doctors claimed his bones had healed.
"Ribs move,"
Dr. Thelonious had said.
"Sometimes they'll shift around and cause some discomfort."
So basically Austin had to live with the pain whenever it came. Shane hadn't been happy about that, but just like most things in his life, there was little he could do about it.
"Hey, bud,"
he said as he climbed up to the loft Dylan and Austin shared. His brother winced as he tried to lift his arm to put on a gray t-shirt. Shane held a soft spot for Austin, as he'd only been 16 when their father had left, and Shane had taken him under his wing when things at home had fallen apart.
"Let me."
He strode to the bed and lifted the shirt over Austin's head. "I need something easy today," he said, his voice strained. Shane never was sure if it was because Austin was in a lot of pain, or if he was embarrassed he was injured and couldn't do as much as he used to be able to do. Probably both.
"I've got our monthly meeting this morning," Shane said, "so you just stay here until I can get you on something easy."
"I can do the feeding."
"All right, then."
Shane helped him slip his feet into his boots and steadied him as he stood until he found his balance.
"I made eggs."
"You always make eggs."
"Old habits die hard."
And Shane would know as he thrived on ritual and routine. If he could count on things to be the same each day, he didn't have to think about the changes his life had undergone 15 years ago. He should be over it anyway, but he wasn't. How did one get over his father abandoning his ranch, his sons, his wife, everything he'd spent his life to build? Not only that, but his mama hadn't known the ranch was $500,000 in debt, so Shane's father had left them that too. Shane disliked days that started out with him thinking about his father. He pushed the man he hadn't spoken to or seen in a decade and a half from his mind, and helped his brother get breakfast before heading next door for the monthly management meeting. He'd been foreman on his family's ranch for exactly 1 month before his father had left, and Shane was grateful for another opportunity now, even though he was only co-foreman. Kurt had been leading this ranch for 15 years, but he had a new baby on the way and didn't want the 80-hour weeks. Shane did. Hard physical work kept his anger at bay, and exhaustion kept the ghosts of his past inside the glass boxes where he'd put them. Now that May had moved in, curtains hung on the wall and flowers sat on the dining room table. Kurt picked them up and moved them to the kitchen counter, and May slipped out the back door saying, "Come on, Patches. This is boring ranch stuff."
"Hey, Shane."
Kurt glanced in his direction and picked up a plate of baked goods, courtesy of his wife, no doubt.
Chocolate chip muffins. Come get one."
He set the plate on the table along with a pile of napkins. Shane plucked a muffin from the plate and took a seat on the right end of the table. Dwayne and Felicity entered the cabin, chatting to each other, and a flurry of activity followed as they got the muffins and napkins, and started asking Kurt questions about May, the pregnancy, and if he wanted a boy or girl. Shane didn't want to talk about the pleasantries of life. He had very little in his life that was actually pleasant, but he'd been trying to not begrudge people who seemed to have found some way to be happy. "How was the weekend, Shane?" Dwayne asked as he sat across from him.
"Fine and dandy."
Shane put on a tight smile for the boss.
"What'd you do with your day off?" "Went out to the North End Zone cabin."
It was one of his favorite places in the whole world, and he was grateful for even a few hours of solitude, with only his horse and the Texas breeze to talk with. He loved his brothers.
He did, but sometimes he simply needed some time to himself, to remember who he was, and to remind himself not to be so angry all the time. Kurt sat at the head of the table, and Felicity passed out red folders to start the meeting. "This is our schedule for the month. We've got Levi and Heather requesting harvesting help in their orchards, and the farrier coming in for 5 weeks, and a new rotation of men going through the immunization clinic." Dwayne said something to which Kurt responded, but Shane couldn't think past the farrier coming in for 5 weeks. The farrier. Robin Cook. The last woman who'd caught Shane's eye. The last woman who'd broken his heart. All right, so maybe that was an exaggeration. She wouldn't even go out with him, so she'd humiliated him. And yet, his pulse seemed to thrum beneath his skin, and Shane couldn't believe excitement pounded through his bloodstream with every beat of his heart. "So, I'll need someone to oversee Robin," Dwayne said. "She's bringing her tiny house, and we've got a new cement pad for it on the west side of the homestead. She'll park over there, too, and she'll reshoe and take care of all of our horses for the next 5 weeks. Felicity wrote something, and Shane's mind spun. Kurt said something about Minnie's hooves, but Shane didn't much care about Kurt's horse. "I'll oversee Robin," he blurted, drawing everyone's attention. Dwayne blinked and nodded, waving at Felicity, who wrote something else in her red folder. She looked up at Shane when she finished, but she hadn't been here 3 years ago when Robin had shunned him, so surely she didn't know. Dwayne had been, Kurt too. Neither of them said anything, and the meeting continued. Shane forced himself to pay attention, but it sure was hard knowing that the beautiful blonde hazel-eyed Robin Cook would be at the ranch in only a few hours. Shane lifted his hat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Robin was late, and the summer heat annoyed Shane, almost as much as someone who didn't respect another person's time. His throat felt packed with sand, and he was about to go around to the back porch of the homestead, where Dwayne kept a refrigerator full of water, soda, and energy drinks, when he heard the low diesel grumble of a very large truck. Robin's very large truck. He spun back to find the white behemoth turning underneath the ranch sign. His pulse quickened, though he told it not to. With as much confidence as he could infuse in his stride, he crossed the cement pad where he'd been waiting and moved past the long storage shed on the side of Dwayne's yard. He lifted his hand to get her attention, and she handled the truck with the ease of someone who drove large vehicles on the daily, which, of course, she obviously did. Surprise filled him as the tiny house came into view. In the past, Robin had stayed with a family in town or on another ranch as she worked the ranches in the surrounding areas. But this blue-sided tiny house was a new addition. The huge truck it took to tow it was, too, though she'd always preferred trucks. Maybe just not one quite this large. She looked like a doll behind the wheel, a beautiful blonde doll. Shane shook his head, his fantasies already running away with him, and the woman hadn't even gotten out of the car yet. The tiny house sported clean windows in white frames, with a white front door and white trim along the roof. The wheels didn't look big enough or strong enough to support the house, but they moved as she inched around and forward, and then started backing up. Shane stepped back onto the cement pad where the house would sit. Sure, the tires would pop when she bumped them up from the dirt ground up to the harder surface. The house creaked and groaned, but the wheels made the transition otherwise. He kept waving her back, then motioned to the right when she started to move diagonally. He held his hands up for her to stop, then jogged forward to where her elbow lagged out the driver's side window. He wouldn't allow himself to look straight at her, so he gestured back the way he'd come, toward the cement pad as he spoke. "Hey, which way do you want this? The front door toward the shed or toward the range?" She turned toward him, and Shane couldn't help the magnetic pull she exerted over him, and he swiveled his head to look fully at her. Her hazel eyes hadn't changed, and her long lashes framed them beautifully. Shane pulled in a breath of superheated summer air, and he fought the urge to cough. "Hey, Shane," she said, her easy smile almost blinding him. "Hey, Robin." His smile flitted across his face, crinkling his eyes, and it felt good. Better than he'd felt in a while, actually. "The house is fine like that. I do need several feet by the front door for the steps." Shane glanced back at the cement pad. "You should pull forward and put it further back to the right then. I'll guide you." She flipped the truck into gear and eased forward while Shane repositioned himself. When she started backing up again, he waved her in like he was air traffic control or something. But Shane had no idea how long she'd had the house, and maybe she hadn't done a lot of maneuvering with it. His heel touched the end of the cement pad, and he held up his hand for her to stop. She didn't. "Oh," he called, holding up both hands in the universal "stop now" gesture. Robin kept on coming, and Shane scrambled out of the way. His ankle twisted and his cowboy boot buckled, and down he went. Adrenaline and fear shot through him as the edge of her tiny house came straight at his face now. And it suddenly wasn't quite so. This has been Courting the Cowboy, Christian Contemporary Romance, Grapeseed Falls Romance, Book 4, written by Liz Isaacson, performed by Caroline McLaughlin. Copyright 2018 to present by Ilana Johnson. Production copyright by Ilana Johnson.